sip of water. That's good. Refresh the page. See if the sound is good. Refresh the page. See if the sound is good. There we are. All right. Yeah, see if this pop-out works better this time. All righty. All righty. What's going on, folks? Yeah. Any ladies here at all? Who knows? I may have pissed the ladies off this week. What's going on, Danteezy? Hey, Linda. Hey, Warfighter. Hey, what you drinking tonight, Char? Yusef, what's happening? Chemistry, what's up? I ain't heard that song in a long time, man. That was what, early '80s, ladies' night. Ah, Chardonnay. The sneak, what's happening? Laquan, what's going on? So what's happening? What do you guys want to talk about? Are you guys talking amongst yourselves? What did you guys think of Jerome Fox? That's way late for you, Char. Yeah, Jerome Fox. Jerome Fox is gonna be an up and comer, man. I'm telling you. I just got his workbook. He needs to flesh it out a little bit more, though. I think he needs a. It's not a bad book, but I think it needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. But he's gonna be, from the way he speaks in the workbook, I think you're gonna hear about him for a while, man, because uh, we really don't have enough black psychologists that are in the conscious community. What do you mean, women who claim the first feminists? Oh, women's role in the welfare state. Uh, the welfare state. Um, the welfare state is part of the was actually started out as the part of the Great Society. Basically, the United States had all this wealth coming in, and they needed to distribute it because basically, I guess all the men had sacrificed in World War II. So basically, they were basically spreading out the wealth to kind of uh, keep people in line. And well, Laquan, I don't think I have quite enough content. There ain't no 30 million jobs, man. At 35K. I'd be shocked. I want to know where those 30 million jobs are. If there's 30 million jobs and they're advertising for the jobs without a college degree, they'd be showing up. So I doubt that seriously, because the United States would push it because they have 90 last count 97 million people without work that don't have any hopes of work. Because they black women defend feminism because feminism has basically all the affirmative action laws that are placed and the welfare stuff that's placed actually feminism give them just enough to actually uh, keep the white women on top. They don't actually get power. Uh, I don't have the link to sneak. Yeah, yeah, they've been trumpeting 30 million jobs. I doubt that seriously, because I doubt there's 30 million jobs. If there's 30 million jobs out there, man, they'd be pushing those jobs left and right. Trump would be the first one to push 30 million if they had 30 million jobs. Trump would be the first one because that's what he ran on. And so you have a guy in office that's pushing this stuff. If there were actually 30 million good jobs at 35K, when you have 42% of all people, of all Americans that earn less than 25,000, I doubt that seriously. I really do. Well, okay, I can do this for you, Sneak. If you promise not to abuse it, I can actually give you a wrench. You can do it yourself, but don't abuse the wrench. Okay, so you have the wrench. You have the wrench. Yeah, I don't, yeah. I doubt it. I really do. Because if it was that, you have people like Wolf. I listen to like three or four economists every week, and if that was the case, then if that was actually true, they'd be the first ones to actually say it because they read this shit every day. But we can check it out. Oh, turf flinging monkey. I did see that. I think I did see that. But they can check it out. I don't know if the women are ready for turd flinging monkey, but I'll allow it. They can check it out if they want to. You got to remember, turd flinging monkey's a MGTOW. But if there's 30 million jobs in the United States that was available, I do believe Trump and his team would have been on it already, just to take credit for it. If there's 30 million jobs that are paying 35K, Trump wouldn't be spending, billions of dollars trying to get them back in. Uh, yeah, like I say, you got to take for women, you got to take turd flinging monkey with a grain of salt. Turd flinging monkey is one of those MGTOWs that want to collapse. Okay. Well, I'm good. I hope they do build the wall. At least people go to work. Wall's not going to do any good. It's not going to keep anybody out. If they really wanted immigrants out of the country, all they have to do is go to a social security number and find out all the extra social security numbers and trace them back and trace them to the employers. That will get rid of like at least 80% of all your illegal immigrants because they have to earn money. The help I don't believe the health bill is going to go through because senators have to defend. They're going to have to go to their constituents, and they won't get elected, and they know it. Uh, you know, eventually people are going to have to take the job that they're turning out. In fact, I was reading an article in the Times. I got to post it, where they're building. They're starting to build farm equipment that can actually do the jobs by with machines where they used to do by hand. Like strawberries are difficult to pick with a machine, and they developed a farm equipment that actually can pick strawberries. So eventually, automation will take those jobs too. If there's enough money in it where people where it makes sense, they'll actually build it. It's going to get interesting. Nah, in fact, they're going the opposite way as far as GMO because people aren't buying it. It doesn't make sense to grow it if people aren't buying it. Plus, there's lots of ways to grow stuff without GMO. Yeah, there's an article in the Los Angeles Times where they've invented the strawberry picker. Yeah, but what I'm saying is about the strawberries is that strawberries are difficult to pick, with a machine because strawberries are delicate, right? So you have to have human hands to pick strawberries. But if you can mechanize that, then if you can mechanize picking strawberries, what else can't you mechanize as far as picking? That's the issue I was getting at. In fact, I think I read an article. Was it today or yes? I can't remember where I read it. Where the unions are thinking about doing a work slowdown boycott the uh, to boycott the self-driving trucks and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Don Teasy, if they can pick strawberries, they can pick anything because strawberries are extremely delicate. Strawberries and lettuce. Well, lettuce is not that bad, but strawberries because you can crush them so easily. But this company um, has a patent on strawberry pickers. In fact, the farmer that was using it that's actually using the doggone thing, he won't allow it to be photographed. Well, it's basically as far as HB1 visas, um, Trump is uh, Trump is cracking down. It's gonna be real interesting. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going on, man, with a lot of stuff with the biotech, a lot of stuff with the AIs. Did you guys see the article I posted about the AIs and them shutting it down? You know what, Char? As far as Richard Martin, most people love him, but there's a few people that can't stand him. But the thing is, I picked the stuff. I picked the stuff that's useful to you guys because, like I said, I get his stuff. Like I get 2 hours a week on Richard Martin. I don't post the whole thing, but there's some things that I like that he's talking about, and I post it when they're relevant. I get a lot of stuff. I get you teach lead. There's a lot of people that I follow um, that I could post. So I'm kind of selective about it. I mean, there's tons of it that I could actually post on my channel that I'm interested in. Which is I guess it keeps the channel interesting, even though sometimes Uh, I post something and it just dies a horrible death, and I get maybe 200 views on it. But the people that do view it, like Bitcoin, I get about 300 people that are interested in Bitcoin, but the people that are interested in it are actually some of my biggest my biggest viewers. So I might get 300, but the thing is, it keeps the channel varied, interesting. So I do. I get out my pinata stick and I get after the ratchet women every now and then. Every time I feel out now the insecure is back, I gotta go find my pinata stick. Uh, yeah, but Richard Martin's been around a long. Well, he's around. He's been around a long time. And I've been listening to Richard Martin since like 2000. When I started listening to Richard Martin, 2007, right before the crash. In fact, we knew the crash was coming. In fact, I knew the crash was coming back in like 2005 because I was with a friend of mine and she was doing her escrow on her house, and I was looking over the contract, and I said, okay, you have to have at least 3 months in the bank, and I said that doesn't sound right because banks look at a longer future, and I said okay. It took me back to the CDOs where you have these what is it collateralized debt object, right? Where they take a whole bunch of mortgages together, they group them together, then they make one big fund and they parcel them off to investors. I said, okay, I said, and what they do is they have to get enough mortgages together to bundle them, and then to frame. In fact, there's a very good movie called Margin Call that talks about that, and they talk about. I think they modeled it after Bear Stearns, and they talked about how Bear Stearns went under, and they had to sell shit off and basically with these dead objects and stuff like that. But it's a real interesting read. It's a real interesting. It's a real interesting. In fact, I did a paper on it for my sister's in a master's class, and I did a paper for on that very thing. In fact, I did two papers for her, one on that one, and I think I did one on Martin Luther King Hospital was losing their emergency room. Oh man, Canada's Toronto. I wouldn't go to. I would go to Montreal. I wouldn't go to Toronto. Toronto's getting ready to blow up. Yeah, there's a bigger black community in Toronto, but Toronto fiscally is getting ready to blow up because their houses are way overpriced. Even though it's the banking center, there was way overpriced. It's getting ready to blow up. Toronto's getting ready to be a mess. I would go to Montreal. Well, the car loans, the student loans, they're gonna have to work that out because those are federal. But the car loans are getting ready to blow up. Those are the new ninja loans. No income, no job applicants. So those are the new ninjas. And just like the housing bubble, that the car bubble is going to bust. They said next year the housing bubble is probably going to the car loan bubble is going to bust. So if you're going to buy a used car, American Mail, BGS for books is I dump all the long form stuff into BGS Reborn, and I'm actually going to start up I'm actually going to use BGS for books. In fact, I think I'm going to because I have to do that. That Army College document for my think tank because we're supposed to talk about it like next Thursday. Um, and I have to read it over. I think I'm actually going to do a book. It's like 145 pages. I'm actually going to do the study. Probably, I'm probably going to do the study, and I'm probably going to upload it so you guys can actually see me do the study. So that's what BGS book for books is probably going to be. It's going to be 4 books. So I have a couple of things planned. I actually going to do that one. I think I'm going to do first with the Army War College document because they said it depended the basically the American Empire is collapsing. I'm gonna do that one first, and I think I'm going to do after that. I actually going to really start the evolution, the origin and evolution of religion. So since I got my setup where I actually do markups and stuff like that, I'm going to actually do that. No, it's actually for long form books. So for long form books, I'm actually going to read them on it. Well, if you know what, that's it's for books. If people don't want to read, then they don't need to be on BGS for books. It's as simple as that. These are for people that actually want to go through the books. And I got about, man, there's so many books I need to go through on that channel. That one I need to go through. Well, that one I need to go through the religion book, and I need to go through finish tragedy and hope. I think I need to do. I think I need to do gold, dollars, and power, so people can understand the dollar system. Um, I mean, there's tons of books I could actually go through. Um, I have a book that's on child support that this lady, she really good book on child support where she goes through all the documents, the history of child support, going all the way back to the um, what is it, the tender years doctrine, all the way back to the mid 19th century in Great Britain. So, okay, which one will be a good read, Char Willie? Oh, good grief! I don't have the book with me. I'm trying to think. It's not in front of me. It's this chick. She worked under the Clinton. The last major welfare and child support law was in 1996, and she was a an intern. Was she an intern or something? She worked. She was actually in Washington D.C. and she was actually working on that last bill that Clinton did. So she had to do the research for it. Hey, Captain Kirk, what's going on? The topic can be anything you guys want to. I mean, I put up quite a bit of stuff. You know how I saw LAR. I saw your video on so you about wives. It said now you want to be a wife. I absolutely agree, and I was thinking while you were posting that and how women want to be wives and mothers later on in life, right? And I was thinking that how it's a culture shift, right? Uh, two things is that because I did it on my MGTOW channel. There's two things that I actually looked at. One was life expectancy, right? Like I said, most women died. Most women back then, okay, before automation, because life was a hell of a lot rougher than it is now. Most women died before men did. Actually, women died. Women died in their right around their mid 40s. You know, most of them in their mid 40s, right around 45. If they made it to 50, they were old because um, they produced a lot of children and they had to do a lot of work. And a lot of women actually died earlier than men. And so now that their life is extended, you know, now women are living into their 80s. They're living twice as long. Um, they're pushing their want for marriage and children back further, right? Except for one thing, your biology doesn't give a shit. Your biology doesn't change that fast just because um, your brain and your earnings go up. And you say women's peak earnings will happen in at age 38, and they said a man's peak earnings happens at age 45. on average, right? And so that's about the time women do one. They want to get married and have kids, right? In their mid to late 30s, and because now they have their quote unquote shit together, right? But the thing is, your biology says that your peak baby having years is at age 23, and um, and if you look back in time like 100 years ago, just say even 50 years ago, okay, your peak, man's peak earning years and women's peak earning years because it was physical labor was in their 20s, just like an athlete, because your body your body could adapt to hard work, and as you get into your 30s and 40s, basically you're almost done as far as working, right? So now that's all shifted, but the thing is your biology hasn't shifted. Okay, your biology is still the same. So you getting married at 38, 39, 40. You're working against your biology. But the only reason well, what are you getting married for? That's the question. If you're not having children, why are you getting married? And that is the question. Bronze beauty. In fact, bronze beauty, come on, we can talk about that. Why do you want to get married at 40? Why do you want to get married at all? That's our question. But I see that a lot. I actually asked that to Alan Roger Curry, because that's his field of expertise, and he couldn't come up with an answer. Because if because I have my Plenty of Fish profile, right? Can't imagine how many women in their 50s and 60s looking for a man to get married to. It's like, okay, you don't have any kids. I'm asking you, I'm not, why not? Why do you? What's the point of getting married? Oh, you said why you want to be I think you said LA movie. You said why you want to be a wife now. You know, you were talking about that. I think that was the name of. So I think it was. So now you want to be a wife or something like that. But I don't understand it. Why would you want to get married at 50? You could cohabitate. You could uh, have a committed relationship. You don't have to have a piece of paper. Oh yeah. Well, it is if you think about it. I think I explained it in. Um, oh yeah, I did explain it during there. It is your shotgun marriage because before 1968, I do believe, um, you could not get help from the government. You could not get child support, help from government, nothing if you had a baby out of wedlock. Period. You were on your own. You had to have a legal right to the state's money or the man's money, and they had to change that because so many white women were getting pregnant outside of wedlock. They had to change. Before that, it was up to your kinfolk to force that guy down that aisle and sign that piece of paper so he could take responsibility for you, for that woman and that child. If not, if he escaped, she was shit out of luck. The parents have to take care of her if they wanted to take care of her. Most of them, if they didn't do that, they disowned her. Basically, she was on her own. He had a lot of women go hungry. Okay, and a lot of kids wind up in orphanages. So, and they found that out. That's how come. That's one reason they started boys' homes and group homes and that kind of stuff in the 1850s, because a lot of these European white women were getting when immigrants are coming over getting pregnant out of wedlock, right? And then they have a family to men folk to back that shit up. But that's how come there's no such thing as illegitimate children anymore. There's out of wedlock births, because now out of wedlock births are legal. So illegitimate doesn't count. Well, marriage has always been a business, so people are using marriage for something it wasn't intended for. A lot of that stuff is that's how come it's dying. Marriage is going to die because the need for it is gone. And if it wasn't, basically, most men wouldn't give a shit about marriage one way or the other if it wasn't a legal contract that tied you to that woman. Most that's what MGTOWs are upset about. If most men don't give a shit about being married or not married. Most of them don't give a shit. Be honest with you. You don't see, you don't see men. You don't see a groom magazine. Okay, you don't see none of that. Because men don't give a shit about marriage. Men actually, for the most part, half the men don't give a shit about kids. Men give a shit about sex, and that's how come they won't give men contraceptives. What's the retirement plan for a hoe? It's called an on point simp. according to according to Tariq Nasheed, he said on point simp with a big cape is a retirement plan for a hoe. Like I said, let's just marriage is not just dying here; it's dying all over the planet. In fact, I have a book that was printed in 1990 called "The Retreat of Marriage." I haven't read it yet, but it's 4 essays, and they take all the statistics back from 1985. And basically, it's the government has been trying to keep marriage alive for 100 years because they need enough babies. They need enough babies to keep. Well, then they needed enough babies to keep the society afloat. But now I think since automation is coming, it's going to take over. I think the government's going to get out of that, out of the business altogether. The government won't give a shit. They're going to probably give men contraceptives, and your fertility rate's probably going to go from the 1.4 it is now to cut that bad boy in half to less than one. It's real easy to cut the fertility rate down. You make the penalties high for a man to basically father a child, and you give him contraceptive. He ain't gonna have none. It was, but there was 4 states that actually are trying to get out of the marriage business where they won't issue state licenses for marriage. Big business for whom? El Boogie. That's the question. For whom? And women have been socialized to have a wedding. Men don't care. Men don't care. Marriage really doesn't benefit men very much at all. I can tell you as an old man, I ain't seen very few marriages I've seen that actually benefited men. What kind of tax on soda are they gonna have, Char Willie? Eh, women can be whatever they want, man. If you want to accept them, that's what I'm saying. If women want to be, um, want to get into whole culture, they can definitely get into whole culture. God bless them. But the thing is, like anything else, women have to learn how to accept the responsibility of their choices, which they're not very good at doing. Men actually like sluts. They just don't want to marry them. They won't have babies by them, except Rob Kardashian. Nope, they found out that's not true. They found that there's a very good study that said that was bullshit. And in fact, they found out that it doesn't do a damn thing for you. And there's a very good long-term study. They found out that marriage does not do one diddly squat for you one way or the other. Because that's what's always sold to men. And they found out for men it's not true. But they've been telling. See, where is it? Here we are. Here you go. Psychology Today, as a matter of fact. Let me see if I can put this in. In fact, copy. I'm gonna paste it for you. For all you faux feminists. I was just looking at that. I said, somebody's gonna say that shit, and it's not true. They're trying to convince men to actually get married. Yeah, they don't want to get in the stream. They don't have to get in the stream. I'm cool with it.
Like chickens.
No, they don't have to be chickens. It's up to them. If they, it's open for them. This is their chance to say something. They don't like to sit in a chair and defend their position.
Oh.
You know how it is. So what you eating, Char? What's for dinner?
I had some black-eyed peas and some chicken, which I overcooked because I was on the Angry Man show, and well, it got overcooked.
Okay. Okay. It got wild, huh?
Yeah. Oh well, but the wine is fine. That's why I'm gonna be out. I already can tell.
So in a few minutes you're gonna be in bed with the iPad propped up on your lap, huh?
You got it.
That's it. Okay. I probably have some Down Home Blues playing in the background, huh?
No, just the show plan.
Okay.
As I drift off.
My mother-in-law, man, she used to. I call her my mother-in-law. Everybody said we're married twice. I said anybody says that, okay, you don't even know me. They try to make up stories about me, but she liked to drink, right? And when she get how they say how did they say it? She get a buzz. First thing she gonna do is put Down Home Blues to get in the mood.
Watch out now. Yeah.
Why would SP Latino debate Pure Butterfly Spirit, man? Pure Butterfly, that's what it is. Way okay.
Don't do it.
She I don't know if they put the French fries in her Happy Meal. Let's put it that way. So something about and I've dated a few of them, chicks that have been touched when they were children, and they grow up, they become they exhibit bipolar tendencies. So I'm not surprised. So I do believe she's probably bipolar. She acts like it. In fact, talking to her reminds me of talking to my ex.
Oh.
So when I talk to her, I recognize it. So I know how to talk to her to calm her down.
Okay. Well, I had just an announcement, and then I had only one question for this week.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. What's the announcement?
Announcement.
Go ahead. Go with the announcement. Go ahead.
Oh, the announcement is I've been noticing a lot of people question this show about men on it, or the men took over, whatever. Why are they on here and all that? And I just wanted to say that it's BGS for women. So the first name on there is BGS. So this is the owner of the show, and he can have on here whoever he wants to. So if you're not interested once you see the men, you can click off. It's not a problem. You can go away. You don't have to flood the comments section and complain, because no one cares. This is a no cupcake and a no clown zone. So go somewhere else. And then my question was, you had mentioned about time, and I know I heard about it before, but I didn't get all the information about. Let's see if I can explain it. The existence of it, like it's the past is the present, or the something like that. Do you have an idea what I'm talking about?
Uh, time time is a concept. The time
That's
is a concept of change, okay, of movement
okay.
more than anything else, because your body and your existence and everything in the universe changes state from one moment to the next. That creates time, okay, as we know it, and it's just and our understanding of it and our perception of it, since we, it's like explaining water to fish, right? Because we're inside of it, and we experience it. To actually stand outside of it, it takes imagination, it takes some kind of projection, right? So in other words, if it follows that space time is created, that means whoever created it and stands outside of it, they don't see it because they don't change. So it's relative. Time is relative to the people that are changing. Like time to a mold, time to a computer and time to a human being are two completely different things. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because it's changed from moment to moment, and it's a it's how can I put it? It's it's a phenomenon that's observable only to the person that's experiencing it, and it actually changes depending on where you are. Okay, and Einstein not only worked it out, he actually proved it that because your satellites, because your Earth time, right? How
Mm-hmm.
time rotates on the Earth is actually faster than the time that your satellites actually experience, right? So they have to run an Einstein equation just to sync your satellites with the time constant on the Earth. So depending on where you are, you experience time differently. So it's to really get into time, understand time. You really have to basically you're going to have to sit down and you're going to have to meditate on it because it's so outside your experience that if you don't meditate it on it and don't do it logically and psychologically, you won't understand it because it's a phenomena that's it's a phenomena that's not real. Your body and your reality create time. Time doesn't exist outside of that. So basically, the change, the change, the rotation of the sun. Oh, that's how we mark time. The change in our bodies. That's how we mark time. Okay, what I'm saying
Oh,
is
okay.
for and they, like some things don't experience it, and some things don't experience it at all, and some things experience it a lot slower than we do, and it depends on a whole bunch of different constants, and it's one of those subjects that people argue over all the time because there really is no proof. There's an idea, there's a theory, but there really is no solid proof because we haven't been able to actually go outside of our space time to actually see if these theories are correct. Because I say if you get close to the speed of light, that's supposed to slow down time for you because you're outside of the space time continuum as you speak it. So when you come back into it, into the space time continuum, you could be like 100 years further in the future. So it just depends, and that's just a theory because nobody really knows. At least
Hmm.
not that they're telling us, but that's one of those theories that's kind of way out. Okay, you really have to get into it to really get a grasp on it because it's hard to get your noodle around it.
Okay, that's why I'm confused. Gotcha. All
Yeah.
right.
Oh, yeah. They're still arguing over that because there's no hard proof that the theories that they have actually exist. They know that it varies depending on where you are in like your space time, your local space time, gravitational speed that you travel at, all that stuff factors into your what they call space time experience. As I say, it's more of an experience than it is an actual fact. But it's a process of different factors. Your body, where you're at, the speed that you're traveling, all these things factor into your experience of time. But like I said, it's one of those theories that's way out there. And they're still
Okay.
arguing about it. Now, whether you can travel forward or back, a lot of people, a lot of physicists say you can travel forward, but you can't travel back. And there's some people said you can. There's some things that can travel back, but it's not a human body that can travel back. It's like, can you look backwards in time and actually hear something? Pick up information. Do those Are those vibrations of those experiences still out there? Because everything has a resonance, right? Can you go back in time and pick up a resonance and actually pick up information and bring it back forward? But say you can go forward, but you can't go back, even though they all, for whatever reason, they all exist at the same time, depending on your, where you're at as far as the experience of space time. But it's, like I said, it's all conjecture. Well, teleporters are real. In fact, the Chinese actually teleported a proton into a satellite from the ground. So if you can do that, if you can transport a proton, eventually, if you have enough computing power, you can transport a human being. So teleporters actually use what they call quantum entanglement, right? If you understand quantum entanglement, if the universe is solid or a fluid or whatever it is, that means every particle in the universe exhibits a resonance, right? And that's actually broadcasted throughout the whole universe. Now it depends on the intensity. The size depends, the bigger the size, the more intensity that broadcast is. But if you can find something that can separate two particles, right, that can actually sync up in state, you can actually take a person from one spot, and if you have another whatever it is, particle or machine, that's the group of particles, you can actually take that person and broadcast it to any place in the known universe, and actually reform that person from whatever it is into uh, uh, the same physical thing that was came from someplace else. So the teleporter is real. It's just
Mm.
it's just a matter of them being advanced enough, have enough power and technology to actually do it. But I said the Chinese already did it with a proton particle, but that's just the first step. But that's gonna be space travel. That's gonna be space travel rather than, because it doesn't make sense to put people on ships when you can actually just um, I say one or two things: either teleport them, or basically transfer consciousness, which is, I think, is probably a better way to do it. In other words, wherever you're going to send them, you just make them a new body that's a replica of their old one, and just transport the consciousness to that new body, and they show up in that body. It's a one-way trip, but that's the fastest way to do it, rather than putting them in isolation and sleeping them and taking them 100 years to get wherever they're going, and just have whatever machine make them a new body wherever they're at, and just transfer their consciousness over, which make more sense to me.
Good evening, BGS.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you tonight?
I am doing fine. How are you?
Okay. I don't think I can complain. Don't have
Okay.
anything to complain about. But I wanted to join the chat because I do have a question about uh an entire different subject. But
Jump.
uh
Go ahead.
um my question was, should a young person be condemned and be highly doubted as far as their chance of success if their desire is to not be in college?
College? No, not really. Okay, college is just certification. Okay. In other
Yes.
words, um, how does an employer, anybody employing you, know that you can actually do the job, right?
Yes. Well, yes.
So it's a certification, like like somebody that, like a programmer, doesn't need to go to college. Okay, he can earn $100,000 and never go to college. Why? Because either he can program, or he can't. Okay, athlete doesn't need to go to college. Either he can run the ball or he can't. You know, So in other words, all college does is certify you that you have been through a certain amount of rigor and you have been trained in a certain way that you're trainable for the job they actually want. In other words, you're educated, quote unquote. That's what college is, just a certification. So you don't have to go to college. You just have to pick a field where you don't need college.
Well, honestly, I haven't chosen a field that I want to be in because I
Hmm.
just do not know what I'm great at. I just do not know what I love to do.
You,
You
you
know,
got you got to start somewhere. My son used to say the same thing. I don't know what I'm good at. You got to start somewhere. Pick something. If you look back in your life and see what you're interested in, you start there. If that doesn't make any money, then you got to pick something and experiment and say, okay, and if you're good at writing, then you have to try to write a book. Can't write a book, try to program. Can't program, then you go right down the list. You can't say I stayed on the sidelines and said I don't know what I'm good at. You got to try something.
And there's some personality tests out there too.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. But the thing is, um, a lot of what millennials just aren't interested in very much. That's the problem. You don't have any hobby, so you have no clue to what you're good at because you're not interested in a whole bunch of stuff. So you're gonna have to um, pick something and follow that path. If it's just working, you might not like it, but the thing is, it's gonna earn you some money. So you pick something. You go on Monster.com and see who's paying. You know, if there's not enough women programmers now, programming is tedious. You got to sit your ass down. You got to hack through that code, and it's difficult to get through, but you're going to make some money. But the thing is,
okay.
it takes patience, it takes time, and in fact, who was it? Um, MGTOW Universe was having a whole series on coding in C. In fact, he's uploading, basically broadcasting all his learning videos up on his channel, and he's like 30, and he's been programming in like programming since he was like 16. So he's taken all the MGTOWs through it. If you want to go check out his channel, um, you can see if you're interested in it. All it is effort. All it is most time is just effort, and most people don't want to bang their head, okay, because it's with effort. You want it to become easy, and it just doesn't. And that's why they call it work. If you want to earn, they don't pay people six figures just because they look good or they're cute. They pay people six figures because they're worth it. They're actually going to make people money. So, and that takes effort. Even Instagram models have to, get fake boobs and stay 2-3 hours in the gym. It takes effort, and most people don't want to put the effort in. So it's one of those things. You just got to try something, and you try several things until something sticks. If you don't know what you're good at,
Okay, thank you.
it's just
And
effort. Yeah, because there's tons of things. You don't have to go to college. There's tons and tons and tons of stuff online. Basically, everything you can learn in college, you actually can learn online. You won't get Only thing, you won't get certified for it. Um, with
yeah,
programming, you're gonna have to learn some kind of math with programming. It just is. Because there's a lot of math involved. So if you're not good at math, you need to pick up a book. You need to bang your head on it and keep working through it. It's like learning a new language. You just have to do it. You know, especially if you're 20, you just gotta sit your ass down and put in the effort. Like my children, like my son, the reason he's not playing basketball overseas is because he didn't want to put the effort in because it's work. You know, because I promised all my children you have the opportunity to do exactly what you wanted to do. And the thing is, they didn't want to put the effort in it. I want to study, or I don't want to get my ass out there at 5 o'clock in the morning and shoot hoops and do drills. Okay, well then you're not gonna make it to the NBA if you don't do that, because that's what it takes. He didn't want to do that, so he's 30 years old. Well, he's 30 years old now, wishing that he possibly would have started doing that. Is what it is. It's just effort.
well, I would like to share this with you.
Hmm.
I'm I'm in uh I'm in a predicament where I'm demanded by uh by who I live with, who
Mm-hmm.
controls the apartment, which is my mom.
Mm-hmm.
She is requiring me
Mm-hmm.
to obtain at the most 40 hours. So
Okay.
right now I'm working part-time
Mm-hmm.
at a burger joint,
Mm-hmm.
and she wants me to take on another job, whether it be another fast food job such as Chick-fil-A,
Mm-hmm.
which
Okay.
is which like I'm definitely not interested in taking on another food service job, but
Okay.
I am interested in going into retail, like working at a store such as Dick's Sporting Goods, or
Mm-hmm.
becoming a sales associates at gyms like LA Fitness
Mm-hmm.
and Orange Theory, because those are the type of environments that I f- I think I think I would be that I would fit in.
Okay. Have you tried have you tried going there and applying?
I have applied to Dick's Sporting Goods. I
Mm-hmm.
have applied to LA Fitness.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't applied to Orange Theory
No.
yet, but I'll
Okay.
definitely upload my information as soon as I can.
Do you have any? Did you play any sports when you were in high school and whatnot?
In high school, the only sport I participated in was golf. But prior to high school, prior to junior high school, I was in a variety of activities,
Okay.
especially in elementary school. But you know,
Yeah. What I'm saying is, okay, to work in a gym, the people they're going to take first are people that are athletes, or people that are actually work out, or people that have the ability to do what? Those are the people they're going to take first. So, do you lift weights? Do you work out in the gym?
no,
Okay. You need to start studying. Okay, if you want to work in the gym, the easy way to work in the gym is start lifting weights and working out. Because and there's plenty of stuff online to learn about how to take people through workouts and that kind of stuff, and how to work the machines and all that kind of stuff. Those are the people they're going to take first. What I'm saying is apply for it, but if don't treat it just like a paycheck. You got to treat it like anything that you do, you're going to have to take you're going to have to take an interest in. You have to take it like you're studying it. In other words, um, uh, pick up some books. Pick up some books on lifting weights and working out. I would pick up Tim Ferriss's book, 4 Hour Body, because he goes through a lot of stuff that's kind of esoteric about lifting weights and working out and how to eat and all that kind of stuff. Um, in other words, if you really want to be someplace in an environment, the easiest way to do it is be an expert at it. If you're an expert at it, you'll get hired on the spot because you know as much more than anybody else. And those are the people they like to hire first. Same thing with sporting, because if you're an athlete, then naturally it's natural to be in a sporting goods store other than a cashier. Because if not, you're just a glorified cashier or a glorified receptionist. But I'm saying apply anyway. But I'm saying for anything that you're going to apply for, look at what you're going to apply for and study the shit out of it. I mean, really study the shit out of it, and really learn what being in that environment is like. And those are the people they always hire first for anything. Imagine what would you do if you were owner of a gym, or owner of a gym. You want somebody that knows their shit, right? First, right?
yes,
Yeah. Just put yourself in the place of the owner. What would I want in an employee if I own the business? And that answers like at least 60 or 70% of your questions. What do I need? And then you go try to build the skills and fill the needs of that employer. That's how you get hired for anything. I mean, you don't want a apprentice building your house. You want somebody that knows how to build a house. Same thing with a plumber. You don't want a dude off the street messing with your plumbing. You want to say how long you been, what do you know about plumbing, or how long you been, been a plumber. That's what you want to know. Same thing with anything else. You want to try to be as expert as you can in anything, any of your endeavors. And anybody that does that will get hired.
Yes.
But
Now,
that's effort. That's effort, though.
but I just want to share one more detail
Okay, go
of
ahead.
the situation. I have a deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Beginning next Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 weeks to find another job or to have a full-time job.
Okay,
Um,
this is something that this is something
because
okay,
because
okay, this is something that a friend of mine, when because she was a makeup artist, right? And she told me, she said, take a piece of paper and write down everything that you do well, regardless of what it is. Just write it down. Just take a notepad, and everything that you, no matter how small it is, you start with the biggest things and go down to the smallest thing. And you write out everything that you do well, that you've learned to do well over time, and then that's where you start. But go ahead, finish your story.
okay, so my mother is demanding me to obtain a full-time job at the
Okay.
most 40 hours because she is extremely disappointed and upset that for the second time
Hmm.
I've opted out of going to college because uh, I graduated in May of 2015
Hmm.
and I consciously decided not to enter college
Hmm.
to take no classes at all because I was drained from attending a college preparatory school and barely graduating.
Okay.
So I thought by 2016 in August that I was ready to not just take, but pass my classes. But I repeated the same
Okay. 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 What was the bargain that you and your mother had?
uh back then, like when I
Hmm. Hmm. What's the deal that you guys had?
um she she definitely, well, at that time I was working on the weekends.
Hmm.
So she definitely wanted me to even at that time she didn't like the fact that I was off through the entire week. So she wanted
Hmm.
me to find another job.
Okay.
Um
Yeah. What I'm saying is there's even with my children, there's an unspoken deal that you have with each other. What was the
well,
unspoken deal?
she definitely implemented the rule that if I wasn't enrolled by August, that she wanted me to begin paying bills. And now since we are in a new apartment, I definitely am paying bills.
Okay. So, in other words, okay, okay, in other words, either you're going to be an adult or you're going to be a child. You got to pick. If you're the child, and that's the deal, that you have to have your ass in school, you better have your ass in school, regardless of what you feel like. Because if you're out on your own and you got to work 50, 60 hours to make it, baby, you're going to be tired anyway. Okay. So if your deal is, because if I'm a parent and the deal is you got to have your ass in school, you got to have your ass in school. Period. No ifs, no buts, no maybes, or what I don't feel like. Because honestly, when you pass 18 and basically that clock is run out, nobody gives a shit about what you feel like. Okay. To be snow cupcakes on no, and I tell my daughter, I don't give a shit what you feel like. because because when I was working 50, 60 hours, I don't work that anymore. I work my regular hours. But when if I had to work 50, 60 hours to take care of 3 kids, nobody give a shit what I felt like. And I had to come home in the morning and have to watch two, especially when when my first two were small, had a 6 month old and had 2 year old. So I had to work 50 hours, 60 hours a week. And then, at night. And then when the old lady has to go to work in the morning, I got 2 kids that I have to stay up and get like 3, 4 hours of sleep. Nobody gave a shit about what I felt like. It is what it is. So basically, if that's the deal that you got with your mom and she's saying this is the deal, you got to honor the deal, baby. You got to get your ass in school and do your best. It is what it is. You feel me?
I do.
So if that's the deal that you and your mom has, honor the deal. You got to woman up, stop being a cupcake, woman up, put your big girl panties on and do the damn thing and do your best at it. And if you can't hack it, that means, you got to grow up and you got to get out and strike out. Basically, what she's telling you, either get out on your own and grow up and do whatever you want to do, or you follow my plan. If you don't want to follow my plan, there's the door. So do you want the door or you want to follow the plan?
You okay with that?
This is coming as a parent, because I got 3 kids. And I would tell them exactly the same. If you don't want to follow the plan, you don't have to. You're a grown person. You can do what you want to do. You just can't do it under my roof. So if this is not what you want to do, and you want to be, you want to drift through life, then you're going to have to support yourself. And if you can support yourself, go ahead. If you can't support yourself and you need my help, I am helping you because I want you to do better than I did. So I'm sacrificing by having you here so that you can do better than I am. If that's not what you wish, then you're going to have to go do whatever you want someplace else on your own. That's what she's trying to tell you. So if you don't want to go out on your own and you don't have a plan for yourself, you need to follow hers. You need to get your ass back in school and do your best. Because when you grow up, baby, feel like it, and Charlie Willie can tell you, feel like it, don't enter into nothing. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Feel like it don't enter into nothing. Because I remember when I was 15 and I was in 96 degree heat, throwing hay bales in Louisiana sun, feel like it didn't enter into you. Okay, you got to do 12 hours in this hot ass sun. It is what it is, from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. And they didn't care what you felt like. Okay, you dirty, you're itchy, you're throwing these 50 pound, 50, 60 pound hay bales onto the back of this tractor that's kicking up all this diesel dust, and you feel miserable. Okay, feel like it, doesn't enter into it. You just have to do it one step at a time. And then some days some days you ain't got it, man. When I was working, when I was young, had my 3 kids, some days I ain't have it. You just have to do it on automatic. Just get there and do your best. Just get there and do your best. If that's what she's requiring you to do, is go to school, get there and do your best. And if not, then you better find a plan real quickly that you can support yourself, because I'm sure that's the next move. She's trying to get you to work 40 hours or whatever, because your next move is for it to make you independent.
Right.
That's the next one. I can tell you, she like, let's say that a woman is not going to tell you directly like a man will, because she's still massaging your hand. A man will tell you directly. This is what it is. Either you honor the deal or there's the door. Which I think, a lot of times, your old fashioned mothers, back in the day when them country girls, when they had to pick cotton, 100 pounds of cotton, and their fingers were basically all bleeding from picking picking the damn cotton in the spines and dragging that hot ass 100-pound sack on their back. Okay, they hated it. I do mean hated it. And my grandmother used to tell how she hated it. I mean, absolutely hated it. But her children had to eat. She had no choice. People ask you, how come you don't feel sorry for women? I said, if you can raise 9 kids on a sharecropping farm, picking freaking cotton in 90-degree heat, because it has to be hot for you. The cotton has to be dry for you to pick it in 90-degree heat on like 1,200 calories a day, because she wasn't eating very much because she had 9 kids to feed. If you can do that, I'll feel sorry for you. But if you're not doing that, I don't have any sympathy for you. It is what it is. That's the plan in front of you. You put your nose to the grindstone, like they told. This is an old term. You remember this one, Chart Willie. Head down, ass up.
I heard of that. My mom also called it need more.
Yeah, yeah. It baby. Baby. It is what it is. I done some dirty jobs and some tough jobs. It is what it is. I mean, a woman it has a break because you're female. A man ain't got no choice. If you were a boy, he should have pointed you to the door a long time ago. Okay, either you get with the plan or there's the door. What I'm saying is do what you need to do. If this is what she's requiring, that's not very much. Trust and believe that what she's requiring out of you is not very much. Get in it, do it, and do your best, and do it with gusto, and make the best out of it. Because if you get out on your own, you got to work. You got to make the best out of it. You got to hit the ground running, and you have to hustle. And I don't think you're ready for that life because you're in Atlanta. You try doing that in Chicago, where they don't, they don't give two shits. Okay, okay. In Chicago is a tough town. They don't care. That wintertime come, you know, there is zero fucks given during the winter in Chicago. Okay,
Yeah, that
you got to
hawk ain't
survive.
playing.
It ain't playing. And if you got to get, if I'm sure, if Charlie Willie would tell you, there's nothing worse than having to go to work in 15-degree weather and when the wind is blowing. It's miserable
Against you.
against you. Because I've been out at the airport, man. It's been like 28 degrees and that hawk is blowing and I'm freezing. Okay. And it's miserable. And I would wish to be any place but there. Is what it is. I'm not saying that this to be mean to you, because it's the same thing I would tell my daughter. Exactly the same thing. Cupcake, okay, you got to toughen up. She's not asking very much of you. Get your ass in school and do your best. That's all she's asking. She ain't asking you to be a Rhodes Scholar. She's trying to point you in the right direction instead of you wandering around aimless. She's not asking very much. Get in school, do your best, and if you can't do that, baby, then by all means, try to find something that you're good at, that you can actually go to work and actually take care of. Because at the end of the day, all any parent wants is their children to be productive and self-sufficient. Because our bodies will not maintain forever. We're going to break down and we won't be able to take care of you. And the thing is, we have to make sure that you can take care of yourself. And I don't know if you have a father in your life, your father would tell you that most of all, we got to get you ready so that you can take care of yourself and other people if necessary. That's the whole thing about it. And you have to do your part. You got to toughen up. You got to toughen up. It's not, go ahead.
Well, my father is very much involved in my life,
Mm-hmm.
and he definitely wants the same thing for me. He wants me to become independent.
Mm-hmm.
Um uh I'm hearing what you're saying about how not difficult it is to go back into school to take 2 or 3 classes. Um I've reached to a point where there's so many things I would have to do in order just to be enrolled in
Mm-hmm.
school.
Mm-hmm. Like what?
Um, um, Pay the money to go.
Okay. Talk to your
Um,
dad. The reason your dad's not willing to fork over money because you're not proving that you're serious. If you go to your dad, say, Look, Dad, I'm not going to just take 2 or 3 classes. I am going to take a full load, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make this happen." Your dad will get behind you, but you got to be a woman of your word, and you got to do whatever it's necessary, whether it's stay up, do all nighters, whatever you need to do to get through this experience. But you got to be in it. You got to be committed to it, because no parent's gonna get behind you if you're not committed to it. And basically they know your child. I always say there's two people. I was telling my daughter. That's something I always tell her, especially when she gets to making up stuff. Right? I said there's two people you can't lie to: God and your family. So when you go to them, you got to be honest. You got to be committed, 100%. But but you have to be committed in your own mind, because basically you're at the stage where they're giving you an ultimatum, because what they had planned for you, you've dragged it out. So there's a time period where they're willing to let you be a child, and basically your childhood is expired, and it's time for you to grow up one way or the other. So either you're going to get thrown in without knowing how to swim, or you're going to have to do it their way. They're trying to teach you how to swim before you get thrown out into the lake. Now, if you don't want that, you're going to get thrown out into the lake and you won't know how to swim. And that's when if you're trying to maintain rent and trying to eat by yourself, okay, I don't know if you're ready for that one, baby. I really don't. I don't know if you're ready for that. What I'm saying is tough. You know what I'm saying is you sooner or later, you're going to have to toughen up. It's better now than later. You just have to do it. Just like if you're on a job, that you do. There's a lot of people that are on jobs they absolutely can't stand. I mean, can't stand 1 second of it. And I've been there where I couldn't stand where I was. I mean, literally, physically could not stand it. But the thing is, you have to do and basically you're doing it 1 minute at a time, and that's not an easy way to go. So basically, do what you got to do. Do what you got to talk to. You need to talk to. Get back in school and let your parents know I'm willing to be committed to this process. Come hell or high water, and basically keep your commitment. Because somewhere along the line you're gonna have to do it. If you want to be married, you want to be engaged, you want to have God knows you don't want to have kids, because that is commitment you can't take back. My daughter's finding that out, because I'm tough on her about my grandson. There's no shits given. Your mother, your parent. I don't give a damn. Okay, you got to do the damn thing. Okay, and she got plenty of help, but and she doesn't like it. She's got to. She's got to do things. Sometimes she has to work 12 hours a day at a job she doesn't particularly care for. But it is what it is. So it's either learn to do it now, or you're going to have to learn to do it later. Because county hustling is the same thing. That you got to commit to it, even though it looks easy for them. They got to hustle. They got to hustle for less. There's going to be a hustle. The paper hustle, as far as being in education, is a hell of a lot easier. It's a hell of a lot easier if you commit to the process. But somewhere along the line, unless you got a business idea where you're going to make millions of dollars and you're an entrepreneur, and I don't know if you don't sound like that kind of person, at least not yet, then this is the easiest way to make it happen. If you want to be, there's plenty of ways to make money. If you go out there and you want to hustle, it's kind of harder for a woman, because sometimes you can be put in compromising positions. But people that want to make money, people that want to make it happen, make it happen. And being in school is the easiest way to trust and believe. It's the easiest way to make it happen. Because you don't want, trust me, Cupcake, you don't want the alternative. You really don't. You think you do, but you really don't. And I don't want to see you 30 whining about, okay, what I should have done. Do it. Commit to it and get it done and get it over with. Don't take 2 or 3 classes. Take the full load, get that shit over with, and get out. Honor your commitment and get out. Just like you're going to the service. Do the work, get in, get out, and commit to the damn thing and get it over with. And get on with the rest of your life. Stop dragging. Stop fighting the process. Books are not your enemy. Eventually, you're going to have to go back to them anyway. Get it done right now. Get into IT. Find your, start programming, find your nerd, make your 150, $200,000 a year and live a decent life. Stop fighting the process. Make the process work for you while your parents are still on your side. Because in a year, they won't be. You feel me?
Yes.
You feel me? Stop being a cupcake. Put your big girl panties on. Go to school. Talk to your dad if you ain't got the money. Dad, this is my plan. I'm gonna go to school. I'm gonna learn how to program. I'm gonna sit my ass down there. I'm gonna spend 8 hours during the week. I'm gonna put my 30, 40 hours during the week because that's what you're gonna have to put in programming, learn how to program. Because if you're a female programmer, you're gonna get hired. Okay, because there's not enough of you. If you're a black female programmer, you're gonna get hired. You come out, you're gonna make at least 80 grand a year if you know what the fuck you're doing,
You're gonna
right?
be at your graduation.
Yeah. You're gonna make 80 grand a year. You're gonna meet a dude. You're gonna meet some nerd that's making 150. He's gonna see that you programming, he's programming. You're gonna get married. You're gonna buy a big Atlanta house wherever the hell you're at. You're gonna have a couple kids. You're gonna be happy. But the thing is, to get to happiness, you're gonna have to grind and put in the fucking work. It is what it is. Feel me? Ain't no easy way out. If my son wanted to play basketball in the NBA, he has to lift weights. He has to run. He has to put in 3, 4, 5 hours on the practice court. Then he's got to play pickup games, and then he's got to travel and to agents and actually see if somebody will beg somebody to put him on his team. That's how you make $1 million. Okay, that's how you get into the league. But it's a grind. It's not easy. I was there's this dude. He just in fact, if I can catch the sound, he's a football player. He just retired from the NFL, right? 31, 5'6". He wanted to be a receiver. He did everything in his power in high school, in college, to make it to the NFL. He finally made it. He made his money. He helped his family and his family and his cousins all go to school, get business and stuff like that. And once he did that, he was out. But the thing is, he started when he was 8 years old. It was a 22-year grind, okay, to get where he is. He started at 8 years old. It was a grind. He said he still got aches and pains from it, but it was a grind that was necessary. You have to do what's necessary. That's what's wrong with black people. Asians come in and get in right off the boat, and they do what's necessary. That guy will work 80 hours a week, and mama will stay home because they're trying to get their kids trained. Them kids, Asian kids, study 5, 6 hours a day, starting when they were like 5 or 6 years old, a day, and they take classes on Saturday. This is year in, year out until they graduate. Okay, this the grind that they have to be on. This is the grind that you have to be on. You have to be on a grind because you want to get to the other side and you want to live a good life because you're just 20. You're gonna live to be 80. Okay. So you want the next 50, 60 years to be miserable, or you want to live a good life? It's up to you. If you grind for 4 years, you're gonna the rest of your 50, 60 years that you're gonna live are gonna be great. If you don't, they're gonna be miserable. Which ones do you want?
Well, I definitely want to be happy. Um, my, uh, like I said before, my vision of happiness is to be married first, and later on down the line, have children. Um, well, I'm just
Don't
the
wor-
the
don't.
situ-
But thing is, don't worry about. Okay, at this particular point, you can't worry about later because that's a dream. Okay, right now you got to make this shit happen. Okay, you got to make this shit happen. The only person who can make this shit happen is you.
well, the situation has come to an agreement that I'm on a deadline to find a full-time job, and that's 30 hours or more, a full time.
Okay, the reason you have to find a full time job is because you're what? Not in school, right?
That's right.
Okay, because your mother doesn't trust you anymore, right?
Uh, I, I'm not sure if she has trusted me since I've been out of high school. if that makes sense.
BGS, hello.
All right. I'm okay. I'm
Oh, there
back.
he is. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Your mother did me. Okay. I'm a parent. Okay. I got 3 kids. In fact, my daughter, my youngest daughter is 22. Okay. So I know what they're going through because essentially your mother's saying it's going through the same process I'm going through. How much rope should I give you? And you're not honoring your commitment. So either you honor if you want to if you don't want to work the 40 hours a week at some burger joint or whatever it is at a job that you probably won't like very much because you might like it in the beginning, but eventually it's going to get to be a grind. So what are you going to have to do? You're going to sit down and have a chat with your as an adult, have a chat with your mother, and you're going to have to make a commitment. Because saying I'm going to be married and have 3 kids and have a husband that takes care of me, okay, you got to find a husband, then you got to convince him to marry you and support you. Unless you just got it like that, if you had it like that, then you would know already whether you have it like that. I don't know if you have it like that. If you have it like that, then you already got offers. You've got those kind of offers from those kind of guys, then you take the offers from those kind of guys.
Absolutely not.
Okay, if you ain't got it like that, you got to make that shit happen right now. Okay. You got to make that shit happen right now. You got to talk to your mom, talk to your dad, and let them know this is what I plan. They may not go for it, or they may. But the thing is, this is the only shot that you have. That's what I would do if I were you, because that's what they want to hear. But they want to make sure that you committed to it. If you're not committed to it, then you're gonna wind up. Basically, you're gonna shoot your last shot, and your next position, you're gonna get that 90-day rule. In other words, you got 90 days to find a job to take care of yourself. Otherwise, you're out on the street. You don't want to be out on the street with them wolves, baby. Because I can tell you're not built for that kind of shit. All right. You're excuse my French. Your ass needs to be in a classroom studying for a career, because you're not built to be out there with them wolves. Just how you talk, you're not built to be out there with them wolves. Because you're not willing to do what you need to do to get that kind of husband and live that kind of life. You're not willing to do that right now. Your behind needs to be in the classroom with where these things are laid out for you. Get in there. I'm telling you, get in there. Take some programs. Start taking programming classes. Learn how to program. Find you what they call it, a good nerd. Okay. So Tariq Nasheed said, find you a simp and a good one that's going to take care of you and your children and live a good life. It's up to you. Now you can take the hard way, because the way you're thinking that's the hard road, and you're not built. You're not Blac Chyna. Blac Chyna is built for that shit. You're not. Blac Chyna was raised by a mother that was a whore. You're not. You weren't raised that way. Okay, it's not in you to do that. And you don't want to put yourself in a position where you have to compromise yourself like that. Do it the easy way. Some people are built for that. You ain't. Okay, I can tell you ain't. Because if you were, you wouldn't be complaining about going to school and studying. You'd be on that pole stripping already. You ain't built for this stuff. Do it the easy way. Talk to your dad, talk to your mom, and do it the easy way, baby. It sounds hard because you don't like, whether you like books or not. Books right now are your friend. Okay, believe it or not. And if they're not your friend, you better make your book your best lover right now, and get into it and do it and get it over with. Nobody said it was easy, and I'm not going to tell you that it's easy. I'm not going to lie to you. It ain't easy, but it's necessary. It's a hell of a lot easier than being out on that street struggling with them wolves. And Char Willie can tell you, because she in Chicago, she's seen plenty of wolves. You're not built for that. Okay. You get out on the street without your parents. Okay, you realize you really realize those men that are werewolves, and they can see you coming a mile away. You're not built for that, baby. Do this the easy way. Do this the easy way. You don't want to do this the hard way. You know, it sounds hard, but this is actually the easiest way for you to do things and do it the right way. Talk to your dad, talk to your mom, say, okay, this is my plan. And you lay out your plan. You go see a counselor, lay out your plan, lay out your classes. You take a full, you take don't take 3 classes, take 4 so you can get this stuff over with. And you lay out your plan. This is what I'm going to learn. This is what I'm going to do, and this is how it's going to happen. You lay it out, and you sell it. Don't come up like a kid, like like, okay, I will do this if. No, you have to sell it to them. You got to be, if you have to lie to yourself, and now women can lie to themselves. If you have to lie to yourself first to get yourself hyped up to you can sell this plan, that's what you need to do. It is what it is. And I would tell my daughter exactly the same thing. This is what you need to do, and you need to do it right now. Because the alternative, you don't know what the alternative is, because I see you have a hint of what the alternative is because you don't want it. And if you don't want it, then you need to get right, and you need to get right now. This is your come to Jesus moment right now, because them hellfires out on them street are waiting for you. You don't want to be out there. Trust and believe. Do this the easy way. Follow your parents' plan. Get into IT. I don't care if you don't like IT or not like IT. That's where your husband is, because what you want, you need that kind of guy, and those are the ones that are available. And they're not going to make them. They may or may not make millions of dollars, but the thing is, they do have a future and they do have a track. And if you're doing what they're doing, then you'll find an interest. And then eventually you can have his babies and he can take care of you, whatever you need to do. But this is the plan that you need to follow. Because if this is a white woman would tell you exactly the same thing. White mother would tell you exactly the same thing. Go to school, take IT, get you a good simp, or get you a good dude nerd that's into IT, is going to make $150,000 a year, and you roll off into the sunset. That's the way it's done. You don't want an average dude barely making $30,000 a year, pump you up with a couple of babies, and then bounce because you guys break up because you're fighting over money. Do it the easy way. This is the easiest way, and you have to have a plan. Because if I was a woman, this is exactly what I would do. You feel me? Charlie, am I being too rough or what? You got to keep me in line.
No, that is perfect. But she has to make a choice.
You got to make a choice. I mean, it is what it is, because they're getting ready to kick you out. I can just about tell you, they're getting ready to put you out, because she's in 40 hours. That means she's trying to make sure that you're able to take care of yourself. The next stop is Twilight Zone, baby. Because you're what, 21? How old are you?
I'll be 21 in September.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I hear it coming. Oh yeah. They're being nice. They're not telling you to your face. They're saying in the background, when she turned 21, she's an adult. She got to get out on her own, because you're not doing anything. They're not seeing progress, and they're tired of footing the bill. So basically, you be at 21, you're an adult. You got to go sell this. Like a good friend of mine. She's out here. She's my sage. She's my wise elder. She always tell me, you didn't wake up being white this morning. You don't get the same breaks. You're not a white woman. You don't get the same breaks. Even a white woman wouldn't get this break. Okay. They tell her exactly the same. Get your ass in school, do what you need to do. Otherwise, you need to go either find somebody that will help you foot your bill, or you need to foot it yourself. And baby, I can tell by listening to you, you're not ready for this. Do do it the easy way. Follow the plan. Follow my plan. This will get you. It'll get you to where you want to get, and do it with gusto. Because at the end of the road, if you need the little what do they call them? What do they call them? Not image boards. Is it image boards, Char Willie? Image boards, right? Where you put them up the little pictures.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
put up your little image boards. Okay, the house you want to live in. Okay, the kids you want to have. All that. Put up your image boards. You just put it up there. It said this is what I'm shooting for, and then you go back and you make a chart. Okay, how can I get from here to there? And what? How much effort is it going to take for me to do that? You know, how much really, how much do you want that life? That's what it comes down to. How much do you want it? How much do you want it? Because you don't sound enthused about it. How much do you really want to have that life?
The life of being married with kids.
What kind of house you want?
I'm not exactly sure yet.
Yes, you are.
Well,
What kind of house you want? Yes, you are. You're a woman. Yes, you are. Every woman wants to know knows what her nest looks like. What does it look like?
oh well, 2-story.
Hmm.
Uh,
What does it look like? And was it when I walk through your house, your dream house? What does it look like? The house with your kids, and what does it look like? Come
uh,
on now, come on. You know what it is. Don't play me. You know what it is. What does it look like? I walk through your front door. What does it look like? What's your living room look like? Your foyer, whatever. What does it look like?
uh, well furnished. Um,
What kind of floor? Marble, wood, carpet, what?
carpet.
Carpet, what color?
Um, oh, just typical. I yeah, I can't even give you the actual color of the carpet I'm sitting on right now.
Okay.
Uh, just
What
typical carpet.
what color are the walls?
Uh, see, okay. To be honest, I have not visioned what my dream house looks like. Like I haven't mentally locked, what the details are.
Okay, well you knew okay, this is my assignment for you this week. Okay. Other than trying to get in school, what I want you to do is first of all go through some magazines or go online, look at houses and see what you want your house to look like. You probably already know what you want your kids to look like. You know what your kid want your kids to look like, right?
I definitely want them to be black.
Okay, well, we have an idea of what what you want them to look like, right? Most women do.
I don't. I just want them to be my color. To be honest.
Okay, you want them to be your color. Okay, okay, basically build your dream life instead of trying to willy nilly saying, okay, I just well build your dream life, and then after you do that, it won't take very long. Trust and believe you're a woman. It won't take that long, and then draw a line back and say, how do I get there and how many steps is it going to take me? And what do I need to get there? What kind of husband do I need to have? What does he need to earn? Um, hopefully what he looks like, okay, would be I don't think last week you said that wasn't that important. Okay. Can he earn? Can he take care of you? What does he have to earn? Where do you have to live? What part of the area of the country you're going to live in? And you trace that back, and basically you trace it back. Now, what do I have to do to get that? To get these things, collect these things. Because women collect things for their nest. Okay, you got to start with your nest. What do I need to collect for this nest to make this dream happen for me? Because your odds of working in Dick's or working in a burger joint or wherever and meeting that guy that's going to get you there, the odds are very small. Your odds are better in school. Much better. If you want a husband that'll get you those things, the odds of him being in school, him being around you, him accepting you are much, much, much better. And if you want a guy to earn, if I was, if I was training a woman how to pick up a husband and you want to earn her, find a guy that's going to earn that much and a heavily male dominated sector and put your ass in that sector because they're not going to be in psychology. They're not going to be in sociology. They're going to be in IT because they're going to need to earn money. And that's where you want to be. So be good, them putting you back in school. If you got to be in school and if you're going to hate being in school, you might as well hate the classes that you're in and that's going to actually do something for you. In other words, it's this very good. Basically, in fact, Eric, what's his name? Eric Thomas, they call him the hip hop preacher, right? First thing he says, if you're gonna be in fucking pain, get a reward for it. So if you're gonna be in pain, he said, don't cry to stop, cry to keep going. If you're gonna be in pain, get a reward for it. So if you're gonna be in school and you don't have to be in school, get into a position where you're gonna get a reward. So if you gotta look at a book and bang your head up against it, at least let that book lead you to somewhere. So instead of picking a cupcake class that you're not going to like anyway, just because I need to be in school, pick one that's actually going to do something. Pick a class, pick a book that you're going to have to do something for it. And basically, if you cry for help trying to get through it, who are the people that are going to help you do it? Is that guy that's going to actually help you with your homework, help you get through the class, and he's going to wind up being your husband. But you can't do that if you sitting on the sidelines whining about how come your life ain't better. You're gonna have to, if you sit on your pants and holler that the world ain't doing you right, the only person who can change it is you. But you trust and believe, baby. Toting that, I'm not gonna lie to you. Toting that bars and lifting that bill or basically going through those computer books and programming is not easy. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna front. I'm not gonna lie to you. Do you know how to type?
Not
30 words a minute.
I don't think so.
You have a computer.
I haven't mastered the technique of looking at the computer and typing at the same time.
It's called Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing.
What's it called?
Mavis Beacon, they have tons of them, but Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing is probably the best one. If you're on Windows, okay, it'll get you up to 35 words a minute in a matter of, if you do it an hour a day, you get you up to 35 words a minute in about a month. And if you keep it up, it'll get you up to 80 words a minute, which is where you're gonna have to be to actually program, okay? Because you can't program looking at the keyboard. You're gonna have to look at the computer. So basically, put all these pieces into gear. You have to get your behind off. You have to get your behind off the couch. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and get yourself in motion, because trust and believe them streets don't feel sorry for you, and it's gonna get worse. So you put yourself. So actually, Dix and all those people are going to actually lay off all. In other words, in 5 years, you won't have a job, no way. So get yourself in a position to where you can make a living, and you can meet the husband that's going to support you, and that's where he is. Okay, for somebody like you that's basically inexperienced, not only as far as man wise, but also sexually wise. That's the best phrase for you, and those are the best people for you. They're going to be off. They're going to have idiosyncrasies. But the thing is, they will treat you better. They will cherish you more. They will earn more for you. And all you have to be is loyal and faithful for the most part. And they'll take care of you. But you can't get to them if you're not where they're at. If you're not doing what they're doing. If you're where they're at, doing what they're doing, you'll learn a skill. You'll get a husband. You'll have your life, and you'll be happy. But it's going to take work. You're going to have to grind. You're gonna have to grind. You're gonna have to put in extra time. When you think you want to feel like you want to crash and go sleep, you gotta have to keep going. It is what it is. In fact, look up Eric Thomas, hip hop preacher. He'll come up, and he does motivational speeches all over the world, especially for black kids. Okay, you listen to him. Listen to him every day. In fact, listen to him and look up the marathon monks of Japan. Okay, if you listen to if you listen to him and you watch marathon monks every day, if you're not inspired to grind, then basically you know nothing can, because they run basically they run a marathon every day, once a day. They walk a marathon. They walk 30 miles a day, right? They have to do a marathon every day in paper sandals where they have blisters, stuff like that. And for their ritual, they actually pass. They basically have to go without food and water for 7 days. With food, water, and sleep for 7 days for them to be considered a marathon monk. And that's the toughest, most grueling ordeal or situation in the whole entire world. Okay, if you're not inspired by these people, then you can't be inspired. But you're going to have to change your mindset. You're going to have to change the you got to kick. You have to kick basically. But you have to kick that little girl in the ass until she has to take a seat, because the woman has to emerge. And a real woman does what she needs to do. Just like a real man does what he needs to do, whatever that is. You got to take that little girl to take a seat, because it's time for woman's work. All right, it's time for woman's work. You're almost 21, and they are counting the days. So ready or not, it's gonna come. So you better meet it, or it's gonna meet you. You feel me?
I am. I am now.
That's, I don't know how you're gonna take it, but it is what it is, and you got an experienced lady right here online telling you this is what it is. It is what it is, and it ain't gonna get no easier, because a whole lot of people, because they're gonna pull the rug out from a whole lot of people, baby. You don't want to be on the sidelines with that stuff, while there's still a window for you to actually do what you need to do it. Because that door is gonna close real fast, and then
You have some support too.
mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
I know it's tough. I know it's tough, sweetie. It's tough. I know it's tough. And I'm giving you to raw. I'm not sugarcoating it. But I said I made a promise on this channel, whether I got uh, 2 women or I got 100. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you. It is what it is. If you look on my channel, the guys know I don't sugarcoat nothing. This is reality. It's real, and you got to face it. This is real, and I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, it's the road that you got to walk is tough. It is gonna, it's not the toughest, but it's tough. And fortunately for you, it's only mentally tough. If it was physically tough, that'd be a whole different story. This ain't even physically; it's just mentally stuff. It's just a matter of you deciding I want to do it, and I want to do it no matter what. By any means necessary. That's the plan that's what you have to keep in your mind. By any means necessary, I'm going to do this. And if I have to do 20-hour days, because when I was trading, I did 20-hour days. Okay. If I had to do 20-hour days and I had to go get 4 hours of sleep, it is what it is. But I have to get where I'm going to get, because successful people, they only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day, and they're grinding the rest. You got to get that mindset where I have to grind and embrace it. Whether you like it or not, you got to embrace it. And it's tough. It's gonna be tough. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's gonna be tough. But that's the best advice I can give you. While you still can, because when your parents decide that you're grown, it's gonna get even tougher. Take your window, talk to them, be committed. Tell them your plan. Show them your vision board. This is where I want to go, and this is how I'm gonna get there, and this is what I'm gonna do, and I need your help. And whether they help you or not, you still got to do it anyway. Because you don't want to be with 2 kids in Atlanta with no husband and living that other life. You don't want that. Do it the easy way. Feel me?
I am.
All right.
And
All right. Okay. Okay. I'm finished beating up on you. Just to believe my daughter gets quiet just like this when I talk to her. Because I'm in fact she's mine, so I'm worse on her. She cries, okay, because she knows what's coming. But at the end of the day, the reason she cries is because she knows I wouldn't lie to her, and I wouldn't tell her something that wasn't gonna hurt her. Thing is, you have to decide whether that's what you want to do or not because it's real. So she'll cry because I can be rough because I don't sugarcoat it, and I don't have to cuss. When I don't cuss, I'm worse when I don't cuss. If I'm cussing at you, it's mild. When I stop cussing, okay, that's when the scalpel comes out. And that's when I really cut to the bone when I do that. I'm cutting to the bone because I need to cut that fat. I need to get to you. I need to get through your head that you're not a child. And you need to take this life seriously because life is nobody's going to give you shit. Okay? There's
Yes.
always a trade-off. You don't want the trade-off that you're planning on. It's better to come in earning and better to come in with something because if you come in with nothing, the trade-off is something that you're probably cute. You're not gonna like it. I know that's coming from a man. We're gonna get our pound of flesh. You don't get nothing for free. So it's best for you to pick your career and pick your husband. He's not gonna be macho man. Okay. Okay, but he will
Okay.
take care of you. He will take care of your kids. He will give you a good life if that's what you desire. So that's why, like I said, I'm gonna stop beating up on you. Okay. Anything else? Anything else you want to talk about?
No,
No.
not for tonight. I definitely have so much to think about, seriously, in so little time.
Or like Yoda says, do or do not. There is no try. Do the vision board. Do the planning. Chart it out, and then start figuring out how am I gonna get from where you want to be to where you are now. And if you're really serious about it, trust me, the universe will open up and start showing you things. But you got to be ready to walk through that door. There's no one of those things. I don't feel like walking through that door today because the universe will close it and it'll be a couple of months before that door opens again. So you have to not only be committed, you have to be ready. So when that door opens, you're gonna walk through it and go where it's gonna lead. Is what it is.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
thank you so much, BGS. I truly appreciate it. So,
I know it stings, baby. Trust and believe. Go ahead and sit down. I know you got a good cry that you're gonna have to lay down and you have to take a few cries, get you some tissue, ball up and have a good 5-10 minute cry and get it all out, and then dry them tears and get to work. Pick up your shovel, start digging.
no problem. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. And y'all have a good night. And I'll
Uh,
talk to you guys soon.
all right.
Thank
Good
you.
night. Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, well, let's see. I don't sugarcoat. But it really
That's
that
good.
is.
That's true.
But yeah, I'm saying that's really that is how I talk to my daughter. In fact, um, well, since I raised my daughter, it's probably even worse because I know what she can do.
Yeah.
You know what? Cerulean's right. If you don't do it right, the wrong dude's gonna see you and see that you're vulnerable, and they don't. You know, if you get out there with them wolves and you're a little lamb and she's a little lamb, they're not gonna have no mercy. And I want her to do that. I want her to take the right way, take it the right way. You know.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that they don't really have a lot of interest in younger people.
We have a lot of interest in younger people. Excuse me? Repeat
I
that.
said, I didn't know that a lot of the younger people don't have a lot of interest in things as far
Uh,
as, or
you
a
know,
goal or plan for different things for their life.
because you know what it is that sometimes parents have children because they don't have anything to do with their life, and they want to be entertained. They want to be entertained through the child, right? So they
Mm.
live the child lives their life being entertained. Okay, and my old lady used to tell me that I was too tough on the kids, right? They're not having any fun. I used to tell my kids all the time when they were little. I said you can have a hell of a lot more fun as an adult than you can as a child if you do it right. I said, I said, you don't want to have fun as a kid and have to suffer for 60 years. Okay, that's backwards. Uh, what is it? Okay, Don. It it resonated with her. She knows I'm telling her the truth. That's how come she got quiet. She knows I'm telling the truth. The thing is, she has to make a decision because basically, if either she makes the decision or her parents are going to make it for her, and I don't want her parents to make it for her. I want her to get the help that she needs so she can actually be successful. And she asked me because I will give it to her straight. Her parents aren't giving it to her straight because I know what when she said she'll be 21 in a few months. I said, okay, I know what they're planning because I heard it too many times. And
Mm.
she's from the South too. Yeah, I heard it too many times. And that's a rough. Unfortunately, that's a rough way to. We're too easy on our children when they're young and too tough on them when they get too close to being an adult. We should do it the other way. We should be tough on them when they're young. I'm sure the Williams sisters probably cried and whined and begged and stuff like that when they were little. Now they're adults. They got $200 million in the bank. You think they're crying now? But Asians don't play, man. Asians do not play. See how come Asians so successful and have all this fun when they get to be adults? Those kids grind from the time that they're 3 years old. Okay, I mean they grind those kids. I mean grind them. So them kids are super tough students by the time they get to be 18. They're already ready. We don't do that because we gotta have fun. Oh, life is too hard on a black kid. Blah blah blah. No, life is hard on a black adult.
Yeah, if anything.
If anything, if you don't prepare them right, life is hard on the black adult. Like I would said, I was thinking about taking. I was years ago. I was thinking about taking my daughter because she wanted to be a doctor. Basically, training her, and then when she got to be 18, just moving to Cuba and taking her with me so she could go through medical school in Cuba for free.
Hmm.
So by the time she got 24, she's a doctor. All she got to do is go back and take her boards. And instead of being 30, being a doctor, she can be 25, 20, and you live a good life after that. It's tough. It'd be tough on me, tough on her, tough on me. It's actually tougher on the parents than it actually is. That's the real reason. It's tougher on the parents than it is the child. It's, like say with my, you know, my grandson, he's 3. Okay. He has to learn how to write. I had to sit there, uh, believe it or not, I'm not gonna lie to myself, with my switch right next to me on the couch, making him do his letters and he would write. But after 3 months, he could write. He could write his name. He could write his alphabet. He had good handwriting after 3 months. But it took me 2 hours a day, sitting there with my switch right next to me to get him to do it. I didn't have to hit him, but I needed to remind him I'm serious about you writing, and
Mhm.
it's constantly saying, "Do it again, do it again, do it again." In fact, he was telling his mother, he's showing his mother something. She got it wrong. She said, do it again, do it again. But the thing is, I had to sit there for 3 months, 2 hours a day, so that he could write. Basically, I had to sit there, teaching him phonics, hour and a half a day, so that he can read. He can basically, um, he doesn't have his sight words memorized, but he's 4. His phonics are good enough. He can actually read. You know, most texts, first grade and under, if he really wants to, he can actually read it. He might not understand it because he don't have his sight words, but he can actually sound out the words. So he's 4. He knows his phonics. It took me sitting there, 2 hours a day, and trust and believe, man, there's nothing worse. In fact, with the women folks in the house, they hate doing it. It's I have to do it because they hate doing it because he'll whine, he'll cry, he'll move around. No, do it again. It's wrong. Do it again. Do it again. But I think that's what it takes. And most parents are not committed to doing that. There's no reason that every black child should not be reading above their reading level. All it takes is you sitting your ass down and going over it over and over and over again and make sure the kid has it. And that's commitment. And most black people don't have that kind of commitment because they're committed to having fun, committed to being in their phone and texting, committed to talking about hair, committed to whatever kind of BS that they're looking on. Like they'll spend more time with the housewives of Atlanta rather than teaching their kid to read. And that's a damn shame. And all it takes is sweat. If a sharecropper who picks cotton in the daytime and cleans floors at night can get it, whose child can become a PhD, these people that have all this leisure time can do it. And I refuse. That's like I'm hard on women. If you have them, do right by them. And it doesn't take money. All it takes, go to the 99-cent store, get you some index cards, write down the letters, sound those letters out for that child. If you don't know it, get hooked on phonics and learn it your damn self. And sit there. If you do it, if you teach that child for 2 hours a day, you'll learn it. If you teach the child how to add and go over how to add and subtract for 2 hours a day, the child will learn it, and so will you. You can do it. It's just effort. All it is effort. I wasn't asking her to, basically go in the NBA, man, lift weights and play pickup games all day long, stuff like that, and have this minute chance of success. All you got to do is get in school, learn programming. That's it. Pick up a book. Yeah, you got a program, type a program for 4 hours a day. Okay, so what? At the end of the day, you're gonna get what you want. That's a small price to pay.
Yeah, we waste a lot of time on nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because we don't want to do it. Because we don't want to do it. We don't want to get committed because I'm not gonna lie. It's teaching my grandson to write, teaching him to read, man, it's like driving nails through your eyeballs for 2 hours. It is what it is, but it's necessary. And at first they're going to whine and they're going to cry and they're going to, say nobody, that's why the switch is right next to me. Nobody's going to save you. You have to have this. Well, you being so mean, he has to have it. Okay, and you have to be, and your will is greater than his will. And I always say about children, your will is greater than him. If your child's will is greater than yours, then you're a poor ass parent. You need to give them up to somebody else. That's just me. Because I would never tell anybody to do something I didn't do for myself, or I wouldn't do myself. Because I've been there. Because when I used to trade back in the 90s, I was getting 3 hours sleep. I was working at night. I was trading during the day, and I had to help spend 2 or 3 hours with my kids, helping them with their homework because the old lady didn't want to do it. All right, it is what it is, but it was necessary. But I'm saying I helped him. I helped my son raise his grades up because he was a grade behind. Okay, they actually skipped him to his right grade after I helped him. About 2 years, I helped him. He actually skipped him up the 2 grades he needed to be where he was supposed to be. But it takes effort. It takes commitment and effort. That was a daily grind, man. Some days I just didn't feel it. It is what it is. So like I said, because I hear carers and say, well, you have to be nice. I don't have to be shit. Okay. I said, I'm going to tell them what it is, how it is, and I'm going to tell them exactly where I need to tell them because they need to feel me. And they need to know that it's not, that it's not cupcakes and marshmallows and all that stuff on the other side. No, it's not. It's a shitty job, right? It's a shitty way to do it. But the thing is, you got to dig through that stuff because your diamonds are underneath all that shit. You got to dig. And it's not going to be easy, but you got to dig. If you want it. If you don't want it, then you don't want it. Then it's on you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Linda, I'm going to give you the keys to the Uber, Linda. Yeah, it's acting up. Let me refresh this real quick. Well, we got knuckleheads in there. I don't know why the knuckleheads come here. It's such a small channel. I don't even know why the trolls come here anyway.
I know why.
Why?
I'm gonna type it in here. I'm not gonna say it out loud. Cerulean said it.
Oh no. Yeah, I guess so. I'll tell about Mike Vincent. Okay, Mike is normally pretty cool. What's wrong with what is Mike doing? Normally Mike's pretty cool. Anybody else want to? Okay, you guys. Nobody in. Do you guys have anything from the? Make that a meme. That's Cerulean's meme. But I'm saying that this is even though Mike is cool, this is your hangout. This is your channel. If you don't want him in here, they either play by the rules or basically the women have the control of it. So most time, unless it's something really overt, calling women names you're not supposed to be calling them in this particular channel. If you're on the Ibmore channel, okay, a lot more can go. Okay, but here, I don't kick anybody out unless you're really rude or raucous. But if the women don't want you in here, they have every right to kick you out. Okay, so if you want to, this is a women's channel. So if you want to comment, you don't follow their rules, they'll call an Uber for you and get you out of here. So it's up to you. It's for all the guys. Any other topics? Any other ladies want to get in? Any topics? If not, I'm taking open topics in about 10 minutes. If you guys, the ladies don't want to talk, don't want to get in, I'll take whatever topics will people want to talk about. So anybody want to talk, it'll be open. So anybody listening to this, Char knows I ask for women first. Okay, if you guys don't step up, okay, you don't have no question. I want to step up and then take open topics because it's just like dead air.
Someone asked earlier about the show that you do the videos on. If you would have an open call-in session about it.
About what? Insecure? Insecure?
Yeah.
Yeah. Open call-in show. Talking about during the show?
That's how he written it, but he may just talk about the show and the ladies talk about it, but I just told him I'll ask.
Oh, anything goes. The mother never becomes obsolete. Okay, the role of the mother just changes. Okay, when a child gets grown, you're supposed to go from caretaker to advisor. So the role of there's never The role of mother or father never goes away. It just changes its focus.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Oh, Vals, what's going on?
Hi.
You got this.
Hello.
You got the speaker on in the background?
Do I?
Do you have the YouTube video going in the background?
I think so.
Mute it. Mute YouTube. Yeah, mute YouTube.
Yeah, you got it on.
Do you have the YouTube video? You got to mute it. You can still have it on, but just mute it.
All right. Now, where are you? Val.
Val, oh yeah. No, not mute yourself. Mute YouTube, not yourself. Mute the YouTube feed, not
The YouTube, yeah. Not the Google one.
No, YouTube, because you have the YouTube page playing in the background. You got to mute that.
Not the Google one.
No, YouTube, because you have the YouTube page playing in the background.
Still hear it muted, unless that's the other lady.
And I think that's Val, because when she muted herself. Did you figure it out, Val?
No.
Okay, okay. On the where the chat is, where you're looking at the YouTube chat. Okay, go to the YouTube to that feed and mute that speaker, not your speaker, but that speaker. Okay. On the where the chat is, you look at the YouTube chat. Okay, go to the YouTube to that feed and mute that speaker.
Got it?
I guess you'll figure it out. Okay, who else is in the room? Okay, who else is in the room? Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, you have two different pages. You have the Google page, Hangout page. You have the YouTube page. You go to your YouTube tab where the chat is, and mute that page, not your Google Hangout page. YouTube page. You go to your YouTube tab where the chat is, and mute that page, not your Hangout. If her husband was up, I'd call him in. Okay.
I have to mute myself, but I'm trying to figure out how to do it and I can't.
Okay. Yeah, okay, mute yourself till you can figure it out.
Just unplug the headphone.
No, that's not what I have to do.
She's not muting the YouTube feed. She because we have a 30-second delay on the YouTube page itself. But the Google, instead of listening to, she's listening to two feeds.
Or just X out the YouTube page altogether. That'll solve it.
Yeah, she could do that. Just so anybody else while she's figuring it out. Chime in. You guys are on. Chime in.
Bueller? Bueller?
Anyone? Smart, Smoot, Hartley, Tariff. Anyone?
Ask him.
You got it?
You're on this microphone.
Because we Hangouts are live, but the YouTube page itself is like a 30-second delay. Okay, somebody's listening to cartoons in the background.
Are you pause something that's live?
I hear some chillings.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Okay, this is not necessarily related to like gender or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I was watching a video on YouTube about cooperative housings and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's something that could really help the Black community? Because I know we have a hard time getting like affordable housing and
Oh yeah.
finances in general.
Yeah, that's what we used to do a long time ago. A long time ago, in the 50s and 60s, we used to do that all the time. We kind of grown out of it because all of a sudden we want our own space and that kind of stuff. We can't stand to be around each other. So it's not a matter of it's a matter of us being able to come to an agreement and having similar values so we can actually live in one household together, because immigrant groups do it all the time.
Yeah, it would be kind of hard to do it like in big cities
Why
because
not?
it's so expensive. But I think it's something that could.
Immigrants do it all the time. They come from the over the border and they do it all the time. It's just a matter of being able to tolerate the person. It actually works better in big cities than it will in small cities, because in big cities, the rent's much higher. You need more help. So, but the thing is tolerating the people that are with you. Cerulean is doing it right now with his family. He's in Minnesota. So yeah, in fact, that is the best way to go. But Black people have grown unaccustomed to being around each other.
Yeah, you do have to have like common values in order to do it. You just can't do it with anybody.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, what they call it, multi-family housing, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just a matter of being able to tolerate your basically your roommates. It's better if you have relatives. It's a little easier. But that's the only problem. It's the only problem. I mean, it used to be nothing for okay, especially during the Great Migration. Okay, you had no place to go. You leave in the South, you have nothing. You don't have a job, you ain't got no money. You got to have a relative waiting for you on the other side. So you'd have one or two relatives. If you have a house and you've established, and you're gonna have a relative come in, they stay a year or so, help pay the rent and whatnot, and then they can find a job and they move out on their own. But we've grown away from that custom.
Yeah, we can also like pull our money together and like buy like apartment complexes.
Yeah, exactly.
So
but
you don't have to keep having.
Yeah,
I mean, but everybody can have like their own apartment, but it's like you don't have to worry about the rent always going up, and you can. They have like 250,000 of those kind of housing in Canada. That could work in America.
I mean, you have a complex. You have like 8-unit, 4-unit apartments all over the country.
Yeah.
So it's nothing for a group of 4 adults to come in and say, okay, we're gonna come together. We're gonna buy a 4-unit apartment. The thing is,
that needs to be promoted because we never talk about doing that.
It's talked about.
I mean, I don't hear it at least.
It's talked about. It's talked about a lot. If I can find it, I heard a show where they're actually talking about that very same thing, doing that.
I mean, I know there are people who like they're doing it for like investment properties. I mean, I know about those type of people, but I'm talking about regular people who need like affordable housing. Coming together.
What's the difference between investment property and doing it, and then people coming together because they need housing? The only thing is, can you stand the people that are living next to you?
Right.
That's the problem.
No, I'm just saying that the investment people talk about that, but I'm talking about the regular people. They never mention it. Every time you talk about people who need affordable housing, they never talk about that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying that needs to be. Maybe they're just not aware of it. Or
yeah. When I remember, I told my daughter, if I hit the lotto, I said first thing I was going to do is buy 8-unit apartment building And I said, put my 3 kids in it, put my 2 sisters in it, and I was gonna put the baby daddy in it, you know. And first they said, I don't know if I wanted them people all in my business. You know, first thing they said, it's negative. I don't want to be around them. And that's the first thing that comes out of their mouths instead of, okay, we can make this work. And that's just black people have started to feel like, but it's doable, and people do it all the time. Immigrants do it all the time.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. It's not hard. People do it all the time. It's just black people are resistant to it because we can't stand each other half the time, and we don't trust each other. And that's all it is, being able to tolerate each other and trust each other. If you do that, that's not a problem. But getting through that's not, money is not the problem. Finance is not the problem. The problem is getting through that emotional bullshit and psychological bullshit that black people throw up. You know, how do you get black people to 5 black men to go into business together? In fact, they had a group of friends. One knew how to produce music. You know, one guy, he could lay down any track from any song that by ear. I had a guy that had been writing songs since he was 5 years old, and another guy that knew how to play piano. I said, how come you guys don't get together and build your own studio? Produce whatever music you want instead of paying these high-ass fees to do shit, where you guys can actually get together, form a conglomerate, write and produce music, bring people in and do something, at least try it. And first thing, oh man, I gotta get paid. I said, sweat equity. I said, you know, okay, if you have 100% of nothing is nothing. Okay. If you got 10%, you know, 10% of $10 million, that's $1 million. So what do you want? But the thing is, they don't get in trust in having black people put in sweat. Black people think money and not sweat. Sweat is more important than money. Money pays for sweat. If you're giving it up to do something, you know, I remember this app I use called AirDroid, right? For the Android, when I transfer the audio files, sometimes I do my audio files on my phone, right? So I transfer it over to the computer and you know, filter it and edit it, right? The people that came up with that app, which is a famous app, now 5 guys in the Midwest that rented a house and they all lived together and programmed. That's what they do because they wanted to make a company happen from scratch. Can you get black guys to do that? 5 guys. Can you get black people to do that?
I guess with upcoming hard times, we're gonna have to learn.
Well, yeah. Well, hopefully you want to do it before you have hard times. If you have hard times, you got no choice.
Yeah.
Which is the thing that we're saying about Section 8. Okay. You know, guys were saying, well, how can we? Okay. Is that you, Char?
It was.
Okay. All right. I thought we had a troll. Okay. Now what I'm saying is, every guy, you know, as far as women are concerned, people think, okay, I might talk harshly about them. I'm saying I'm trying to talk harshly about them before the stuff hits the fan. You're going to have to change your attitude. Either you're going to change your attitude before things get rough, or you're going to change it after things get rough. It's better to do it before so you can prepare. But the environment's going to change you. It is what it is.
Drop the link again.
Okay. Val, did you have this? You straight yet, Val? Do I have to unmute you? Can I unmute you? Let me try to get Val in here she's been wanting to get in this for eons to see if she's straight yet. Nope. Let me unmute her. You straight yet, Val? Or she muted herself.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Are you straight?
I think so.
Okay.
I really don't have any questions yet.
Oh, okay.
Right now, I'm just listening. No, I don't. I don't.
Okay.
Do you have any questions? You have any questions for me? I mean, I'm like the only non-black person in here, so there's a part of me that feels a little reluctant to be in this chat as it is.
Okay. Back before 1960, there were 2 groups, white and non-white. Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So you fall into that category of, I don't know, you back in 1960, you probably would have been classified as white.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, how much of the one drop rule do you go by?
Do you have black in you?
I do.
You do. It depends. The one drop rule is just what we call it. Actually, it depends on the percentage and depends on the state that you're in.
Okay.
And so, like down south, I think they said if you have, and it would track. That's when they knew who your grandparents and great grandparents were, right? Because small community, right? You couldn't, that's how come a lot of people that would leave the community and pass someplace else, right? It used to be like, I think it was between 12, I think 12, and I think it was like 25%, depending on the state that you're in. So a lot of people would leave and pass someplace else.
Oh, okay.
So we just call it the one drop rule, but that's not, it's not accurate.
Okay, I'm only 10%, so.
Yeah, that's probably not enough. You and the Klansmen probably have about the same amount.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 25% Native American, so that might go against me.
Yeah, but whatever it says on your birth certificate, is white, right?
No, it doesn't say anything on my birth certificate.
Oh, really?
No.
It doesn't give you a race?
Mm-mm.
Unmarked. Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nope. Normally, because I know a lot of Latinos, or we call them, what they call, they call Mexicans what?
Native American?
No, they're Native Americans. I'm talking about there's a name they give them, Chicano.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. And they said, it says white on my birth certificate. That means that's actually what a Latino is Native American and white mixed. That's what a Ladino or Latino is. But you know that already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I do.
Yeah. Because I had a lady in Guatemala explain it to me. Because the natives, they know who the natives are, and they know who the black people are. They know who the Ladinos, as they call them, are. But those are the people with that are mixed with what they call European.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are the Latinos.
Yep.
If you have black in you, then depending on how much, then you're not classified as a Latino. Down where they come from.
Yeah.
You don't have no white in you, or not enough in you.
Yeah. 60% European.
Yeah, that's about right.
So,
in fact, what George Lopez said, he was 66%.
Wow.
Yeah.
He doesn't look it.
It depends on what Native American. I guess his gene came out wrong. There's a lot of Latinos that pass. A lot of them. Linda Ronstadt. What's her name? Who used to be Wonder Woman. She was she's let a lot of what's her name? Raquel Welch. Yeah, she had to change her name because her original name was Raquel Tejada.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's Latino.
I didn't know that.
The icon of whiteness.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah. Like Linda Carter, the icon of whiteness. Okay. She's Latino. I said, I noticed that the cheekbones, I said, you could I said, okay, you're not, okay, there's something mixed, okay, with you, because normally white people don't have those kind of cheekbones.
Yeah, I got that from my grandfather. Yeah. He's the Mexican one, so yeah. I'm Puerto Rican and part Mexican, so
okay.
That's why I got that's how I got the cheekbones from.
Okay. Do you know your Native American tribe?
No, I don't know anything, unfortunately, about my family history, my personal family history. Yeah, I don't know anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I said that's why I said it. It doesn't make any sense because I thought I had Native American in me, but I don't.
Yeah. Well, a lot of African Americans do, though.
Yeah,
at least a small percentage. Yeah.
Yeah. Depending on where they're from. If they're from like the Midwest or the Mid-South, they have Native American in them.
Yeah, usually their genotype is similar to Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. The European, the African, and the Native American. Mm-hmm. So they have similar mix to us.
Yeah. Because like I said, my last girlfriend, she's what she mixed with? Was she mixed with Cherokee? Because her grandparents were half Native American from Oklahoma, and you can see it because her hair. She's got Native American hair. It's kind of like, you know, they
okay.
kind of like doll hair. So in fact, she gets mistaken for being Latino all the time.
Yeah.
Even though if you look at her parents, you wouldn't tell that she had any Native American in her at all. Because where she got her Native American, her mother is jet black. I mean, jet black.
Yeah. Can't go by phenotype.
Nope.
Can't really go by phenotype.
Nope.
That's where the whole classification stuff gets really confusing for people, because most people go by phenotype and not genotype.
Yeah, because I have two aunts, right, and they're twins, right, and they're not identical, but I'm saying is one they're exact same build, exact same kind of hair. It's just the coloring is different. One is like she has black eyes, black hair, and black skin. The other one, she's got red hair, green eyes, and reddish skin. But
that's cool.
What I'm saying is they're identical. They're almost identical except for the coloring.
Wow.
So you can't tell.
Yep. Yeah. Can't go by that. Can't go by that
at all.
Yep. That's why, because I know like a few weeks ago you had said in a hangout that Puerto Ricans were black, and I'm like, does that?
Most of
no,
them.
You're right. You are right.
Most of them are classified. They have African blood in them. Most of them.
No, I mean we all do to some degree, but some have more than others. Really. That's really what it is. Yeah. And then some look more, African than others.
Yeah, I was saying the Dominicans normally they classify them as white, but Puerto Ricans all get dumped in the black bin.
Yeah, no, actually, both of them do. Both of them do.
Oh, Dominicans too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there's more, Afro Dominicans, I think, than Puerto Ricans, but there's still Afro Puerto Ricans too. Mm-hmm. But I think there's more black Dominicans than there are black Puerto Ricans, especially in New York City.
Yeah, but you say Puerto Rican, I was oh yeah, get to the black line. Okay,
yeah.
Almost immediately. Now you be white as snow. Get to the black line. You trying to pass.
No, it's true. That is very true. It's very true.
I don't think the Puerto Ricans like it very much, but it is what it is.
Well, I'll say this, and I said it like in a video. I've said it in comments. The minute that white people hear that I'm Puerto Rican, that's it. They know that I'm not one of them, so they don't treat me like one of them.
No, you get dumped in the black bin.
So, right. I'm dumped into the other bin, whatever that is.
No, Puerto Rican. You can say you can 60% white. No, you're dumped in the. As soon as you say Puerto Rican, black bin.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
black bin.
That is true. Yeah, when you're not one of them, you're
now
you're
Cubans,
somebody else basically.
Cubans get a white pass. If you're a white Cuban, you get a white pass.
Yeah, sometimes it really depends with the white person that you're speaking to, because they try to get it out of you. They'll say, well, what are you, or where's your family from, or where are you originally from, and stuff like that, and they keep trying to get it out of you to see if you're you're basically not one of them. And then once you say that you're something else other than, labeling yourself as white, then they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then they treat you a little bit different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I am from New York City. Can't tell by the accent.
Yeah, I can tell. Not enough Jersey in it though for me.
No. This is a Brooklyn accent. I don't have one of the really pretty fancy accents that we've been hearing on these hangouts.
I lost my anglicized accent a long time ago. You hear parts of it, but most of it's wrong. I work with, I've been working with black folks for like over 30 years, so I kind of lost it. I got tired of them looking at me funny.
You sound like that that rapper guy. What's his name?
I've been targeted with several of them. I can't. Charmeleon or whatever.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that's.
I don't. Maybe you guys
you
hear, but
do kind of sound like that. Yeah.
you guys hear, but I don't hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's light. It's not big. It's light.
Okay. All right. Well, you know.
It's better than my accent.
It depends. It depends on where you go.
Yeah.
If you go down south with a New York accent, they think you're hip. So.
Yeah, I guess it depends on who you speak to.
Yeah, it depends on the region of country, right?
Mm-hmm. That's true. I'm looking at the comments to see if anybody has any questions because I don't want to like bogart the conversation.
It's your hangout.
There's a question for you there. You see it?
Good policy in the family to chase lightness and whiteness. A policy? I don't know if it's not necessarily a policy, but yeah, that is. I know what they're asking. It is promoted. It is promoted.
What I'm saying is, it's not promoted heavily in the States. It's promoted more heavily, say, in the Latino countries, because they practice it more.
Right, with the older generations, it is.
Yeah.
So, like with my grandparents, it wasn't like directly said, but it was implied.
Yeah.
So
it's implied in black families too.
Yeah.
Because I had a real hard time with the kid's grandmother because she's dark and she always says, "I wish I should have been born rich, white, and pretty." So.
Yeah.
And even Kristen Kerrigan actually admitted. Okay, who's eating in the back? Is that you, Char?
I didn't think so. I am putting up some garbage.
Oh, okay. Want to make sure. Because even Kristen Kerrigan had to get on her mother about it. She finally fessed up because her mother used to play in her mixed race child's hair, right? And she used to call her daughter, mixed race daughter, Miss America. And then Kristen Kerrigan actually admitted she had to go through that as a child.
Wow.
So yeah, so it's colorism is something that's deeply embedded in the black community. And I try to explain it's because basically the what I call the mulatto class, the mixed race class, wanted to move up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And since there were so many immigrants coming into the United States, they wouldn't let them move up, so they pushed them down. That's where Plessy versus Ferguson and the one drop rule actually came in. In other words, even though you're mixed race, you get you might have your father might be white or your mother might be white, but guess what? Nope, you're not accepted. You get dumped into the black bin, and they had to mix. Unwillingly, they had to mix. They had to make the best of it. But that's where the classism and the paper bag test and the comb test, all that stuff come from. The good hair and the bad hair, all that stuff comes from the basically the mulatto classes. And then black people trying to move up on that scale because the mulatto people had the education, because the schools were built for them. Education was for them, because the one thing I can say about the Europeans, they didn't want them to mix, but they always provided for them. They always made sure they had colleges and schools and that kind of stuff, and where we operate businesses and that kind of stuff. So they allowed them to do where the darker races, the darker people couldn't. So,
right.
So how would you move up the scale in the United States? You had to get, the men had to marry a light-skinned woman or a mixed woman to actually move up so that the kids would get lighter and they would be preferred. So that's where all that stuff comes in. So it came in, it's actually a class issue. It's not really a race issue. It's a class issue, because back then and still today, sometimes you even hear that basically the lighter you are, the higher in class you could go as far as the United States. So that's really the issue. But black people don't want to admit that.
It's true. It's true. And I don't like to feel like, whenever I speak on things or make comments, that I'm like denying privilege or anything like that.
Well, it's not privilege, it's reality. So speaking reality, that's why I hate this privilege shit. Speak real.
No, you're right.
Speak real. Speak the truth. In fact, that's why I call this a no cupcake zone.
Yeah.
Toss that stuff and speak the real truth.
You're right.
Yeah.
I try. I do what I can. You know, again, you know, I was reluctant for the longest to join one of these things because I know that it's gonna like push some people's buttons and it's gonna be, oh, why is she on the show? She's not black. What is she doing there? Oh, you're trying to classify her as black. You're gonna call her black because she has a little bit of black.
Nobody.
Blah 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 blah. You know, nobody, so I think that was, you know, my hesitancy was there because of that.
Yeah. Well, I said here, I as long as it's the truth, because I have white people. I have white people that are on my Itmore hangout. Yeah. I have a lot of white guys that come to my Itmore channel. A lot of them from the MGTOW, right? They come to my Itmore channel. Okay, and I used to have a lot of them on Hangouts. As long as you're speaking the truth, let it fly. As long as you can take it, you know, especially on Itmore. I'm rougher on my Itmore channel than here. Okay. So I don't want, and I want to toughen the ladies up before I break them. I just, but what's her name? What's her name? The young lady. I had to bend the rules for her. I had to toughen her up. I had to give her a dose. Okay.
Oh, the one that was on here earlier?
Yeah, I had to give her.
She was only 21, though. Give her a break. I mean, you did a good job. You did a good job. You did what you were supposed to. But she is still young, you know, so.
But you're going to be young, 21 and out.
You're right. Yeah, I know.
Come on, coming from somebody in New York, you guys don't play that stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't play that stuff. You're 12. You late. Get out. I don't play because it's rough.
Yeah,
I don't play.
That's true. That's true. That's very true. I don't know if anybody has like any other questions. I don't want to like say.
Well, anybody, if other people are on, they can speak up.
I can ask you, Val. I saw a lot of people like, hey, and I'm new to YouTube, like within the last year or so. Did you have a channel? or you pop up a lot or something?
I do, but I did put my videos on private. I'll probably take some of them off of private.
Why?
Just because I don't know if I wanted to do this. There's a part of me that feels like, I don't know, am I getting into something really negative? Am I like being intrusive? I don't know. I try to speak my truth, but at the same time, I'm also a very private person. So it's a bunch of it's a bunch of different things.
If you're a private person, no, you shouldn't be. Well, you shouldn't put your face out there if you're a private person.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, with that part, I don't mind. But I mean, I was putting out like, you know, pretty personal, you know, a lot of personal things that I've been through. Put it that way.
Well,
things from my past, stuff like that. Somebody's saying for me to not do it.
No, I wouldn't do it because not for yourself, but for other people that are connected to you.
Yeah, you know, and I was thinking the same thing. Like, some of the things that I'm saying might bother my family because some of the things that I'm speaking about are a little bit, you know, kind of talking about my family, you know, my extended family. It might be perceived as in like a negative light. So that was also something else that I was trying to take into consideration.
If you're showing your face and you're not anonymous, then no, you got to kind of hold back on that because they know who you are and they can trace back what you said to that person. So that's why I'm anonymous, so I can actually say a little bit more.
Yeah, but I think even if I was anonymous, there's still that part of me that's like, you know, I mean, I don't have that many, I don't have that many subscribers, but you know, I'm still like, the more subscribers I was getting, the more I'm like, you know, do I feel comfortable with my family hearing about the stuff that I'm speaking about?
Well, you have to act like you have 100,000 subscribers, and that the world can see it. So that's what you have to pretend. Even if you have 24 views, you got to act like, because it stays up there, you got to act like 100,000 people can see it. So if you don't want to broadcast it to the world, then don't put it on YouTube.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't know. Maybe I'll talk about other things, or maybe I'll just take certain videos off of private because not everything is that Not everything is that deep.
You know, if you record something, show it to your husband first, and if he approves, go ahead and put it up.
Oh, he approves of everything. He
has no filter.
Yeah,
He's
no,
got
he
no filter.
approves of everything. He's like, who gives a, who cares?
No, he's the wrong person. He's the wrong person.
Yeah, he's like, do what you gotta do. I don't care. Like, I don't care what these people say. They're nobody to me. They should be nobody to you. You don't know that's really how he is.
Okay.
So.
He's the wrong person then. he is no fucks given, huh?
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He really doesn't.
Zero.
No, he doesn't.
No, he's the wrong person then.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll take some of them off of private. Some of like the racial things and stuff like that has nothing to do with anything too personal. Maybe I'll put those out there.
Well, the thing is, what you want, it's instead of making I judge it by what I want people to know,
right?
And whether it's valuable. A lot of people put stuff up because they want to hear it vent, which I don't. I mean, if it's cool if you want to do it, but I don't approve it. What do you want people to know about you? Because I think it's like a teaching experience. If I'm relaying something to you, then I want something to know that's going to help you.
Right. No, I've had my moments of venting on there, so I'm not gonna lie. So. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put that back up. But maybe the stuff about Latinos and racism within the Latino community, stuff like that.
Yeah. Because until I was down in Guatemala for 3 months. I didn't know how deep it actually was. And I know I was exempt because I was American, so I was kind of exempt from it. But I didn't know. I finally got to realize about the class structure that goes on in Latino countries.
Yeah.
And how people think of who and what. In fact, I remember I was at my taco stand, and there was this guy. He just started up. That's where I go get my tacos. He's from Guatemala, and his wife would look at me funny. I said, okay. I said, you one of them racist Latinos. I know. I know. She had red hair, and she had fair skin and red hair, and she look at you funny, look down on you, and I'm like, heifer, I know where you came from. Okay, you lucky to be here looking down on me. I belong here. You don't.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, they do get really, really ridiculous, and that was some of the things that I would speak about too. I did a couple of videos on stuff like that.
Yeah.
On how they basically look down on African Americans, how they look down on Afro Latinos.
Yeah, well, the natives, the pure natives. Yeah, everybody that doesn't have any white in them. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. So I try to. I don't know if that's.
Well, it's kind of hard to translate if you've never been a part of it, because Black people are used to this particular caste system. They're not used to the real caste system. Okay, that's a real caste system. You go down to a Latino country, that's a real caste system. That's not a fake one. This one is like a quasi caste system. It's not as strict as the one down there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You think Black people worship white folks? You go down there.
Oh yeah.
You go down there. Yeah. Okay. They don't hide it. Okay.
Yeah, they're really overt with it.
They're overt,
especially in like the places like the Dominican Republic. It's pretty bad too, from what I hear.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
And Puerto Ricans can be pretty bad too, because my grandparents were pretty bad with it. So, but
yeah, until they move to New York and they get dumped in the black bin.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought I was white. Yeah, you better get your black ass on the other side. Go. This is Uptown. You gotta go to Harlem. This is it's Manhattan. You gotta get your ass back up to Harlem and Brooklyn.
Yeah, Brooklyn. Yeah, Brooklyn. That's where I'm from. I'm from Brooklyn.
How's gentrification in Brooklyn going? I mean, is it full steam? It's kind of
wow. Well, we haven't lived in Brooklyn for I would say about 10 years.
Oh, okay.
So we moved out of there in 2007 or so. But forget it.
Okay.
It's getting really bad. The rents are crazy over there. Where I used to live, my friend told me that the rent is up to $3,000 now.
Well, there's a lot of Chinese that are buying it to hide their money. and
Oh yeah.
there's places that are rented, that are paid for, and nobody lives in them.
That
Yes.
doesn't surprise me.
Mm.
That doesn't surprise me. There's that. Then there's the a lot of Dominicans. Well, I know back in the day they used to open up barbershops and beauty, like these hair salons. To like, that's where they used to sell drugs. So they used to sell. And then you would see like a few months after it being open, you would see it close down, and then you would see
Okay.
it open again, and it was because of that, because they used to do other stuff in there.
You all used to wash their money, huh?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if they still do that because it's been a while, but they definitely used to do that all the time when I was over there.
It never goes away. We used
Yeah.
in fact, out here during the crack era, right? They used to open up cash. You know how they used to a cash checking.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they used to wash their money. They would just buy a cash checking place, right? And the drug dealers used to wash their money that way. Could get it mixed in and wash it that way. So if they needed to wash the money, they just take in some cash. They just cash checks and never actually turn them into the bank. And just they would wash their money that way.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Living in the big city.
Yeah, there's times that I miss it, but there's things like that I don't miss. And the gentrification I don't miss either, because the whites that move in, they're really not that nice.
Yeah. I've been to New York a couple of times and said, you know what, I don't like this city.
Yeah.
I said I could not with the cops. Being black in New York, I couldn't live there with the cops and everything. Stop and frisk. I said, my first chance, I'd get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
But you had to be born in New York to actually tolerate it for the most part.
Yeah, they did it to my husband too. I mean, my husband's Asian, but
really.
Well, yeah, a lot of people. It sounds funny, but a lot of people think he's Mexican. So he gets that a lot. And people go up to him speaking in Spanish all the time. It's the funniest thing. Yeah.
Oh, because he's darker, huh?
Yeah, because he's darker, and I guess because he has a round face. I guess, but yeah. So a lot of people think he's Mexican.
And plus, he probably doesn't carry himself like a Chinese man.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably why. Because that's why he
speaks a little Spanish too.
We used to call them Buddha heads, man. Because the cool Asians, the Chinese, and the Japanese used to call them Buddha heads because they were cool, right? They weren't typical Asians, so they would pop lock and they.
Well, he doesn't do all that, but. Yeah,
I mean, back in the day, they used to pop lock and they even hip hop. Remember, I think this band called Hiroshima, right?
Yeah.
They're from LA. They're from the Crenshaw area. Those used to be the Buddha heads, right? And they got into jazz. And if you see the guy that plays the guitar, Danny, if you ever hear him talk, you can tell. Okay, he's got black swag in him.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah, those are those guys.
Yeah. Well, he also grew up in the same area that I did. Mm-hmm. So I think that is a big influence too.
Yeah.
With the way he is.
Yeah, he doesn't carry himself like an Asian. So.
No, not the stereotypical. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of my supervisor because he was from he was born in Hong Kong, as a matter of fact, and
yeah, that's where he was born too.
Yeah, he even though he can speak Mandarin and all that, he tends to gravitate toward black people for whatever reason. Yeah. He doesn't gravitate toward the Chinese folks. He gravitates towards black people. Like his two wives were Filipino.
Yeah.
So I thought that was.
Yeah, I guess you could kind of say the same thing about my husband. He was born in Hong Kong, but he and his mom came here when he was like, I think around 1.
Mm-hmm.
So he was, he basically was living in Bushwick most of his life, similar to me. So, but we didn't meet there though. But yeah.
Yeah, well, you caught the vibe though, huh?
I think he did, which was a surprise because I feel like I don't like fit in with the the people in the area. I feel like he fits in more than I do, which is weird.
Oh yeah, but it said he recognized it. He recognized the vibe.
He did.
Yeah. You can't hide it.
Yeah.
You can't hide it. Anybody else can jump in. We just chopping it up.
Yeah, please.
Let's see you, Edward. Go ahead.
He's holding
Yeah,
that.
Edward, go ahead, Edward.
I got a question. So how much does money come into it when it comes to being black versus being Latino, when it comes to that little class divide? Like, so if I'm a man and I'm coming at it with north of 6 figures, or I got a certain type of job as a doctor, do they still trip out, or they be like, hey, I got like another daughter, so I can let this one go?
This is America. Money trumps race.
Yeah. I mean, it really depends on who you're speaking to also.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if you would have came at that, you know, to like my grandparents, maybe they still probably wouldn't have gave a damn. So I think it really depends on who you're speaking to.
Yeah.
You know, because some people, regardless of how much money you make, are more racist than others. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just one of the rare few that's honest about it.
You know, there's a story that was rumored that was going around. You know, Stedman and Oprah, right?
Oh yeah.
And Stedman brought Oprah to the house, right? And then after Oprah left, his mother told her, "Don't bring that black ass woman to my house no more."
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, it's deep. So depends on who you talk to.
Yeah, it's true. It's really ridiculous. It is really ridiculous.
I mean, I guess the thing that I appreciate from you, and I said that in the chat, is just the honesty about it. That's really all. Nobody's really so much asking anybody, even white people, so much apologize for their quote unquote privilege. But what gets on people's nerves, and when they try to pretend it does not exist. So we're like running on these dual frequencies. On one hand, it's like you're getting these advantages.
Hold on a second.
Okay. No, he's right. I understand what he's saying. So it's not like I don't take any offense to it. So here's the thing. There's some people that, like I said before, are better with this than others. So there's some Latinos that are like, okay, we know that our families are mixed race, so we are accepting of everybody. So, you know, when people try to bring this American ideology of racial divisiveness to our communities, we are some of us become defensive. So that's usually the smarter ones that know better. But then you have the real old school ones that are extremely racist, and they don't know any better. They don't know about the history. They don't know anything. And so they want to keep that divisiveness because that's what they were, raised on. And usually these are the ones that are, not as educated. That's just how it is. I think that's the best way that I can explain it.
Oh no, yeah, because see, I'm light skinned myself, and a lot of people think I'm Dominican because they'll come up to me and start speaking that fast Spanish, and I'd be like, "Oh, I can't speak Spanish." Then they know, and then it's kind of like, "Oh, but you're American." So I've been in Dominican Republic, and it's like, so I get this kind of pass, so I never really catch it like that. But the thing, if you've heard Hangouts before, I don't know if you've heard any of the male hangouts with BGS, but a lot of times we'll get into these arguments about like who's black and who's not black.
Yes, I've heard.
and the reason those come up is because we're looking at it like, okay, we're not where we want to be. So the first thing we need to do is kind of organize and then define who it is. And I get what BGS says. But that's why people bring it up, because it's kind of like, if we do this black and brown unity when that doesn't really exist or exists depending on who you talk to, it's kind of like, you're right. So so it's not even so much like, okay, if that's what they want to be, they can be that, but we need to deal with our stuff over here, because a big part of it is our reputation isn't good either. I think that's a big part of it too.
A big part of it is we have a lot of our shattered culture that we're lugging with us for the last 200 years that we never fixed. We need to stop and fix it because sometimes our own worst enemy is ourselves. That's the biggest part of it, because you look at another black face, you can't work with him. That has nothing to do with white people or racism, at least not overtly. It's that deep-seated stuff. In fact, the racism you carry inside yourself. That's the reason, and that's why I played that interview from Jerome Fox, because he's telling you the exact same thing, because he studied it for 30 years. He's telling you the exact same things. You're carrying this stuff around with you, and it's not fixed. Now he might not like how his solution, but the thing is, he's telling you what's wrong. He said, you've been socialized to think this way. How do you stop thinking this way?
What was the solution? I never heard the solution.
Oh, the biggest. Okay, one you have to go through a detox. You got to deconstruct why you think what you think, right? You have to compare. You have to actually compare African values, which is another culture, which is part of your culture, to the white values, and see which ones you have been inbred with, right? And then you have to deconstruct it. Once you deconstruct it, you know why you feel what you feel. Second thing is, says you should not. If the black community is to heal, you have to take all your children out of white-dominated schools. In other words, the public schools, you got to take them all out because you're being indoctrinated with white values through the school system.
A lot of that, like I said, and I know this is a woman hangout, but colorism is. I got a question for Val's voice.
Okay, shoot.
Do you believe that colorism is more principally those views that you're talking about? Do you believe that stuff is more passed down through the women, or do you think it's more passed down through the men, at least in the Latin community?
Oh boy, this feels like a trick question.
Well, I'll tell you first.
Okay.
I personally think it's passed. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, in the black community, we say it's the women. The pretty eyes, pretty hair, light skin, it's the women to do it in our community.
Right.
I don't know if that's as true in the Latin community.
I would say from my family, yes. It would be similar from my family. And I guess,
Well, you have.
You know what it is, because you have guys that have the problem too. I mean, if you look at like Sammy Sosa is a good example of that, and he's Dominican.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at him now, like he has some, some people would say
basically he's Little Kim.
Yeah, I mean,
the male
people
version
would say he has, some real self-hate issues.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think he's worse than Little Kim.
Yeah,
it looks worse.
Yeah, it is amplified by his community. So yeah.
Little Kim said she wanted to look like a Latina because Biggie because it's situation how it's like a colorism thing for black people in New York. That's basically how they look at Latinas and stuff like that. More like, oh, they're like, because a lot of them Puerto Rican, Dominican gets pushed into being black. Mm-hmm. And so that's another thing that affects the women. This is one thing you hear the Chrissies, and this is one thing you'd have to watch out if you make a lot of videos, because the women, you say anything, it's the women that'll come after you more than anybody. Yeah,
but she's not going to speak about black people. She's going to speak about her folks.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a little uncomfortable speaking on other groups. I could only go by my experiences, and that's it. So
yeah,
I have experiences.
Yeah,
with that stuff too, but
she's fairly safe. You don't want to get my trolls on your behind.
I mean, it would probably happen anyway, regardless, just because I'm on this platform. So I think it would probably happen anyway. But still, I don't know.
A good channel to look at is a channel called her name's Lola Girl. Do you know who that is?
Nola Girl something with
I've
seen like one or two of her videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she's a white woman married to a Italian woman, which is kind of like in that kind of other category to that white, maybe white. I call them white with a question mark,
right?
Because it always depends. Because if there's too many black people around, they'll draft you.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say, "Hey, you know, I've seen that when if white people don't have the numbers that they want. Oh, the Cubans are usually the first ones they'll draft, and then they'll start going down the level. Okay, who looks phenotypically like us? Like I've seen them do that. It's amazing. And the thing that gets on my nerves the most, and I actually agree with something Miss J said. BGS.
What's that?
She said in the chat that she doesn't take like Latin racism as seriously as white racism. No, because Latins don't have the ability to do the same crap in the United States.
And plus the numbers where she's in Alabama, the numbers aren't very great where she's at.
Man, but even in general, when for instance,
she's in the hangout, so she can speak up and speak for herself.
Oh, okay. Well, when SPI Latino, says the N word, nigga, and it's like, oh, well, he's from California. I've never took that as seriously as like when a white person says it because it's not the history behind it.
Yeah. Well, the reason it doesn't bother me because I'm in California, and if you're in California, Latins and Mexicans live in your lived in your neighborhood for 60, 70 years. They used to hang Mexicans in California. Okay, used to lynch them. Okay, so they basically had the same experience. The baggy pants didn't come from black people; it came from the cholos, came from the Mexicans, right? So that's where the oversized pants, oversized clothes, and the baggy pants, and the what do you call them, Kroger's, those kind of shoes that they wear, that came from the Mexicans. Okay, they didn't come from black people. So basically. True. The communities are intertwined. So when you can see a big bunch of blacks and Mexicans calling each other nigga all the time. Yeah. You come outside and you see nothing but the Hispanics calling each other nigga. Okay, it's just what it is.
I don't agree with that though, but I mean, to each their own. That doesn't mean that I do it.
But I don't know.
It's like that in New York too. No, they do it in New York too. The Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, they use that word like nothing. I just don't. I don't believe in that whole, if you use the word, you're taking, you're getting back power, blah, blah, blah. It's like,
and I'm sure the white people call them that too. So
yeah,
it's interesting because I feel like it's a different dynamic. I'm willing to accept that more because I was technically born in California and I got family there, and I know I have a lot of mixed stuff there on that side of the family, and it's a lot of folks that are like half Mexican, half black. So it gets a lot of convoluted. So I've let that go. That's a battle not worth fighting. But I take it a little bit more seriously from in the East Coast, because in the East Coast, if I hear as a group, Puerto Rican, and when I say no offense, but I'm talking a lot of Puerto Ricans will go out and say I'm not black. Dominicans do the same thing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if you go out of your way to buy, and Mexicans, it's already implied in the West Coast that they're Mexican, so it's a different type of dynamic. But if you're gonna go out of your way to say you're not black, then I'm with Val on, especially East Coast. Don't again sit there and then wanna dabble in.
They can say all they want. Good luck with that.
I know.
Because the white people on the East Coast.
Well, I'm not gonna fight over it, but at the same time, I'm more likely to work with an SPI Latino than I am like a Puerto Rican is playing. Because I'm like Carmelo Anthony's Puerto Rican.
Brother, if you got something to say, brother, speak up.
Yes, hello. I live in the area in Florida, and I studied Latino culture extensively with racism and all of those different things. Because like black people over there, they call us negrito because I speak Spanish too. And in Panama, they call you chombo.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, if somebody is white and you are lighter skinned Hispanic and you bring somebody black to the house, they would talk to the girl and say, how dare you bring this black man? Your grandmother will be turning in the grave. Look what you had to do to get that.
Yep.
And you see a lot of time in Dominican Republic and in Cuba, when they got the independence from Spain, what did they do? The United States, and they was behind it. They flooded the island with people from Spain to lighten up the people. And the same thing in Dominican Republic with the guy Rafael Trujillo. He brought people from Germany to lighten the Dominicans, and they have them, and that is and also when they got independent from Haiti, that caused the strife. So a lot of lighter skinned people, and the last thing I say, a lot of Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, Colombians, they say that they are white. But
Yeah.
person to run to somebody to do Palo and Santeria. And they praying to African God. So they say that they're white. Praying to African God. And they run into somebody to work. Well, in Jamaica, they call it Obia Santeria. Or to call it Palo Monte, Palo Mayombe. And they're the first person to do it, but they say that they're white. Because after them, they start there, you know, in slavery, because slavery ended there later.
Yeah.
You see, in America, we can't really say, well, 100 years ago, we had a relative was slave. So maybe in the 1880s, I think it was 85, 86, it ended. So some people have their people, and you know, like, say somebody have your complexion, right? You know, light skin Hispanic. If you go back, the grandfather or grandmother was jet black, and they have that picture buried under the house, so they don't let nobody know it.
That's right.
So you go and bring somebody, a black man and Dominican woman, all of them do it. And I speak Spanish, and this is the thing with them. So they bring somebody in the house and say, oh my God, I feel so dirty, I let the black man touch my skin. Yeah? But they use you to get your papers. And Dominican Republic, they're killing the Haitian people because they said Dominican Republic is for Dominicans. That's why we never take my race over there, because they're too racist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if I go to Dominican Republic, and if I go there with money, the only reason why they will respect me because they see me as an American, because there's another man's channel. He live in Dominican Republic and back and forth, and he keeps saying, oh, the black man keep going over there messing with our women. You see, a lot of that stuff has been put in them from Spanish, with they just say the class system. So they brought the Germans to lighten them up. And the people from Germany and in Cuba, they brought in the United States help to put in that racism there, and they brought in the people from Spain to lighten the people up. Because I can talk from A to Z with racism in Latin America. And a lot of people don't understand it.
Yeah. I mean, racism is everywhere. I mean, it's not in anybody. The thing that's always been ironic when it comes to Latin Americans, and Mr. Research did a great video on this, is he said, really, it's a way, why it's mind control. Like, this is like one of the things why I feel like white people go so hard on black people is black people still have that, to a certain extent, want to be separate. Obviously there's a lot of us have degrees of colorism, but it's not the same as like people, oh, I'm white. It's not the same. Did you see it? So they don't got to worry about this. Like, Latin Americans are not as likely to challenge white people in the same way that black people would if they had their shit together. Like, I'm talking about like globally, because Latin Americans want to be them. And Asians are kind of the same way, where Asians don't see them. Asians compete against white people. And for some reason, white people don't really see that as a direct threat. They still worry about black people, even though our community is completely fucked right now, which I don't understand. But it's a difference in mentality. Like Japanese, Asians, the ones that are like the whiter, more, what they call it, homogenous, they don't look at white people. I mean, yeah, in certain ways.
That's because white people accept Asians more than the other groups. Yeah. I would know because my husband's Chinese.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But on the low, no, that is true. But on the low, like it's a weird dynamic, because it's like you accept them, but we all know China's coming, and Asians are capable of really usurping white power in a way other groups are not. So it's like white people accepting Asians is not going to change that fact. And it's crazy because, hey, that's on them. But it's just amazing how that works, because the people that would be the more threat geopolitically, you don't see white people have the same kind of reaction, which shows a lot of the stuff they're talking is really subliminal. It's not like, because they don't have the same calculated history. It's not the same history.
Yeah.
The Chinese have their own version of it in their country as far as the non-Han people. Okay.
And then the political Hong Kong, Taiwan. So
they have their own issues, but in this society, it's different. Okay. In this society, each society has its own different views on race and that kind of stuff. Same thing with India. Africa. If you go to Africa, they have their own issues and stuff like that. It happens when you have a one group and a non-group. The thing is, it's codified here in the United States, so that's the only way it's kind of different.
Right, right. Because you had Trujillo in Dominican Republic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He had the anti-Haitiano, anti-Haitian regime, and Trujillo himself was part black, and he used to use bleaching cream.
Mm-hmm.
He used to use bleaching cream to make himself white. And the other man in Cuba, Vicencio Batista, he was a mulatto.
Yeah.
So how those people mix with black, but
Yeah.
they bleach themselves out.
Yeah.
And I'll even go further in the West Indies after slavery was abolished.
Mm-hmm.
They brought the people from India and the East and those different places. And they pinned the blacks against the Indians so that way they fight against each other instead of standing up and fighting against the establishment. And that's how it is.
Yeah.
Because
Well, that's the mind control.
Yeah. If you read if you read Daughters of the Trade, the mulattoes have been the mulattoes in the 16th century. They were slave traders. They're actually bringing slaves over because they were the offspring of the white slave traders and the Africans. So, and
It's basically divide and conquer.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, not even divide and conquer. It's just, that's the way the world works anyway. In any tribe, in any group, it's just a pattern of human behavior because you have the same kind of division. You look at the UK, the Irish at the bottom, right? Scottish, and you have their own hierarchy there. So it just depends on where you are, and how your society forms. There's a caste system that's at the bottom, and there's a caste that's at the top.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, mulattoes, to me, you gotta, like, if you use that term, it's got to be a little bit separated in the United States versus like in Latin America, because it's a different, because the mentality is different. Like, mulattoes have, like, for instance, like you said, the caste system is a lot more solidified in Latin America than it is in the United States. And then what you said, the law, the one drop rule, that's already been unless you can be white passing, and even because she's, obviously 10% black, but most black people would say Val is white, but even then, white people still gonna ask them interrogation questions, even though they being nice about it. They'll keep pecking until they get the answer because they want the answer.
They can look at her hair and tell that she's mixed with something.
Yep.
Well, that's what keeps them pecking. They unless it's Italian. If you're Italian, because Italians, I think they changed the immigration code. Like 1970, they were considered non-white, and then it kind of flipped where, they were always let in, but it was like official. They made it official at that point. Yeah. So it's kind of like, unless you're Italian, Italian, you should give them that answer. Val, you should tell them that and then see how they respond. Because I would be curious. That would be cute.
It's a social thing. Go ahead, Save.
Yeah, and also in Latin America, they are behind time. You see, black people in America are beyond so much of the skin.
She's sleepy. The baby's sleepy.
Bleaching and all of those different things like that. Latin America, they have not even reached the civil rights movement because if a man have children, one child is very fair skinned and the other is dark. The dark skinned child is raised to be subservient to the light skinned sister.
Yeah.
Behind time. It's just like here in America where they would say, if your hair is nappy, put Concolina and make it happy.
Yeah.
You see, so they in Latin America, they are behind times in the mentality because everything with them is, you see, they have an expression like, how Spanish are you? Everything back to the mother country.
Right.
Here, they have way past that in Haiti. Speaking French, you are considered to be above. If you speak French, so if somebody, are you a mulatto? Oh, I'm French. You see, black people here in America is beyond that.
Well, because we're never organized the same way. Because the Northern Europeans can have the same culture, so they organize us differently.
Right, exactly.
And the Northern Europeans wanted to stay pure. They didn't want a mulatto class. That's the difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they had the numbers to do that too. That's another thing a lot of people don't understand. Like when you look at like when they started leaving Europe and you look at places like, you know, South Africa, they never had the numbers to do that. So they had to play that. Whenever you see mulatto, in my opinion, and I think this is true, you see mulatto classes where white people don't have the numbers and they don't believe they'll have the numbers that they want to have to exert control the way they want to. So they'll create a buffer class. Again, it comes back to the divide and conquer. That's like the practical reason to do it. And in Latin America, they were just never going to have those numbers. They call it Hispania. That's what Mr. Research said, like that entire zone. They were just never going to have those numbers. So they needed a mulatto class versus the America operated as it got built up. They always knew they were going to bring in more and more because there was always poor whites that want to get treated better than, like what you just said, BGS, than where they were. An opportunity to be at the top of the caste system versus the bottom if you're Irish or whatever. And although they had to earn it.
But the caste system is uniquely was uniquely Hispanic, right? It was Portugal and Spain that actually had the caste system. The Northern Europeans didn't have it. So in other words, when they wanted to separate, they had to borrow the caste system from the Hispanics. So
okay, that's why it seems like it's a lot more solidified in Brazil.
Yeah, yeah. Because
like you see it more sophisticated there.
Yeah, because that's where it came from. And the Northern Europeans didn't try to implement it until what, the late 17th century. Because,
okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So in other words, and then it was a slave class, and it was basically a labor problem. In fact, a lot of your
so that's where the South Africans got it from. The Afrikaners, like the Dutch and English, they pretty much got it from.
Yeah.
Portugal. Okay, that's
because the Dutch, because South Africa wasn't actually colonized until the late 19th century, right? So it was already, so the caste system was already solidified. So they borrowed all this stuff from Latin America and the United States and implemented it there. So so South Africa is a blend of both America and the Latin countries.
Yeah, like my thing is with Afro, like I understand old school. The thing is, you got two things. One is you got people, and I say this to black people, I say this to everybody, but I'm talking particularly of black people. Black people have to get good at looking at things from two frequencies. Number one, there's the individual level on how you deal with somebody, and then there's the group dynamic. And that doesn't always have to be all black people. That could be black people that's in different classes, whatever. But black people tend to not understand that. Like they think, oh, this person individually is cool, and then they get hurt that when this person merges with another group, they kind of switch up. Well, the dynamics of that situation change. So with that said, one thing that always, I don't want to say annoys me because I understand it, but when I saw Afro Latinos, I'm talking about, let's get away from the Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans because they always are in flux because of their lighter skin and all of that. I'm talking about like ones that are at least Carmelo Anthony's complexion.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you black anywhere you go, you black. Even in Africa, they wouldn't really take too many eyes at you. I've always been amazed at how even when they get here, they will try to loop in with like the Dominicans or the Puerto Ricans off the fact that they speak Spanish.
Huh? Oh, talking about Afro Latinos?
Yeah, I'm talking about the darker skinned ones. Because will try to say, "Oh, well, I'm a different culture," and I'm like,
because they are a different culture. They are different.
They are. That's true. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about from a political standpoint. Because they say politically, if we were to pull in everybody that would be considered black based on the one drop rule, that it would be like 18%. Technically, what the black community would be.
Yeah, but saying is okay.
If you pull everybody in.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's like okay, pulling in Afro Latinos is like pulling in Africans. Okay, your culture is different.
Yeah, it's the same problem.
And culture, and and until the different culture is enforced on you, like say cops beating on your head or something like that, you stick with your culture. So in other words, Afro Latinos, They speak when they come from where they come from. They speak Spanish. They don't speak very good English, and they have their cultural norms are more in line with who.
Well, no, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying too is this is where when I said before, like when you were talking about black men not working together, this would be a lot easier to deal with if black men were a lot more economically unified and economically. I'm talking about within the realms of what we can do, because I understand there's limits to the caste system, but there are things we can do.
Because you're not getting to the core of the fucking problem. The problem is not fucking why black people can't work together. It's not because they're black. It's because they've been socialized to think white. Yeah,
that's true too.
So you have to get at that. You have to remind them the reason that you think that you can't work together is because the white man's ice is colder and you don't trust your black brother because you have been taught not to. Somebody's got the speaker on. You've been taught not to. That's how come a lot of people really got upset about that Jerome Fox, because he was saying a lot of stuff that hurt a lot of people. Because he hit a lot of dogs with those rocks he was throwing.
Man, you need old school references.
A whole lot of dogs yelping, man. And they were yelping because he was hitting them with those rocks. They couldn't duck him.
I mean, it is true, but BGS, this is why we have the arguments that we have. Like, I hate how it comes the way it comes out, which we need to get off the who is black, who is not black. But I'm talking about more who is economically committed to the black community, regardless of what that is. Who is economically committed? That's really the question that I always lace people with. Like, you know, because people that want to have these escape. Like, I may find a white man, so I'll be cool until I find a white to try to buy my way out or stuff like that. And those are the things that I took.
They just stopped burning down your businesses 50 years ago. Okay. I was talking to a guy from Atlanta. He's a business consultant, right? And I was just talking to the dude. He said, back where he's from in Georgia, if you're a successful black man, he used to burn down your building. Okay. And this is less than 50 years ago, right? They just started to do what? To accept you into the collective. They just started. So the thing is, it's going to take a minute. You know, there's a lot of damage that's why Monahan said what he said. I said you said the country has done a lot of damage to these people. It's not going to get fixed overnight if you don't. And they stopped trying to fix it. So the thing is, we carry this stuff around. That's why I play what I play. You're carrying this damaged stuff around and rattling around in your head. It's being reinforced by the white school system and the white culture. And if you don't stop and fix this shit, you're gonna keep doing the same thing over and over again because you haven't changed the programming. Which I'm trying to change the programming little by little.
Oh,
that's why we talk about this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, my mentality has always been you're gonna have to take a small percentage of black people that are capable of kind of taking over the rest, but that's just my personal.
Well, you're not going to be able to do it in a broad conclave, a broad stroke. Okay, it's not going to happen. You can do it in a small conclave. No, they will allow that. I always say, and everybody that I've talked to that's in the community said, if you want to be black and stay black, you're going to have to move out of the country where black's the majority. It is what it is, because the policy of the United States is. The policy for the United States is for everybody to look like Val. That's the policy of the United States. That's what they want. That's what they want. They want, you know. So Val is the epitome of what the United States wants. Okay. She's a Puerto Rican white woman married to a Chinese national. That's what they want. And the resultant is a mixed Chinese and Puerto Rican baby. That's mixed. They're gonna mix in with all the other mixed kids. Yep. That's what they want. 3 more generations. That's what you're gonna see. Is what it is. Okay, you're not gonna stop it because you don't have enough money behind it. You don't have the school system behind it. You don't have the media behind you. You don't have the money behind you. All you got is talking to black people, and you basically, if you don't have force. You don't have wealth and you don't have persuasion. All them 3 things are working against you. So it is an uphill battle. Good luck with that.
How you guys doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Hey, what I'm saying, you can see. What I'm saying is, all you gotta do is look at the scoreboard. I don't have to show you anything else. Look at the scoreboard.
We'll see.
This is third quarter. How far are you behind?
I mean, it's not a I mean, at the end of the day, like I understand. That's why you hear me talk about passports all the time. So I mean, it's not that I'm saying you're wrong, but you know, we'll see.
You can do it in a small. They will allow small enclaves. They don't care. The Jewish people have a small enclave. Okay.
Look, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, actually, they prefer
I'm gonna keep it 100% real with you. If what was black was cut to 20% of what it is now, like what the number is now, if it was about 20%, and then that 20% was a much more potent 20%, kind of like on the level of like the boot, not necessarily as light as the bootleg, but as far as economically on the level of the bootleg, minus depending on white. When I say depending on white, you know
what percentage they actually want and what they've been wanting since the country was founded is less than 5%. That's what they want. Same thing the UK has. That's what they want. And everybody.
I mean, they can get that if they bring in more immigrants. If they're willing to bring in more immigrants.
I'm telling you, Edward, they don't have to bring in shit. Okay, they're gonna force you to mix. Proximity will take care of the rest. Go ahead, Cerulean.
Yeah, you know.
We'll see.
But yeah, see, the thing is,
you can see if you want to look at the scoreboard, man.
is in order to understand domestic policy, you must understand foreign policy first, right? And if you look at what's happening in the world, foreign policy is pushing for what? Admixture. Okay, so they prefer you to have a smaller block. That way, you know, they can still pick off of you for a genetic stock, you know. But the way that things are going now, what black folks, if you want to have a community, is to really brace for impact as the house comes crumbling down. You know, and that's basically part of the work that I do, because you know I basically believe in black people. I believe in black people more than black people believe in black people, because niggas, right? So the idea is to organize to such an extent so whenever this next storm hits us, which is inadvertently being caused by the technological revolution, we'll have enough people to rebuild the communities in the way we want. You know, you got people that are extreme as well. We got to save all black people. Like, I'm not trying to save everybody.
No, I'm not in that either.
You know, speaking on the admixture side, if you go back to Reconstruction, right, when you got released off the plantation, you were released with the traders, you were released with the turncoats and the coons and the Stevens from the Django, right? But what happened was you had the so-called mulatto class trying to elevate up to the level of a white man. And you know what they said? They said, get your ass back down there, nigga.
Yep.
And so what they started doing was started forming up basically what was back then political action groups. You can go back to read some of Martin Delaney's notes, right? He's the founder of Black nationalism, right? Everything became a political thing. The reason I don't suggest brothers traveling outside the United States is, one, safety, right? You have a lot of safety protocols here in America that you just don't have anywhere else in the globe. Secondly is because what is that noise?
That's Charlie typing.
Oh, okay.
She's getting Uber from people, probably.
Yeah. Secondly, the other reason why I don't suggest brothers just go and get a passport and run is because if you haven't done anything here to attempt organizing your people and you just throw in the towel, you're not going to be much good anywhere else on the globe. You see? So
yeah, but that finish. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's what you have, especially with brothers going over there, like some brothers thinking they're going to seek refuge in Japan and not really know the social dynamic.
No, can't go there.
Yeah, you don't really understand the social dynamic. You got people wanting to go to you know, Africa, most of Africa is undeveloped, and you know, there you have no safety net there, right? So here in America, you have a safety net where at least you can go out and try something, and you'd still be pretty good if you fail at it. Whereas being stranded in a place that's undeveloped, and you know, and making a poor choice to go over there and get stuck.
Yeah, you got to start. That's what I'm saying. You have to start an enclave. Go work as an enclave.
Because you see a lot of brothers doing that. They get over there and they start investing some money.
Oh yeah.
And you know they ain't got enough money to finish it, and they haven't really built anything of substance. Right.
Well, we got to separate traveling and going in and out of the United States, which becoming an expat. That's two completely different things. I mean, to me, there's value in leaving the country just to get out of that bubble, because that's the big problem. America is the most sophisticated country in the bullshit that America does. Like, you can't really see it unless you know what to look for, particularly with black people. Other immigrants come into it because they're coming because they can compare and contrast, and that's why they're able to do that dual crap while they play the game while acting like they're not playing the game. This is the water black people are swimming in. So I'm not talking about being an expat per se, although if you're an older guy, I welcome it, because that's setting up those enclaves.
I just want to say, okay, remember this is not an Ibmore hangout, okay? So I know we want to get deep into it. I want to see if the ladies want to jump in, because this is their hangout, and we can always do this on the Ibmore.
My bad.
Yeah. So I know, but finish the conversation. But I just want to remind you.
No, I just wanted to separate. I hear what you're saying, Cerulean, and I'm not big on the expat thing per se, despite that argument we had, like that conversation. But I am big on black people getting out of the country or being more mobile. You don't gotta leave the country, but you can't be in no 1 or 2 states. And then, like, that's by the time you 30, and that's all you know. You see what I'm saying? Can you give me that?
I give you that. Actually, I encourage brothers and sisters to travel, to at least see the real world for what it is. Because what happens is people get trapped into the American paradigm and think this is what is the real world, right? And so and usually they come back and they appreciate the shit they got more, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what bringing it back to the ladies, that's what BGS was talking about when you know, black women got mad when he said, I forget who he said it to, but he said you need to travel so you learn what black men do for you.
Because they're because women actually suffer more from the culture than actually men do. Because they're more dependent upon it.
Well, they're the grounding agent. They're what, you know, they're the element that decides where a man's gonna plant down seed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you hear it in like I would have loved Val to have been on when we had all those, you know, different women with different accents and stuff like that on, you know, what's called from Haiti and all that, because it gives you, just through hearing the voices, you can almost hear the story through their voices and how they go about doing stuff. Like how they're talking, the tonalities, how they go about certain things that they're talking about. You can literally hear the difference so crystal clear. And Woman of the Past wasn't even there.
But it's like I was saying on our hangout the other night, you know, a lot of times, you know, when you get into this extremism, right? I'm just going to leave the country, got my passport. You know, the house of white supremacy is already falling down, right? You know, the question earlier about China, like why aren't they like this towards Chinese and all of that? I'll just put it like this: America is to China what the Negro is to America. Not going, you know, you're not going to really make much of it.
In other words, Chinese believe that they are the center of the world, and they have for 2,000 years. So in other words, there's only 2 places as far as Chinese is concerned: China and Greater China.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. So basically, That's how come the British and the Chinese get along so well, because they both have the same kind of mindset.
Yeah. White women have a hard time when they go to Japan. It's actually interesting to read articles where that white privilege is completely stripped from their ass and see how they deal with it. They do not deal with it well.
Yeah.
When they're not the beauty standard.
Yeah, because they're, especially Western white women, because they're coming into a real patriarchy, and they don't play, and the women will get you in line just as well as the men will.
But even more so, you go to like Japan and China, the women are even more so tough on the women than the dudes are.
Oh yeah, they don't play
because they know what that shit is like. They are trying to prevent you from getting your hair pulled and your roll ripped from you, and
Koreans are like that too. Koreans are like that too. South Koreans, like, women fear the judgment from other women. Like, and that's why I've always stated that's really informed me about women's responsibility in controlling their own side, whether it be the older women keeping the younger women in check. A lot of women try to act like it's on the man to basically keep you in check. Yes, in his own house, that may be true. But when you look at the collective, a lot of these bad habits that our women have, and that's one thing I give Latin women across the board a lot of credit. When it comes to femininity, Latin women teach their dog, game them up on femininity. Mm-hmm. Black women don't. You see the biggest difference.
I think it depends.
Go ahead.
It's just a
hold on. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Go ahead, Val.
Oh, the fact that I think it depends? I really think it depends on who's raising the woman. I don't know.
From your culture.
There's a lot
of, your culture.
You're comparing our culture to African American culture. Yeah. And I think it really depends, because I've met plenty of very feminine African American women.
I know.
So I don't know. I know what you're saying, but
who keeps the women in check in your culture? Is it the men or the women?
I guess I would say it's the women, but the men do too. Because the men do shame also.
Yeah.
At least from my experience, they do.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that there's no feminine. Char knows this. There's no feminine African American women. We do an 80-20 rule. Basically, 20% of them are level-headed and got their stuff together when it comes to that stuff, and 80% of them, to certain degrees, are just completely affected by it's degrees to it. But when it comes to affected by feminism, but overall. One of the things overall, and I know Latin community is completely different, Colombians, Dominican, I understand the differences, but I'm saying overall, femininity is preached a lot more across the board. Completely, like we're in a matriarchy in the Black community. Really, it's a gynocracy, but let's just call it, for American terms, a matriarchy. That is a complete opposite to what the Latin. There are no matriarchies in the Latin community that I know of.
Yeah, that's true.
And so there are a lot more barriers. I mean, I don't need to explain it, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. So in that environment, in that matriarchal environment, it pushes women to not be as feminine as they otherwise could be, versus in the Latin community, it's a different negotiation type of situation. It's like, don't be a complete asshole and respect me as a human being and we'll be good, versus women are like, they look down on us. Like we're supposed to serve them.
Well, then if you understand that, then you understand why there's this mass appeal to the Black man, right? If you're looking at the numbers, and you get women from other countries more patriotic rule or more patriarchal rule when they come here, and it's like, man, you got the most humble, most forgiving, the most kindest. You know, we've actually been slow to judgment, right? Of the black woman. You know, that's what.
This is why we have a better advantage to hop the fence than what Black women do, because Black men are gonna non-Black women will get a better deal out of us. They get a Black man that's on point, got their money and all that stuff together. You can get the lighter ones that might be accepted more, that's willing to assimilate into whatever culture. And then they're just they're like, as long as you pretend to respect me, that's all you really gotta do. Black men will give you 55-45.
Well, in other words, if you look at the two books, Richard Sex and End of Men, they both say that the black American men are far more flexible than any other group of men. Far more flexible. They're probably on the planet. Yeah.
Yeah, because you get to know the girl.
These are white feminists that say that.
Yeah, matter of fact, you could check out a book written by the Red Stockings. What was it? The Feminist Revolution. They're talking about how the white women actually admitting how they were so jealous of the black woman not because of her looks or anything, but because of her men, of the control that she wielded in her community. Yeah, that's the feminist revolution.
But see, what they didn't understand is that's an artificial. That control is only there because of what the black community, as far as like white people, have to enforce that. If white men, if this caste system wasn't constructed the way it was, the way the laws are, because I'm gonna be honest with you, you change a couple of laws. This is one thing. I did not vote for Donald Trump. Let me make that clear. But this is one thing that Donald Trump has a unique ability to manipulate some of these laws to really fix a lot of this bull crap across the board. Like stuff that women get away with, whether it's just in general, certain women do it more than others. But if he were to change, for instance, that you couldn't just get a no-fault divorce, you had to actually have a reason like infidelity or something like that. Even that would make a lot of make a little bit of difference. Or if women cheated, they can't just take half if they were the one that were at fault. These little things would change their behavior, but he seems to not be interested in that, which is like, why the fuck is he there then? As far as
you'd have to go all the way back. You know, it's like I was telling you guys the other night. America really signed its death certificate over the multitude of immigration policies that they've had. The one that really signed the nail in the coffin was, I think, 1906, when they brought in all of these immigrants, and the idea was to basically outnumber blacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even though they wouldn't allow them into the white club, you know, until like the 50s, right? And so they tried to outnumber us. And the problem was they were still having this negative birth rate back in the 1930s. And what did they do? They said, we're going to sign more legislation on what? More immigration, right?
Yeah, and that's why I say we'll see. That's exactly why I say we'll see. Because it's a race. Let's see what America is 70 years from now as far as their power structure. Because if America does not have the same power structure and enforce its will, then the situation is going to switch.
Well, it could also be a clusterfuck. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, BGS, I'd rather be a clusterfuck than the assimilation thing. What about that? And I mean that.
Well then, brother, you're not digging you need to be moving out of the city, someplace far away, and digging your bunker. If you mean that. If you ain't doing that, then
I got my personal situation that I'm trying to create is a situation where if I need to be in, I won't say anywhere on the planet, but if I need to be gone, I can be gone and my family can be gone. I'll be one of them.
Then you better sharpen up them plans, because you want 312 million person clusterfuck, and you be in the black and be on the black side. It ain't gonna be pretty because we don't have the weapons and they do.
Yeah. I understand that, and maybe it won't work being in the United States, but I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, that's the reason why I say we'll see. It's not just me trying to be smart, like it's that I don't know where if America stays as is. And as the current plan, I get what you're saying. Even in the current plan of sliding,
you're working against two different things. It's called one. It's cultural momentum is like a big ass avalanche. It's going to roll over you, and it's too far gone. You will mix because once they break up your community. Actually, gentrification is basically the last stand. When they break up your community and force you to mix with poor whites and rich whites. That 2 generations, probably won't even take that. A couple of generations, they will reach their target. They'll reach their target.
I believe, if I'm gonna just say this. They're not. It can't get there. They can't get there with just black women mixing up. That's not enough. They're gonna need all, like, not all the community, but both genders. And this society is hell bent.
And then you're talking. You keep talking about black and white. You forget that there's Native American and Latino. They're intermixed, and there's more black people intermixing with Latino than there is with white.
That doesn't get you looking like Val, though. It gets you more looking like me.
You don't.
I mean, I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is, the thing is, you don't want. It's hard.
That gets you looking like Obama. I'll admit that.
It's harder. At the beginning of the century, you had a majority of black people looking like jet black, right? They have continually over the generations lighten your skin. Okay, once they break up your community and force white people to mix with black people and force Latino, because it's already done in the Latino community. If you go to New York, it's you being married to a Puerto Rican girl or vice versa is no big deal. Okay, they don't even give you a side eye. It is what it basically is normal. Okay, if you multiply that by 50 states, you get what I'm talking about. In fact, my neighbor, she's Mexican. There's none of her. She married a Mexican man and she had 3 daughters, but her boyfriend is black. Her daughters are all married to black men.
Yeah, and that gentrification is real. Like here in the where I'm at, like I just had a guy come to my doorstep trying to basically buy my house. I'm like, give me about 18 months. Like, if you give me the right price, I'll be out by the end of the month. Give me $250, I'll be gone within 2 weeks. But yeah, so next door neighbor, and then the neighbor 2 houses down, just sold their house. And these are Asian and a white family. And so looks like there's going to be another white neighbor over here, and there's another neighbor across the alley from me, and looks like there's like I don't know what she is. It's so racially ambiguous, so I just don't know.
Yeah.
But so it's
no. I mean, I get that. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. But, because my brother, for instance, my youngest brother, his grandmother's Japanese. Mm-hmm. So, like full-blooded Japanese. So he's like, what, like 65, 70% black. And he's got the hair and all of that. The women like, oh my God, thank God. It's interesting enough. He chooses, that might be a credit to my mom, but most of his girlfriends are black women, which really, by the dynamics, they really shouldn't be. They really should be more white women based on whom he would be able to attract. But no, he gets dark-skinned girls. I'm like, good job. The one positive thing I can say. No. My bro, actually, interesting enough, all of us, my mom pretty much hit the jackpot because all 3 of us will probably be with black women most likely. Okay. Probably as her same skin tone, or because how, like I said, 80-20, 20% of them shit together as far as their brain, and most of them are married. That's my joke, and that's not a diss. That's just like black men. It's a whole bunch of black men is on the little boy syndrome.
Yeah. Anybody can jump in. All I gotta do is speak up. Okay.
Yeah, Kevin is in the chat. I mean, I know Kevin be trying to get in here a lot of times. I like to hear his perspective. He's got that old man gang like BGS, man, on the style shit,
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get more female voices because I'm tired of hearing this crap about female voices. You got women in here that you have women in the chat, and they get priority. But they're listening. If they want to listen, go ahead. You guys keep right on. So I'm trying to give them a chance.
I mean, I heard a lot of them were talking about AI. I mean, saying they want to hear about AI. Artificial intelligence is gonna suck for women, as far as I'm concerned. It's not gonna.
It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck for everybody.
Yeah, it is.
In fact,
AI is going to be a non-discriminate pole in the rectum for.
yeah.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, particularly for like black men are already down. So it ain't like we gonna fall further. Much further.
Well, what's happening, right? You see, the third part of getting the numbers down is coming with. You ever wonder, the one part of technology that is always moving faster than the others is always in genetics, right? And that's why you get this designer babies that are coming. Right? Soon, having a child is going to be a luxury. Okay, and even having a child, it's only going to be important to the state. So you're not going, you're going to have less children.
Yeah.
Or you're going to have them out of luxury, out of leisure.
Yeah. It depends on where you are. If you if what happens, what I think is going to happen is I think that the UBI is just the first part of it, and the automation is the second part of it. You're going to have a breakup of these big metropoles. You're going to have smaller and smaller communities because the technology like water and electricity and all that other kind of stuff is actually going to be more distributed, right? So you can move out of these big ass metropoles because you're not going to have a damn job anyway. So you might as well live in smaller communities. So we'll see as far as children is concerned. But the biggest thing, if they come out with a male contraceptive, then you know what the plan is, because they don't want any more kids. They have enough. If you see that, that's a signal.
Yeah, because and if that comes, like I said, it's just a lot of in this society right now. There's people that are pushed up a lot more, or let's just say their bullshit is tolerated. I'm not just talking about women. I'm talking about in general that's tolerated more than others, and those are the ones when they get that carpet, sweep from up under them. They're gonna feel it more. The what they call it, the hangover. They're gonna feel that. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not gonna affect people differently. It's gonna feel the hangover.
And the universal basic income. I got somebody sent me a link to a news report. The test that they ran in India, evidently it went well. So they roll it out.
Zuckerberg has been going around talking about it. I know he made he tried to compare it to like what Alaska gets with that, the deal they have with but that's not really the same. But there's actually a website, and I'll shoot a link to you. You probably have it. It's like universalbasicincome.org, and it basically chronicles all the stories about it.
Yeah, I mean,
at least in the United States, outside.
It has to come because somebody shot me a link. I think it was Wilsonian Garviat. He shot me a link about video about the company. They're actually commercializing quantum computers. They're there, and they're in such a good number they can actually sell them now. It's not state sponsored anymore. If you start seeing quantum computers multiply with AI software, because AI, artificial intelligence, is basically software, right? More than it is hardware. You put quantum computers with AI software, it's over. I said it's over. The only thing is that what kind of restriction are you going to put on your AIs so that they don't
to the world Skynet?
It was Sky. It's
well, that's where Elon Musk and who's the other dude? Elon Musk and Zuckerberg were having kind of a little back and forth they were talking about. Yeah. Elon Musk is more like, you need to be careful with this shit, versus Zuckerberg's like, it ain't that serious.
You will, but the Chinese won't. Yeah, but it is that serious, because that's why I played that clip, man.
Well, that's what Zuckerberg was saying. So.
Well, that's why I played that clip, and I married it with that story where Facebook did exactly the same thing. Zuckerberg shut down his own AI because it was actually forming its own language and rolling past them, just like on the video where they said that unit on the 9th day they couldn't understand it, and so they shut it down.
I didn't see that video. I need to check that out.
Oh yeah, that clip from what was it, Automata?
Automata. Yeah, I said. That's why I said when I saw the stories, I said I said it's gonna cost me a copyright, but I'm gonna put this clip in there so people can understand that they know this shit was already coming.
Yeah, and China, like I said, China, you know, yeah, they don't have no limit.
You know,
there's a price.
Edward, finish, Edward.
No, I was just gonna say there's a price with that. If China gets on a landmine that they can't deal with, that might blow their whole crap up. So, you know, so they can go full speed ahead all they want to.
It was saying if it gets out, it's not like it's a landmine that's going to destroy one country. It's going to spread like wildfire. You get an AI. You ever see what is it? Person of Interest. Where
I've seen one episode of the show. Yeah.
Watch the last 2 seasons when an evil AI starts to take over.
Yeah, and you
know what I like. Did you see the movie Eagle Eye?
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Worse. Worse.
We are everywhere.
This isn't actually the first time this happened. If you remember, back in I think it was the 80s or the 90s, they developed the chess playing AI known as Deep Blue.
Yeah.
And he beat Kasparov.
Yeah.
Right. So this is actually. I don't know how many times this has actually happened.
No, the thing is, that you know, in fact, that's why I played it, a clip from it. To train an AI, you have to have enough. Okay, there's 2 things. You got to have a neural network software that actually a self-learning neural network that actually can operate it, and that was just developed. I think the first one was developed in the early 2000s, and there was one, and then with Google, the first Google AI where they were trying to teach it to languages, where it actually formed its own code itself. The first one they shut down. I guess they put they actually started up another one, and the one that translates languages, and they limit it to certain things. In other words, the self-learning algorithms and the neural networks, because the neural networks were actually primitive, right? The reason that they're more robust now is because the video card technology has all these different like cells, right? Like little computer cells, okay? And that forms like neurons, okay? So basically, you take the software, you marry it with a quantum computer, and you back it up with all these video cards, right? And that forms your AI, the basis of your AI, and that forms the basis of your self-learning AIs. And they're just, like I said, they didn't say how many they shut down, but they're just starting to try to contain this, and they don't know if they can. And one of them is going to get loose. Once one get loose, it's it. That's why he's saying, like he said, I want them all shut down. I want the head of the bastards. You know, he wasn't playing.
Well, that's why Elon Musk was talking about it needs to be regulated. So I don't know why Zuckerberg would say some basically dumb shit like he was saying when he had that problem.
Well, he did. He probably was saying that shit before, and now that he ran into that problem, it got loose, and he had to shut it down.
Yeah, because I know Jeff Bezos is the new billionaire, the new top dog as far as billionaires at 90 billion. So it's gonna be interesting how that happens with the plutocracy, because that's really what's going on with, like what you say. What's the Economic Forum with the 6,000?
The World Economic Forum.
Yeah, that's really in their land what they're talking about, and it's gonna be crazy. But like I said, what I would say is people just got to learn how to try to get as much on the producer side as possible. The sooner you do that with whatever skill set you have, women, consulting, whatever, the better you're gonna be. But if you wait for it to happen, and then it's gonna be, because this is what I fear of it more anything. I fear that, like, if you're on the wrong side of this, you're gonna globally, you're gonna be locked out of being able to. Your upward mobility is gonna be harder.
The thing is, the thing is, the landscape is changing so fast. You don't know. It's like tossing a coin up in the air and figuring out which side's gonna land up, heads or tails. You don't know. That's the problem. You don't know.
Well, even having the type of information, but just even like for people that listen to you, they are already like way ahead. They're just I'm not trying to. But if you're privy to this kind of information, you can contextualize it. When I say you, I mean people that even listening, they can understand what you're saying and not fight everything. Yeah, they are already way ahead of the curve on like, hopefully, I'd say 90%. Yeah. So they'll have the room to make the mistakes versus others ain't even thinking about this shit at all.
Because I learned a long time ago because. You probably know him, Cerulean. You probably know him, Craig Hewlett. I studied under Craig Hewlett for like 12 years.
Oh yeah, he's world renowned.
I was his client for like 12 years, and one thing he taught me, he said, read, constantly read, but also know who to listen to, know where the power is. So when I saw the World Economic Forum do what they did. That's why I immediately got to you guys and said, this is going to happen. If people say, well, it ain't going to happen because this, that, and other, and it won't work. I said, it doesn't matter where you think it's going to work.
See, those people are fucked because those people are going to fight everything. It's the same thing with the universal basic income. And I hear white people saying this. It's a couple in the kind of stuff that I deal with. It's like that same white dude that I don't know if it's marketing, but he can't stand the idea of a universal basic income. He acts like that's going to be absolute poverty, which it's going to be. He's kind of right, but at the same time, he acts like it's not going to happen in America. And I have even told him, I was like, dude, shit's going to happen.
They're going to have to do it to compete, okay? Because if automation fully hits and basically. They still had a restricted place on automation. They haven't even begun to do it, man. They can't. They would love to roll it out completely, but the thing is, what it would do to your society was it would level it within 5 years. They could literally take every job on the planet within 5 years if they really wanted to. But the thing is, will level your societies, and you're not prepared to actually. Do that, but people think, okay, I'm a lawyer, AI can't touch me. Bullshit. Okay, it's already done it. Or I'm a merchant marine, can't touch me. Bullshit. They've already done it. I'm a doctor, it can't touch me. Bullshit. They've already done it.
Yeah, I also think they still talking to people about the tax situation too, like the plutocrats, because I don't think they really sold on the fact that they're gonna have to give up. It's not even so much giving up, but it's like the percentage of the new money they get and new control they get. They're going to have to think differently on how they do that because of what you said about if people are hungry and ain't got no jobs, they're going to start killing people. And I'm sure you got a lot of plutocrats that think, oh, we can do it just like they do in Brazil and stuff. Well, we can, just have all these gated communities and stuff and just class it up really heavy. Like what I'm saying, like wrong side of that, and that's not going to work. Not in America. It's too many guns.
Well, the reason something like Elysium could work is because it was off planet, and you had basically robots actually down there controlling the populace, so they couldn't get to you. If you're on the planet, man, all it takes is one dude, one crazy dude that's got some kind of smarts and a CRISPR machine to produce one virus, and it can wipe out the whole entire planet. That's how come CRISPR is so dangerous. They're trying to.
Yeah, there's a documentary. There's a documentary on. Oh, go ahead. There's a documentary on Netflix.
The DOD is trying to put restrictors on CRISPR as we speak.
Yeah, but they're on the backside trying to use it to produce super soldiers.
Super soldiers will not do you absolutely zero good against tiny drones. Nanobots, yeah, not gonna do any good. You give me a super soldier, I could take him down in minutes. Who's got the music playing?
And plus, it's just too many contractors too, and you'll get them it's just too many that's one thing about America. It's too many people with guns. There's just too many variables they can't control. Like if that was true, Snowden wouldn't have happened. If they really had as much control as they think they do.
The thing is, you're not going to have a populace. You can do it. It can be done. You can control them, especially with technology. But the thing is, the technology can be reversed on you. If I'm barricaded, I send some tiny drones with whatever carcinogen or whatever I want and swarm the house. He's done. He's cooked. Okay. If you wanted to do it that way, yes.
Question: did you hear the story about that company in Wisconsin that's going to microchip like 50 employees? What's the future of microchips going into humans?
If you look at Elon Musk, it's going to be neural implants. They've already designed them. He's getting Elon Musk wants to develop them further. In other words, they cut you open, they implant neural implants into your brain.
And that's the plan for the general population, or?
We don't know we don't know the results of the test. They're just starting to do it. But yeah,
people are dumb enough that they'll volunteer for that shit. I mean, just look at Ghost in the Shell. That movie talked about that a lot.
What I'm saying is, if you can wire a human brain, basically each human brain is a quantum computer. It's just not wired correctly. So if you put chips in to wire the human brain correctly, you would get. If you ever seen Fringe and look at the
observers.
That is the future of transhumanism. That's the only thing that makes sense. You don't make it either or. You marry the both. And he specifically designed the human being for neural implants. Right now, you have to adapt the neural implants for the human being. If you have control of the design of the human being and they're actually grown, you just grow the neural implants in there with the human being as he grows. And you design his features in his brain for that. And you get a different kind of human being. So where there's no difference between technology and the human being is married. And they said, and all the scientists that I've heard said the most powerful computer that they can design is already inside your head. It's built to run a body instead of doing computation. In other words, the quantum computer is designed after the human brain. They're literally taking the human brain, studying it, and basically reverse engineering it and putting it into silicon rather than into biology, right? And into meat, as they call it. But the thing is, it took 1 billion years to design the brain in the computer in your head. So it's a lot harder to design it in silicon because there's a lot of pieces that are missing. Because your brain is not simply the brain in your head. Your brain extends throughout your whole entire body. So you don't have billions, you got trillions and trillions. You got 100 trillion nerve cells in your entire body. That is your brain. So I get upset when people look at the brain and said, okay, that's what does it take. And no, your whole entire body is basically this electronic input-output system that you're born with. Your first thing that's developed is your neural system. Okay, the very first thing is your neural system, electronic system, and then everything else is built around it. So the most powerful computer that they can think of is inside your head. So if you marry technology with that, then you have what you really have a superhuman being or a super organism, because you're taking the best of both worlds. So if you want, if you look at the season, go online, download season 5 of Fringe, and you will know exactly what I'm talking about and what they can do, because these beings can go back in time, forward in time, back in time. They can teleport. They can do all kinds of magic things.
Yeah, like when the one guy kills one of the observers and takes the chip out of his head and puts it in himself. Yeah.
Yep. And he starts to turn. The chip starts to redesign the brain.
His hair starts falling out.
And he starts doing things that they can do. Yeah, go ahead.
They're gonna have problems trying to get the general population because like Bible Belt, certain regions of people, they're not gonna go for that just because of the religious beliefs associated with that, like the microchip being the mark of the beast.
Oh, it's not going. It's not. None of that is going to matter because all they're going to do is create a legislation where at the moment of birth it'll be.
No, it's not even at the moment of birth. Okay, you're forgetting they have two things. Okay, they can design a human being and they have the artificial womb. You don't need anything else.
Oh, and that's the funny thing is I was talking to my wife about that. Is, you look at in the next 20 years, you're going to need permission from the state to even have children, and then that's going to come with stipulations.
I don't think so. I don't think they'll really care. You'll just be over time. If you develop superior human beings over time, you're going to get left behind on. You're going to be left behind on the sidelines, and eventually, because they don't need years. They have centuries.
Yeah, they're not going to force you to do anything, and with the incentives are going to take care of itself. Because why force you to do something that they already know you're going to do unless they absolutely have to have you do it now?
One thing is, okay, they'll have all three things in place. They have force, they have wealth, and they have persuasion. Okay, if you don't do what they say or whatnot, you want to do things on your own. Good luck with that, Charlie. Go out in the wilderness, grow your own food, cut yourself off from technology, whatever you want to do. They won't care because there's not enough of you that's going to do that.
Definitely not.
And eventually, if they found out if women, if women are not, babies aren't financed, women won't have them. And over time, your numbers will dwindle. In fact, your numbers are dwindling faster than they expected. It's already happening.
And they haven't really even begun to really start pulling the Section 8 and taking it away.
It's a natural occurrence. That's how come Mouse Utopia was a success. They found out exactly how nature works as far as population. I mean, nature has its own restrictors.
Definitely does.
Mm-hmm. Mouse Utopia was not about mice. Okay, it was they were trying to recreate the phenomenon that they already saw because people keep missing the point. Okay, before there was any birth control, the fertility rate went from 9 to 3 without birth control. That's nature. In fact, they have to encourage women to have babies. Otherwise, it'd be lower than that. The white birth rate has been at 1 point lower at 1.4 since 1970. It hasn't moved. They had to bribe.
And that's despite having all of those immigration policies.
Yep.
It's still because no matter where they import them from, if you're importing them from Central Europe, the birth rate over there is bad too.
Yeah,
they come here and it's bad.
Italy's birth rate is 1.2, which is the lowest in the world, and they don't talk about it.
They were even lower than Japan.
Yeah.
Damn, what was them Italians, man? They like fuck it. Them Lola girls, man. They going for the black man, not working now, but just
that's how come they didn't mind importing people, but now they have too many. Europe's not helping out. In other words, you want all these people. The thing is, they let it go too far. They restricted the flow of people, right? So you don't have time to socialize these people. So now you got people coming in from a different culture overwhelming yours.
Yeah, Angela Merkel was talking about that a lot because a lot of people were thinking she was going to lose power because she was the one pushing that above everyone else as far as more people. A lot of people don't know the German population is getting older, plus the fertility rate isn't where they want it to be.
Yeah.
So their welfare state couldn't be supported without people. That's why they brought people in. But
Yeah, I think it's going to slow down. It might even reverse if the UBI comes in and they let automation just go, because then you don't want it to drop precipitatively, but you want it to slow down, and they're going to just let it slow down, and basically demographic momentum will take care of the rest. In other words, 4 generations, which is nothing to them. That's like 80, 90 years will take care of the rest.
Oh yeah, they plan for 200 years out. So yeah, 40% into the model.
Yep. In fact, it's because demographics and that kind of stuff is just a new phenomenon. Before, basically, the world population was fairly stable around the world, and since the Industrial Revolution, that's how come it really came into vogue, because they needed to understand what was going on. So it's still a new social science. It's not really well understood, but they keep trying to predict it, and just like any new social science, they're wrong, but they keep hacking it.
Yeah, because it's kind of like trying to predict what branches will come out of what tree and what direction.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's ambiguous like that.
Yeah, but the immigration trend in Europe and mixed with the race mixing in the States, that's leading to a rise in the alt-right and white nationalist groups.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Thing is, there's not enough of them.
Yeah, none of that's going to really matter. The simple reason why is the reason why you have an alt-right movement is because of desperation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's already.
And they're not even truthful about their.
Hold on, Edward.
If you want to know where the alt-right is going to go or white nationalism is going to go, just go back and read the story of General Custer. That's where it's headed.
Calm down, Omar. Calm down, man.
Oh, you've been going ham in the chat.
No. In fact, I'm gonna give you a coffee break real quick.
Should you call it?
Yeah, give him a timeout. It's a coffee break.
Judge Char. But anyway, it's been great talking to you all. I'm gonna hop off. Give somebody else. Come on, Kevin, jump in here, man. I'm sure the ladies get, his style and wisdom.
The ladies are listening, and I think they're listening.
I'm still here.
Okay. I want to say you guys are welcome to jump in and say something, or change topics or whatever you want to do. Yeah, I think her name is Kate, but she wanted to hear about El Boogie or was it Kate? I don't know who.
Yeah, the AI situation.
Yeah. It's they're very Skynet. They're afraid of Skynet. I kind of figured the reason AI didn't boom, and automation didn't boom, they kind of put restrictions on it because the elite are afraid of. They're actually afraid of artificial intelligence. Okay, they're afraid of it. They need it, but they're afraid of it because to get where they want to get, they're going to have to give it a certain amount of powers, and they don't know whether it's going to jump the protocols they put in place. Because that's how come it's also the reason they're not afraid of Bitcoin or any other currency, right? People kept telling me that Bitcoin can't be broken. The cipher can't be broken because this, that, and the other. And it said you need a quantum computer, and lo and behold, quantum computers are commercially available now. That means all the governments have them. So in other words, your password can be broken. They can see what you spend. They can track you if they really want to. And in fact, they're writing software where they can actually take over a cryptocurrency completely.
Yeah, the only reason why it wasn't really a big deal for as long as it was because it was unregulated. And now that the big boys want to get in on it,
Yeah.
saying Bitcoin can't be broken. That's horse crap, because once the banks establish theirs, Bitcoin is going to go from what, $2,500 for one Bitcoin down to like $2.50.
I think they're still going to start using, because it's already in place and it's already accepted. I think because the Switzerland start trading in it, right?
Yeah.
So they've already accepted. In fact, I think they're going to put it up on the exchange. It's going to be traded just like any other currency. So they're going to accept Bitcoin, and because they have control over it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. A lot of the foreigners started getting into the game around 2012 when they had all that hype, right? And that's when they started coming in and consolidating a lot of the market, you know. And so if you got Bitcoin, you're still holding on to Bitcoin, you basically got to find a sucker to sell it to.
No, you can trade it. It's tradable. And in fact, you can go on the exchange. They're going to put it up on the currency exchange. You'll be able to trade it.
If you care to hold on to it long enough.
No, you can trade it. You can trade it right now. You can trade it for cash if you want to. You want to get out of it, you can trade it. They're going to make it tradable. They're going to make it the reserve currency for all the cryptos. In fact, I was looking at Ripple, because the banks actually.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what the outcome of it, the G20 decision.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What I was looking. It probably was the outcome of the G20 decision.
Yeah, that was one of the outcomes of the G20 decision.
Yeah. Because I didn't see any. I kind of figured that, but I didn't see any news from it. So.
Oh yeah, it's been quiet because a lot of the big holders basically have consolidated most of the Bitcoin market. So this is kind of like their recompense to say, hey, well, if you want it to be valued or regulated, you got to have the banks come to the table, right?
Yeah, and plus they need a mechanism if they're gonna. If you're gonna have a universal basic income, you need to control the currency, and paper's hard to control. So, India is already doing the experimentation with going cashless. So why reinvent the wheel when you have something that works well?
Well, it had already been working in India, but India, the reason why it worked so well in India, because India already had some of the toughest restrictions on cryptocurrency. That's why guys were going over there trying to change their bitcoins into rupees, and they're getting charged with fraud, right? So they already had really strict regulations in place and protocols in place.
Yeah.
To prevent abuse.
Alchemist 13, the military being 30 years ahead used to be true. Because I talked to a whole bunch of people, and they were saying that tech is so big and so hard to actually wield. The government cannot fund it. The corporations are actually in charge of it now. They're way ahead of the military now.
Oh yeah, speaking of that, a couple of weeks ago I was telling you about how Russia had already shot past the American military. I mean, they got the deepest diving subs, they got some of the most powerful weaponry.
Yeah.
And now you have China that's been catching up.
Yeah.
They catch it up so fast. Like, that's why they discontinued the F-22 Raptor, because it was already obsolete compared to some of the Sukhois that the Russians were developing.
Yeah. They basically. I asked that question. I asked that question a long time ago, and all the contractors said the corporations can do it much faster because it takes so many to develop a technology. It takes so many teams to actually do it. That and with the way that a lot of the aeronautical engineering firms like Northrop Grumman, how they compartmentalize the development in place, it was basically too expensive. So you might say, what they did to resolve that was just outsource it to these other corporations. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically it's so distributed. They gave up. So in other words, there is no tight control over any. Or any industry. In fact, AIs and quantum computing is done by private corporations first, and then the governments will contract it because it's so expensive and it's so distributed that they said they actually gave up on that. That's like NASA outsourcing its rocketry. other
Yeah,
corporations.
and most of what the government contractors do now is they either just integrate or just put it together.
Yeah, yeah, basically,
Everything else is developed, like outsourced.
Yeah, outsourced, yeah.
But one of the things I like about a lot of this stuff that's going in the future and the near future is this age of stupidity, like that, and not just black people, but people in general, this age of anti-intellectualism, your ass is going to be poor. You don't got to be a genius, but you can't just be they did a video, Angry Man and O'Shea with the brother pill, talk about IQ and low IQ. And I was saying with that video, a lot of that is laziness. It's not so much that their IQs are low. It's just we're incentivized to be stupid to buy shit, pretty much. To be materialistic.
Yeah.
And that's going to change.
Yeah, it probably will.
Or the penalties, the penalties for being like that lazy is gonna be severe. Like you're gonna have to be really educated, not just trained in some BS.
Well, hopefully it'll incentivize the parents, hopefully the black women, to invest in their children.
They won't at first. They'll keep trying to do what they do
until a point where they'll have no choice.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what generation will that be?
Yeah, I mean, and then will it be too late? Will it be too late?
The ladies, you don't have to wait for an interest. You just jump in if you want to ask something or
yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm hopping off. It's been nice talking to y'all.
I mean, it's really a matter of you want your son to be similar to Neil deGrasse Tyson or Little Daryl.
Yeah, well, and as of late, they want him to be more similar to the Little Daryl, right? Because they don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's too corny for them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully that attitude will change. Anybody else?
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Geopolitical question. I saw on the news today that the United States put new sanctions on Russia, and our tensions are higher with Russia than ever before, or not ever before, but it's real high. What's up with the new sanctions? I thought Trump was cool with Russia.
Oh, they're cool. The thing is, okay, what they're trying to do is they're trying to put a schism between Russia and China.
Yeah.
So in other words, that's okay. Since 1994, when Chinese money got Russia off its knees, basically the Shanghai Cooperative had put Russia and China back together. China does not have enough military development to hold the United States. They don't have to defeat them, but hold them off. Okay. And they didn't have that. Okay. They got technology, they have money, they have business, they got all that stuff, people, all that stuff, but they don't have enough military technology to hold the United States at bay. They don't have to defeat them, they just have to hold them at bay. And Russia is the only country that Russia can't defeat the United States, not like it used to, right? But it can hold them at bay. In other words, they can enter a region because of the nukes, because of the military hardware, they can actually fight the United States to a standstill. And that's all China actually needs. Fight them to a standstill. We take care of the rest. Because China hasn't gotten to the point where its blue water navy and its military is on par. Yeah. They're building quickly, but they're not there yet. So they depend on other things. In fact, if I can find it, there was a Filipino general that was talking about asymmetric warfare that I listened to. It was back in 2006 when I listened to him. If I can dig it up, I will play it. I will put it on, since it's 2 hours, I'll put it on my BGS Reborn channel, and that will give you an idea of what the United States is looking at as far as going against the BRICS. Okay, it's not that they can't defeat one or the other. It's the thing is that they have to defeat. In other words, Cerulean can tell you that the United States has a 2.5 war policy, 2.5 theater policy for a reason, because anything further than that will be overreach. So in other words, They can't be in the Middle East. They can't be in Africa, Latin America, Asia, all these different places because it's too much of an overreach, right?
Yeah, that's why when you go to certain theaters of operation, like the Fifth Fleet, which is in the Middle East, they have to call on assistance from the UN a lot. So because you're already overstretched.
Yeah. In fact, that was the reason that was Robert Gates, right? Robert Gates did not want. It's not that he had any love for Libya one way or the other. He didn't want President Obama to get engaged into Libya. And that was exactly the reason for it, is because the military has a strict 2.5 war policy. And in fact, I learned that in ROTC class in 1977 about 2.5 war policy. Go ahead, chime in.
Hi, it's a completely different topic. Do you want me to wait until?
No, jump in.
Okay, so it's about the woman called Sarah Bartman.
Okay.
Yeah, she was the one that was basically in a human zoo, and basically European people would pay to prod her body because she was a woman from South Africa with
with a derriere.
Yeah. I just wanted to understand how the hypocrisy is kind of justified in terms of the fact that not only when she was alive, they treated her basically as subhuman, but when she died, they dissected her body in terms of using her body for racist science to describe African people as feral, essentially, whilst Europeans were civilized. And yet at the exact same time, they had dresses for European women that were meant to accentuate and actually kind of create an artificial big bustle behind them. I never understood how they can, on the one hand, say that Africans were savages for basically having a look that they were trying to emulate. I never understood that.
Same way you put on a mink coat. You get me? You care about the skin that the minks that have to give up their lives for your coat, because it looks good. Okay, I'm emulated because it looks good. It doesn't mean that I have to think that you're human.
Well, you know, white folks are, they'll bend the pig over them. So.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true, but that's in other words, you're trying to, you're trying to put logic next to feeling. Two different things. In fact, that the racism, the hatred it had little to do with logic.
Right.
And plus, the reason the women did it is because the white men love to have sex with black women, and they wanted that kind of imprint. Okay, they like the white men, the white British soldiers like to go bang out these African women with these big derrieres. So if I want to attract a white man because that's in fashion, I need a big derriere. Still is today. They're still doing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's something that's kind of remained up until now in culture and kind of society. But so would you say then that as far as Black people are concerned, white people see us as not so much a threat or something to emulate, but more so just kind of this constant producer of trends that they just like to emulate then? Or I'm not sure what they would see us as.
Well,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, that all plays into social engineering, right? Two reasons for trends is one, to socially engineer the type of people you want, or how you want them to interact within a society, right? Second reason is to put a certain group on display for another group, which is why you see a trend that's been happening for like 20, maybe even longer than that, with the black woman with the white man, and the black woman being the love interest of the white man in the movies, right? So this is all part of social engineering, even in fashion,
And plus, there's certain beats, there's certain things, there's certain trends that are intrinsic to the human psyche, right? And just catch on, and Black people happen to be in tune with that. So music, beats, the rhythms, all that stuff catches on with the human psyche, and basically they catch on, use that as a vehicle, right, to sell other stuff, control people, and like rap, like hip hop. They identified that real early, okay, because of the beat, because of the tones. They recognize that it was something innate in the human psyche that hooks onto it. So they start using it as a hook to not only sell records but also fashion, products, and all that kind of stuff. So basically, it's a vehicle, and they've been doing that for a long time. Black people are innovative for whatever reason, and they know that. So the slave master used to use black people to perform because they entertain better than white people. So it's been a long time that they have been emulating black people's music and culture and all that other stuff because it's catchy.
Oh, that's actually interesting, because we were just talking about military and now we're talking about trends, right? And another person that was against Libya. And if you remember what I was saying, that if you want to understand domestic policy, you got to look at foreign policy. Back in February, General Petraeus, who's the CIA director, right? He basically said a quote. He's talking to the New York Times for an interview about what's going on with the Islamic extremism, right? He said, to create a foundation for prosperity, we put in place an open, free, and rules-based economic order intended to safeguard against the spiral of protectionism that produced the impoverishment and radicalization of the 1930s. And to protect freedom here at home, we adopted a foreign policy that sought to protect and, where possible, promote freedom abroad along with human rights and the rule of law. And then he goes on to say, while this system has been imperfect, it has largely been successful. So you're seeing all of these trends happening. The idea is to drive society and towards a direction where America wants it to go. And in this point is to create a type of desperation, right? So desperation, people are engineered to do what? Look for resources in an act of desperation. And this is kind of what's driving the mixation here in America too. So
part of it is basically to eliminate the Negro problem, but basically the United States was fighting against history. Quigley figured that out back in 1965. They've been trying to prove Quigley wrong for 50 years, and they haven't done it.
Oh yeah, I was listening to an audio clip of Quigley. He had a chapter in the book Tragedy and Hope, chapter 18, right, which is on reparations. And if you read that, I believe black folks should get reparations. But if you actually read that shit, like it kind of gives you that toe in the water kind of feel. Like, I don't know, maybe they're going to collapse the dollar after you get reparations.
No, the only way to get reparations, and I've said it before, and I've came up with it, and then everybody I've said it to, they couldn't question it. The only way to get reparations for black people, you can't do it just for black people in the United States. It has to be the whole diaspora that asks for it, and using Africa as the carrot and the stick. It's the only way it's going to happen. Other than that, it's not going to happen. Because that's the only way to do it. I actually came to that same conclusion too, like some years ago. Unless you're going to use the whole of the African diaspora, you're not really going to get anywhere, because there's African countries that right now they're close to the seat of power on the UN that can actually get the case heard. It's not even getting heard. The thing is the threat of being able to take the resources away. Right. Yeah. And those countries like Nigeria, which is a strong proponent, they could be our allies if you could just get past the arrogance, right? Well, the thing is, you have to do it all at once, because it has to be all at once, and it has to be a big number.
May I ask something?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Someone in the chat called SPI Latino says that men in the first world have the same kind of rights or in the same kind of position as slaves were.
Oh Lord.
I don't know, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, no.
No, I wouldn't. It's not slaves. It's I mean, what I'm saying it's a complex thing. In other words, if you're talking about child support, if you're talking about that kind of stuff, then you will be an indentured servant to the state, because basically the children, basically the women are the brood mayors and men are the indentured servants. Okay, so in other words, if you have a baby, and in fact I talked about it on Angry Man's show, is that back in the day, like before in the 1950, say 1960 and backwards, right? Okay. If you have a child born out of wedlock was illegitimate or illegal, right? In other words, the woman and the child could not claim wealth from the state, support from the state or the man. So to make her legal, you had the men folk from her family put a shotgun to his head, march him down the aisle, had the preacher say a few words and have him sign that certificate, right? So now you're making that woman and that baby legal, right? So now that man is legally on the hook to support that woman and that child, right? So in the mid 60s and I think it was 1965, 1968, most states took that illegitimate tag away from women having a baby out of wedlock. So the state became the father, okay? And then the state put the shotgun to the man's head without marriage. Legally, you are bound to this woman and bound to this child. So they can inherit your money. We can come after you to support this child and this woman and all that stuff. So basically, the state became the father, and the man became the shotgun, and the man became the indentured servant, because now the woman doesn't have to give him anything.
Indentured servant or plow horse. I mix those two up all the time.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I think that's what he's saying is that the first men in the first world, when it comes to that, are becoming like indentured. Well, they were. Slaves is a strong word. I wouldn't say that. So I know what he's trying to say. But he's not putting it in he's not putting it in context, huh? Excuse me.
But saying, aren't we pretty much going back to what we did in the past, except they're just not having marriage? Back in the day, the mother and the father took care of the kids. So,
excuse me, say that again.
I'm saying back in the day, the mother and the mother and the father financially took care of the kids. So for a couple of decades, the state stepped in, and then now they're stepped back out.
Well, what happened is
they haven't stepped back out yet, baby. They're still there.
Yeah, what basically happened is you had no choice back in the day because there was no safety net for out of wedlock babies. Okay,
nope. Or mothers.
The safety net was the shotgun. That was
no. The safety net was you staying together. That was the safety net.
No, in other words, okay, marriage has always been to assign a man to a woman and her children. That's what marriage is for originally. It still is. So basically, so many white women were having babies out of wedlock because,
like a motherfucker.
Yeah. So basically, there wasn't enough control over the men. So you can't take millions of men, put guns to their heads, and force them to marry people. That's not cool. So the state took over. In other words, we're going to take the tag off of. We're going to step in for the fathers. And we're gonna be the we're actually gonna legalize these births, because when I first heard it, when I first used illegitimate to a lady that was a social worker, right? She says there's no such thing as illegitimate anymore, right? And I didn't understand it until I read the book and said, oh, she's right. They changed it. They changed the legal statute before tens of thousands of years. If you had a baby out of wedlock, it was illegal. It was illegitimate.
Illegitimate.
Baby was a bash. In other words, it didn't belong to any tribe. right? They
just give them the last name Snow. It'll be all right.
literally. Oh, you can't hear that man has no obligation to you. That man's family has no obligation to you. Basically, if that baby and you starve, it's on you. And if your father and your family don't enforce that woman's protection of that woman's womb, then that woman, if that family will either have to take care of that baby and that mother, or she'll starve to death.
Right,
And a lot of them
agreeing.
starve to death.
That.
Yeah.
No, I'm agreeing with that.
So what are you disagreeing with?
No. I'm saying the difference between now is that the reason why they're enforcing the child support is because the state's saying we're not going to pay for your kids anymore. You're going to pay for your kids.
What I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. I just said that.
No, I'm just saying it's always been that way. Men were supposed to take care of their kids.
No, men were supposed to take care of their wives' kids.
Right, but I'm saying we can't force them to marry anymore, but you can still force them to pay for the kids.
In other words, they changed the rule. The government changed the societal rule. They had to make a ruling change. They had to change precedent of 10,000-year precedent by allowing women to have babies out of wedlock.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, for as long as we can ever remember, even back in biblical times, men took care of kids. They financially paid for kids.
Yes,
new. I mean, it's not like it's slavery.
It is new. It is new because now it is the state coming in and actually before it was a social stigma if you didn't take care of your kids, right?
A shotgun to you is pretty much.
It was in other words, if you abandon your wife as a man, it's a social stigma, right? What I'm saying is the state decided to do away with that and do it directly. In other words, they put you in debtor's prison. In other words, they put you in as an indentured servitude class. They're doing it against your will. In other words,
well, yeah.
Okay. Let's take me and you for instance, right? In 1950, if 1950, I got you pregnant and I got a shotgun put to my head. Okay, right. I get a wife and a child, right? Yeah. Shut up. I get a wife and a child, right? I might not like it, but I get a wife and a child, right? I get something, right?
Right.
Okay. If you're an indentured servant, you're giving, but you're not getting anything.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, if nowadays, if I get Miss J pregnant, Miss J can go down to the state, not give me shit. She don't have to screw me another day in her life, right? I don't have to see my kid another day in my life, right? I will have to pay till the child is 18. That is indentured servitude because I'm giving, but I'm not getting anything.
And in fact, she could actually hustle that like a subprime mortgage fraud and go and run that scam right on the 6 other guys.
Yeah.
No problem.
You could. Yeah. Yeah, it can be done. In other words, that's the difference. One you get it's a trade-off because now that woman is locked to me as that child is. I'm getting some kind of wealth, right? Because children were wealth back then. So I'm getting some kind of wealth. I'm getting something back. Whereas now with the state being involved, I'm not getting anything back.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, it's a one-way thing. That's called indentured servitude.
Yeah, like now I see what you're talking about. If you going back to the way things were. Now here in Minnesota. Actually, in Minneapolis, they got a guy running for mayor, Raymond Den. He's running on basically 2 principles, which is basically a 50-50 split in child support to make the women pay a portion of child support too. Basically holding them 50% responsible. And see, and if something like that got passed nationally, it would go back to the way things were. Motherfuckers be staying together like a motherfucker.
Because Sweden's already done it.
Mm-hmm.
Sweden's already done it. In other words, they're getting out of the business, and so basically, you're legislating. Okay, the kid is basically they're splitting the baby down the middle, and both parents are responsible for it. So in other words, nobody's getting cheated. Both people have 50% physical custody. Basically, there's no money exchange because you're both equally responsible for the kid, and whatever's missing, the state will actually pick up a little portion of it, and actually works better because
it brings back equity.
Yeah, because men are getting out of the business.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Do you still advocate men going MGTOW nowadays?
In this environment, I sure do.
You hear that, ladies?
But I mean, I'm saying the difference is when the government actually gets out of the business of helping raise the kids, that's going to make everybody's bill go up. Because the average child support is like $300 and something a month. That's not going to raise a kid.
It's because a lot of the thing is that's the average. The average is because you have a lot of guys that are basically not earning anything. They're bringing down the average.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's on the women. If you get pregnant by a deadbeat,
there's a lot of deadbeats.
It's on you.
Now, what it is actually a penalty tax if you go 50-50. It's a penalty tax for being irresponsible.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, on average, if I'm raising a kid and I'm getting $300 and something a month, I'm doing more than 50%.
Well, no, think of, okay. What you did business. I'm sure you took statistics, right? What does average mean?
You know, it's when you take a bunch of numbers and you add them all together and divide them by how many numbers you got.
That's an average, right? So now you got a whole lot of zeros in there, don't you? As far as child support, or people like the guy that has 31 kids and each kid gets like $10 a month. So when you throw those guys in, what does it do to the average?
Right, but I'm saying I'm talking about that's what
Miss J.
I'm not talking about collected. I'm talking about what's awarded.
Miss J. I asked you a question.
Right. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
I would say yes. Acknowledge that I answered the question. Acknowledge that I asked you a question and you're answering it.
Yeah.
Because it's self-explanatory. We're talking about an average.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, on the other spectrum, you have guys that are famous. They're doing what? They're paying what? $15,000, $20,000 a month for a kid.
You know, Nas got a judgment for like $80,000 a month.
Yeah. So in other words, okay, so and that's way over and above. But I'm saying if the median is like $400 or $500 per kid, depending on.
Matter of fact, we actually need to be mad at people like him because that brings that average up quite a bit. You know,
but the thing, what's going on with guys like that, that are poor, that are having a bunch of kids, is just they're a vehicle to hustle the state, and basically the state is making you name a father before you get benefits. Like Tennessee, the reason Tennessee, you can get a Tennessee guy that has 30 kids by 15 different women or whatnot.
But like here in Minnesota,
this is a vehicle.
Yeah, I feel like here in Minnesota, we had a bit of a what do you call it? I don't know what you would call it, but it was a bubble of sorts, right? Which is why they want to propose the 50-50 split. So it will what they're projecting is that it'll bring down the cases of like fraud and unnamed father and all of that.
Yeah, New Jersey already do. In other words, New York and New Jersey already do it. That's how come you see all these cases go to Maury from New York and New Jersey and the places like that. You won't get squat if you don't name a father.
That ain't my baby. That might be your baby, Maury.
Yeah. In other words, if you can't name a father for this child, then you're not gonna get squat. So that in other words, you cannot, because to eliminate fraud, you got to put somebody on the hook to get it.
And people thought I was being funny when I said they should just put Maury Povich's name on the birth certificate.
Oh yeah, that's true. He can afford it, and basically those rules were written into because they replaced AFDC with TANF, and TANF it actually is charged to the father. And as long as there's so a woman gets on welfare on TANF, the state will front the money, but if the father gets any kind of wealth for whatever in his life, they will charge him for it. I know plenty of guys that got stuck with that TANF, man, had $80,000 bills that they didn't know they had, and it had nothing to do with child support. They had to, if you want welfare, you got to name a father.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that crap. So basically, instead of getting the guys that have careers, they got good jobs, they actually get their wealth taken, they go to Pookie and Ray Ray who don't have nothing to lose. There's only so much they can take from it. And I can still get my,
and they make for good cannon fodder for the prison industrial.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Those are the ones that don't take to court, man. They see, oh, how much you make? Oh, hell no. Get out of here. But in fact, in Tennessee, they're trying to give guys vasectomy for time service.
They should sterilize people like in jail and stuff like that. That should be done.
No, they can't. Okay, that's it's called human rights, Miss J.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm just saying it makes good policy though.
Yeah, well, it makes good policy until they start sterilizing young black women that happen to go in for surgery. Okay.
Right. Oh, yeah. Let's not forget that, because one of the things W.E.B. Du Bois, a little history about him you didn't know, he worked with the Rosenwald Foundation. They created what was known as the free clinic, the Red Door, right? Whenever Planned Parenthood was finally established, the Red Door became basically Planned Parenthood clinics. From around 1940s to 1972, they had sterilized an estimated of like 700 and something thousand black women. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you like go back to that.
Yeah, I mean that's old-fashioned Fabian socialism that they gave up in the mid 40s and 50s. That's the reason that that's why I keep telling people about this colorism shit, man. And we don't need mulattoes. I'm saying is, okay, if the Fabian socialists had their way, there would be no dark-skinned people in the United States right now.
Yeah. That's kind of why I had to kind of go in on war. It was like, man, dude.
Yeah. You don't know what you're walking into because you haven't read. And if you actually knew the history, the twists and turns of history, man, it scared the shit out of you. You really would.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, human beings are evil, but I mean, if you're, in my personal opinion, if you're people like who are on drugs and stuff like that, and who are hardcore criminals, they should be sterilized. Sorry.
Well, you're a Fabian.
R. Kelly be sterilized?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Why?
R. Kelly should be dead, but that's a whole nother subject.
Why are we so hard on R. Kelly in your recent video, BGS?
Because he's a pedophile.
Exactly.
He's evil.
Yeah, he's evil. He is evil. Yeah.
But the women are grown.
I'm not saying that.
Did you start off with grown people? Let's not go there. He started off with kids.
No, what I'm saying is, if you listen to the first part of my video was a disclaimer, was it not?
I don't remember.
Well, you didn't listen to the whole video. Go back and listen to the whole video.
I think you went pretty light and easy on R. Kelly.
Because those are groupies that he's living with, and if you came in, if I allowed Miss J to come in and take all those women out and clean him out to where the cupboards were bare, how long do you think it would take him to restock his boudoir, Miss J?
Well, they'd be by 6 o'clock.
By 6 o'clock, there's already people in line to get in. Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying. By 6 o'clock this morning, it
already restocked. Yeah. It did.
He restocked faster than the 70.
You said he has a dark soul.
Yes,
he does.
If you're famous and notorious, you can always get groupies. I mean, hell, Charles Manson had that. I mean, that's nothing.
I understand. That's the.
No, I'm just saying. But I'm just saying that doesn't negate the fact that the dude's evil. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about the other person that was talking about that.
Yeah, he's got a dark soul. The reason I say he has a dark soul is that he doesn't even hide it. Most people that do that shit at least hide it. He flaunts it. He's proud of it.
Yeah, I mean, even the Jews have the decency to hide it in a movie or something. Or,
yeah,
or
like
cinema.
This
guy.
I'm not gonna say it on the air, but the Bushes have a right, but they have the Clintons have a history of doing shit, but they have the decency to hide it.
So does Hugh Hefner have a dark soul?
Oh, yeah.
Hugh Hefner is running a business.
Oh,
okay.
Well, Hugh Hefner has a dark soul, but yeah, he's
running a business. R. Kelly has been doing stuff for a long time, and
even Hugh Hefner has the decency to hide it behind the guise of Enterprise.
Enterprise, yeah. R. Kelly is so bold and open with his. He flaunts it in people's faces, and he's proud of it.
He's disgusting.
What kind of soul do you have to do that? He gets away with it because he's talented. You can't argue the man's talent. It is what it is.
Well, men and women are equal, and they're grown women.
I'm not.
Not about the grown women. What about the girl?
What I'm saying is, women. That's what I was trying to explain in the video. Okay, women do not want to recognize their dark side. Women are not sweet and light. What dark side?
Everybody has a dark side.
Everybody has a dark side. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna tell you. I don't. What city are you from? You from LA?
No, I'm from Boston.
Oh man, you talk with R. Kelly. I thought you had him playing in the background. I thought they were very different.
If you from Boston, man, if you from Boston, you know the history of Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston. They're basically two items cut from the same cloth. Whitney Houston had a dark soul, and people didn't recognize it. She had darkness in her soul, and a lot of women embrace their. Why you think they go for bad boys? Okay, why do you think women go for thugs and bad boys? Because they're expressing their dark side. Alan Roger Curry talks about that all the time.
Yep, until they in their upper 30s and 40s, and that labia hanging like a flat back tire. You think I might want to hang this jersey up or this thing,
or something happens. Like there's when I was young in Los Angeles, and the crack era was going, and people were making gangs of money off of that shit. You know how many women, because I was smart, try to recruit me to sell drugs? Recruit me. Out and out, recruit me. We can make some money. You know, you get with me, we can make some money. I'm not selling drugs
people like that before.
Selling drugs was entrepreneurship. So of course, if you're smart, they're gonna want you to do it.
That's dark. That's the dark energy coming out of them. Who's gonna sell drugs to their own people? You gotta have a little darkness in you. I'm not talking about women that were starving. They weren't starving. They weren't poor. They came from a middle class family. They want to make money. That's darkness. I've seen it myself, up close and personal. I know women have a dark soul. If you around them long enough, they'll tell you. They got dark souls just like men do. Black men get blamed for it because it's apparent.
Yeah, they do have dark souls early on. It's just covered up behind like kind of like a kitty delusion, like Winnie the Pooh, right?
Yeah.
But early on,
he made me do it.
Yeah, they want them tigers to pounce, like Winnie the Pooh's best friend.
Yeah. So why you
want to pounce on that pot of honey?
Because I can tell. You know, like I said in one of my videos. I said, if you know a chick that's been messing with thugs and whatnot, I said, if you really want to test her, I said, you give her a couple of drinks, bring her to a ratchet club where all these people are at, and watch her eyes. The real girl will come out of her in a heartbeat. She might not act on. You watch her eyes, and you can see that darkness come out of her. It's gonna come out. And women, the thing is, women will not acknowledge it. If they want to acknowledge it, it stays hidden. You blame like R. Kelly because he's bringing it out in you. You say, okay, well, if it wasn't for R. Kelly, I would have done it. That's bullshit. That's what I was trying to say.
We could even take it back to this, right? And you remember that scene in Waiting to Exhale when she lit that dude's clothes on fire?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that was symbolic of?
Mm-hmm.
She was burning them clothes because she was thinking in her mind, like, all the dicks I could have had. I wasted all of this good pussy on you.
Oh, yeah. I wasted all this time. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is I haven't seen that video that you made, but I haven't had time for it. But I do want to reference to something that's very interesting that I've noticed, that women will only engage in their dark side if there's an opportunity for it, and B, if the environment lets her. So, for example, the environment might let her here in America, in a first world country, and maybe in Mexico. And I'll give you two different examples. In Mexico, a woman can do it, and it's still machismo going on there. So I'm not saying that she's gonna get off scot-free, which she probably ain't, right? Feminism ain't all that down there. But like, for example, last year there was a chick that was with the cartels, and she got so deep into it that eventually she became famous for fucking dudes, for getting their dick hard once she killed them, and then she would fuck them, and then she would drink their blood and like just bathe it all over herself. So she finally got caught. Now in Mexico, feminism ain't all that. So if you're a female, it doesn't matter. A criminal's a criminal. So she got the hand of God. Now over here, a woman can still do the same. The environment does let her do it, but the difference is here she can get away with it because she can just put the blame on somebody else, kind of like what happened with R. Kelly. But I got to catch up on that video.
Yeah, I'm just Alan Roger Curry does a really good job of if you really talk to him, you really listen to his videos, some of his rambles. Okay, he's gotten really good at bringing out that dark side in females, because he's really practiced at it. He knows how to talk to them and bring it out. And
yeah, he's got them gems in between.
Yeah, and if you listen to him, some of his stories, he don't always. If he's mad, he will tell you. He'll
actually, that's interesting because some of his stuff like helped me kind of like look, this is stupid. I remember I told you before, I kind of had that problem with Let It Go and shit. Listening to some of that nigga shit, like, man, this shit not even working.
Oh yeah, what I'm saying is the reason that I never delved into it, is because I'm a Gemini and I know how deep we can go if we get involved in shit like that. Okay, and
so if R. Kelly brings that out, that makes him a bad guy.
What I'm saying, you can't bring it out on
children. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's not hard to understand.
I think he was asking me, Jay, if you don't mind. I think it is my hangout. And what I'm saying is that for you to bring it out in her, you have to bring it out in yourself. And Alan Roger Curry's clear about that, because he said he was like that in his younger years, right? He's trying to work on his karma right now, right? So he doesn't do that anymore. But in other words, a lot of women will, if they feel that if they can see it in you, they will hint at it and see if you actually going to take a bite, because a lot of women it's almost like they need permission for it to come out. Most of them. In other words, I need a man to bring it out in them. Yeah, go ahead.
Is it kind of like when you were talking about the pimp, where the pimp knows his prey like before, but it's in him to even do it in the first place, because that's what he does. But he tracks his
he's attracting whores.
So what Alan is saying is just, if the man already had it in him, and he would know how to not only identify it, but bring it out. All it is, R. Kelly is just a scapegoat. That's all it is.
Well, he's not a scapegoat. He's not innocent. But the thing is, he's just bringing out what's already in him. It wouldn't be there if it wasn't already in him. And bring it out in an adult women, that's their choice. But I like everybody says, I draw the line in children. He is a dark soul. Yeah.
Well, maybe I mean, he might not be the scapegoat, quote unquote, but they had just as much fault as he did.
Yeah.
They were. I
The
mean,
cops know that, man. That's how come they're not bothering him. Because the only thing is there's so much social pressure to go in and check it out. They've been through that house, his mansions 3 or 4 times, and they talk to all these women.
I don't know why. My question is, why wasn't there this much of an outrage when he was doing this to these little girls for like the past 20-something years?
It's easy because Sony and Disney needed to make what?
Yep.
Money.
Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they have a vested interest to throw his daughter under the rug, you know?
Yeah. And remember that tape surfaced during what? Space Jam, right?
Yeah, it's just like Ice-T, right? What happened with Ice-T, right? It's the same shit.
Ice-T. Ice-T.
Yeah, you know how he came out with that record, and then they tried to try to give him a different career, so that they would try to bury under the rug.
No, because the white males, the young white males were behind him.
Right. So I'm saying they handled it the same way.
They offered him a deal. No, they did. In other words, he didn't do any dirt. He just exposed something, right? A trend
that was already there.
It's already there, and he tapped into it. And for him to get him not to tap into it any further, they said, "Look, man, was it Plumber? Was it Plato Plumber? Right? Go to lead, right?
Plato Plumber.
Huh?
Yes. Do you think if R. Kelly were bringing out the dark side of white women, that America would go after?
No, not really. America wouldn't. If he had white women up there, they wouldn't care. It doesn't matter. In fact, R. Kelly, he told a story about the most unusual fan request he had. He said it was in a dentist, right? And it was a husband and wife team that were running the shop, running the office, right? And he said he got in the chair, he got hooked up, put the little thing around him, right? And the wife came in, who was the receptionist. Wife came in, locked the door, and said, "I'm a fan." And so she said she wanted an autograph, so she took out her titty and had him sign it. And he said he was afraid that the husband was going to walk in and wouldn't understand, so he signed it as fast as he could. So he said, "Put that thing away." In other words, he does bring it out in him. In other words, that's how come he calls himself the Pied Piper. He brings it out in you.
So gross. Isn't the Pied Piper actually more of a legend to do with charming children, not as opposed to women?
Okay, the Pied Piper
lures them off to the cave.
No. In other words, the legend of the Pied Piper was used to as a legend to remove the stain from the Catholic Church taking the boy children off to war in the Crusades. So
I guess it depends on the context in which it's used.
They can learn children away. That's what he's saying.
What I'm saying is the Pied Piper it plays music to basically lure people, right? So he's a Pied Piper. He's the Black Pied Piper, luring you to the chocolate factory. Because this story, in fact, Jap told stories about R. Kelly basically after concert in his suite, man, banging out 30 women a night. They just rotate, just bring them in 3-4 at a time. He gets 5 of them. He bang them out, bring in a new set.
Yep.
That's kind of stuff that also happens when you're victim.
Excuse me?
R. Kelly.
Hold on,
I'm saying that. No, I was saying that kind of personality that or problems that he has. That's also a product of him being a victim of child abuse.
Well, I don't know. Has he ever spoke? Has he ever spoke on it?
He has admitted that he was a victim of child sexual abuse, and that those kind of people, they can end up that way, where they don't have an ability to have normal relationships. They're just
some of them, some is, some don't. Some people are just born with dark souls. I mean, you have a lot of people that are victim of child abuse that don't do that. You have to have.
It depends how it's manifested. How it's manifested depends on.
A lot of times, you have people like that. They turn up that way if they never get help.
Baby, you have a lot of people that are never molested a day in their life that'll do far worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Hugh Hefner.
How they manifest depends on the environment.
The Clintons, the Hillary Clintons, Bill and Hillary are one of them. They do far.
Larry Flint.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, God.
It goes back to kind of like the nature versus nurture.
Some people have. There are a subset of people that are sociopaths. They're born so. There's like they estimated between 5 and 10% of the population is sociopaths, and they don't have restrictions. R. Kelly's one of those. R. Kelly's probably a born sociopath. Now, being abused as a child might have tripped him.
I'm not so sure, because I remember when I was a kid and taking one of those tests. I had some sociopathic tendencies. I'm not so sure.
Well, I'm saying
I can recognize it in myself now, but yeah.
Well, I'm saying of all the experts that I ever heard or read, they said that it's between it's between 5 and 10%, which is a sizable number. It's just the society's restrictions keep them in balance, and fear of
I'm saying, even though I know I have some sociopathic tendencies,
yeah,
there's a lines that I won't cross.
Yeah, because it depends on your triggers and it depends on your environment. That's what it is.
And it depends on what you can. With sociopaths, it depends on what you can get away with, right? R. Kelly is in a position he can get away with it, right?
Yeah, because you can be cunning. You can be cunning all you want, but does where you're at? Does it allow you to do it? Does the money that you have? Does it allow you to do it? And are you in a position where you can exert it?
And there's a level, that there's always levels to anything. And it's just R. Kelly is just, R. Kelly he's just an example of extreme sociopathy, and he don't even care. He don't care. He has no regard. That's how come he can show up at McDonald's and chase 13-year-olds because he doesn't care. And that's why he has a dark soul. But the thing is,
he can dress up like Ronald McDonald and lead those kids right into the back of his van.
Exactly, he does it all the time. In fact, Minister Japp said that the high school threatened to whip his ass if he showed up in front of his high school again. Right? They had to threaten him. And that's what we know. The stuff that we don't know. They said R. Kelly, when they raided his house, he had thousands of tapes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they said that one that we saw wasn't the worst one. That was minor. He's got a dark soul. If you store thousands of tapes of yourself doing that kind of stuff,
I mean, come on. He came out with a whole album bragging about it. He didn't give a fuck.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He has zero shame.
What do you think that album, The Chocolate Factory, was about?
Yeah.
Or that one in the closet?
You don't think Step Side to Side was just a dance album, was it? That was a game of Simon Says.
Yeah. Prince had to become Jehovah's Witness. Okay. He had to give it because he had to save his soul. Prince was headed that way. But most people that are in that arena that have dark souls like that, they have some sort of sense of, they have at least a sense of some kind of restriction. R. Kelly, it's like, dude, come on.
The only thing gonna stop him is a bullet, though. That's people like that. He's too far gone. You can't do anything with him. He needs to be put down.
Well, Miss J, are you volunteering?
If I could, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Get on a plane.
If I could, I would.
The one thing the Secret Service says, and I agree with them, if somebody really wants to get to you, no matter who it is, they can get to you if they're determined enough. If you're determined enough, you can do it. The thing is, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not in you.
Yep.
It ain't in you.
Yeah, but women kept supporting R. Kelly the entire time.
You know, if you listen to some of the stories that these females be saying about R. Kelly, like that 14-year-old he pissed on, hell, you might go there and be determined to kill him. He might sing your ass a tune, and you be falling in line.
In line with him, yeah. Oh yeah, Pied Piper. Let me play a couple songs for before I go. Yeah, next thing you know, right. Next thing you know, you have your pillow.
Can you give him that?
No. Hey, Cerulean, she have a pillow. She get her a bed and wait for him to get in there. And our daddy be in a minute. Yeah.
No, that's one thing I don't play with. Is
well, the thing is, you've never met him. You've never been around him. You've never been around his energy. You don't know till you around his energy. Because I had a buddy that women from afar, they would say he looked like an ugly little faggot. But 5 minutes in proximity to this dude, he has her pants around her ankles.
Yeah, you don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know. So the thing is, if I were you, stay away. If you're not gonna get him from afar, stay away from him. Basically, he's bringing out what's already there. He's not doing any. In other words, cut the line. In other words, cut it at having children. If the rest of it, you can go ahead and do because they're volunteering. They're there because they want to be there. He's not holding them. He don't have to put a gun. He don't have to. He does not have to talk them into doing anything. They're volunteering to do that.
I'm not even talking about the ones who are 19, 20, 21. That's on them. I mean, it's a shame that they're one of the girl's parents.
If you're gonna start killing rich pedophiles, then there's a long list that you're gonna.
Yeah, you've seen that story came out of the UK. Maybe it was last year. Yeah. They started arresting and jailing all of the pedophiles.
From Hillary Clinton's emails and stuff like that. In fact, I think I can't find it, but basically the Interpol had this thing called Project Angel when they hunted down pedophiles and stuff like that. They had a secret hit team that actually hunted down pedophiles that are extreme, right? In other words, there's a threshold they cross, and they send a Project Angel hitman to actually knock these people off. But there's you got a long list, baby.
Oh yeah, that would. I'll tell you what, if they really started going around and just arresting pedophiles, you would basically
clear out Washington D.C.
you would kill basically American economy and the Roman Catholic Church all
in one swoop. Yeah, that's true.
And some of those pedophiles would be women too.
If there's a reason that people that have read Hillary Clinton's emails are winding up dead. They don't want that stuff out. They wanted her to go away, but they didn't want that stuff revealed. They let it out just enough.
There's motherfuckers dying that just blinked at the shit.
Look, man, I had an interview on live stream 2 days ago with Pure Butterfly Spirit, right? And she had gotten upset because I said that women or single mothers, I was going hard on single mothers, right? But anything that comes out of my mouth, I can back it up with stats. And I had that same day I got a hold of the newest stats, which is 2015.
SBI, got to remember this is a woman's hangout, so go easy.
No,
right?
No, I know. So, her argument was, you just want somebody to blame, yada yada yada. You want to keep men, without any blame. And I said, all right, let's forget about the female agency and all that stuff. And I looked up the latest stats, which is 2015 from HHS. They just released it not too long ago, and it said that 54% of child abusers and child
facilitated by the mothers.
No, they were done by women. Committed by women. So there's more women pedophiles and there's more women.
Oh yeah. Because they have greater access to them.
Yeah, it was 54%.
They have greater access to them.
Well, yeah, if you look at some of those spreadsheets, you look at just the facilitation of it. In some countries, I know in like Africa, like in Nigeria specifically, You know, they don't just go after the pedophiles. They look at who facilitated the.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah.
And
and
they'll beat you to death in the middle of the street.
That's how it should be.
You know,
Yeah,
well,
that's
not
like
in the West.
that single mom that went off to the club and dressed like a whore and got mad because nobody would dance with her and got thirsty because she wanted to take a little emergency dick home. And she's getting it too.
Yeah, but you know what?
Oh yeah. That's the difference between a liberal country and an authoritarian country.
That's what I'm saying. Like if somebody was to go and try to attack all these pedophiles, right? Then they would start realizing real quick, holy shit, I'm killing more females than males. Holy shit, what the fuck?
Well, females are a little more afraid of the law than males are.
But they're the ones doing it the most. Doesn't matter.
Because the
law facilitates it.
It does, yeah.
So even though they're perpetuating it the most, they're doing it in a way to where they're still within the law.
If it wasn't for yes means yes, and the extreme vigor they were going after men and boys, then it wouldn't even come up. But the thing is, you can't go hard in the paint after men and boys about consensual sex and not go after women. You got to, in other words, you got to even out the playing field.
Yeah.
And basically,
kids, though.
Huh?
It should be about protecting the kids. Whoever's doing it, whoever's doing it, they should be gone after.
Yeah, well, basically, you'd be damn near ready to castrate a man, 20, 30, even 50 years ago. Whereas a woman, she gets a wink and a nod, and the boy gets a pat on the back.
But that's not okay.
Yeah, they want to celebrate the boys.
But you end up having damaged boys that end up doing stuff too.
They don't.
You got to break the cycle somewhere.
Haven't you figured out they don't give a shit about that, about boys?
I know.
They only care about when it happens to women. That's why they're the most reported.
The only reason
that doesn't mean that it happens mostly to women.
The only reason they care about women is because women have a womb and babies come out the womb. That's the only reason.
But I'm saying,
and babies are still important to the state. So
yes, sir. So in other words,
well, that's changing. Believe it or not, that's changing.
In fact, because you have Donald Trump in office, and basically Obama was pro LGBT and that kind of agenda, and Donald Trump and the administration is not. So basically, they're evening things out. They're undoing this stuff because it actually went too far. It's actually gone too far. You can't have even women don't want a loose penis swinging in their bathroom. They said it's gone too far.
Yeah, I mean, you might see him as very unpopular guy. You might not even like him yourself. I didn't even like him myself for the longest. And then I actually looked at the data. I actually looked at what the fuck he was doing. That's why motherfuckers don't like him. It's not so much that.
I'll tell you what. I still don't like the guy. But does that mean I hate his policies?
Well, he's gonna have some good, some bad.
We have to separate. We have to separate personality from functionality, right? Yeah.
But Donald Trump's policies is anything that Obama was for, he's against.
Not necessarily.
Nope.
No,
that's pretty much all.
Actually, he's all for Obamacare. I mean, you just seen that.
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know about all that.
What I'm saying is, okay, if you really, even though he's a Republican, he's gonna get the blame for it. If you start looking at the policies and look at actually the policies as is going forth, then you will realize one president continues the policy of the other. So basically, but President Obama, people got upset about Section 8. Obama had already frozen them in 2013. You get upset about SNAP cards and food stamps. He didn't eliminate SNAP cards and food stamps. What he did was start cutting down the totals that you can actually get from SNAP cards. He had already started the policy.
Yeah.
And so the thing is, what Donald Trump is doing that most people don't like is he's an idiot, taking on the press and picking fights that no president can win. You cannot win no president can win a battle against the press. You have to use the press to get your policies across. So why are you going to make an enemy of people that you need? You're an idiot. You won't make 4 years. going up
Well,
against.
let me ask you this, BGS. I mean, because from my point of view, it seemed like the press was already against him regardless.
No, they weren't.
So I mean,
No,
that's what it seemed like to me.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
they vilified him the whole time up until the point that he won.
They helped Donald Trump get in office because
I
they
know,
were making money.
But
Okay,
did they do it?
Okay, hold on. Okay, you're a member of the press, right?
Right.
Okay, Donald Trump gets elected, right? So you think, okay, bygones gonna be bygones. He calls all you guys in, right, into the office, right? Because you think he's gonna say we're gonna work together, we're gonna get things done, and blah blah blah. And I think we can work. Donald Trump comes in and cusses all of them out, right, behind closed doors.
Right.
Does that mean he's trying to get along with the press?
No, of course not. But they did vilify him up until the point he won. I mean,
No, they
he won. He won literally because they vilified him so much that they gave him so much attention.
Oh no, they
didn't.
They vilified Obama though. He didn't get that Obama treatment.
Well, the thing is, he didn't have the money to run the campaign against Hillary Clinton, right? They hated Hillary Clinton. Trump got so much free press, it was absolutely insane, especially in 2015. He did not have a dime to actually go in there and do that. He got every place they went, okay, they had a camera following him, right? For free.
Right, but how come?
Because because he made the money. They gave him. If they really hated him, they would have ignored him.
Yeah, because
are you saying they would have given them the treatment that that Bernie got?
Well, it's like I was saying a couple of weeks ago, right? It's not that whether or not they liked him or not, it's that they needed him. Why? Because he is the guy that the corporation hires when they want to fire people that they don't have the balls to fire themselves.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you were right, I mean,
they want this unpleasant guy to do things that they would not think of in 100 presidencies to do, and they would get one idiot to do everything that they can't do.
Okay.
They won't do.
Trump was lucky. One, Trump was really lucky. One, you had the disaffected white people. Okay,
right.
On his side. That's the old Sarah Palin crew back when Obama first ran. Sarah Palin, all those disaffected white people rallied behind Sarah Palin. What's his name? Shut it down because they didn't want that kind of element. Okay, Trump just embraced it. He embraced it, and then it came down to the point where he actually once Bush left. Once Bush got out of the ring, right? You had three choices. Okay, you had the basically the clown at the punch bowl, which you brought him along because you wanted to get all the disaffected white people into the Republican Party, so that your boy George Bush, Prescott, what's his name? Is it Prescott?
Yeah.
I heard that. You ever seen the movie Office Space?
Yeah.
Yeah. Donald Trump is the boss on Office Space. In fact, I heard that's the reason why Spicer quit, was because he wouldn't take the office in the basement.
Oh yeah, probably so. I mean,
he wouldn't give him his stapler back.
He's an amateur. In fact, okay. The reason that would hit me to it, I have never seen the Council of Foreign Relations go against a president, ever. Go against a nominee. They're normally neutral. Now they might question you once you get into office, but they never go against a nominee one way or the other. They're neutral, right? They went hard in the paint. A conservative output, which is the elite, going against a presidential candidate, and the only reason he made it is because once Bush left, you had the other two choices was a socialist, which they have never liked, and Hillary Clinton, who the Defense Department absolutely hated her absolute ever-living guts. They didn't like her husband, but as far as she was concerned, they hated her guts. And if it was up to them and they were successful, she would never be commander in chief. They weren't going to stand for it.
Okay,
so the only person left is who? Donald J. Trump. And once he decided, okay, I can work with you guys, they said, okay, we'll let him in.
So who backs him up when he claims he's going to do all these things and he's actually doing them? So if he's such an idiot, who is actually backing him up so that he can put all these things in place that cut back all these programs?
Because he doesn't know how to run it, he has to go on the advice of his staff. He doesn't know how to govern.
Yeah.
So his staff is making sure that he's falling in line with what he said he was going to do?
Between the staff and Congress, they will fall in line. In other words, if he makes a mistake, it's not going to go through.
So why are they backing him up in these things that supposedly nobody was for? Like cutting all these programs. If nobody was for them.
Well, that's what Republican conservatives do. Is they cut programs. They trim the fat off the budget from all of the
so they were going to do it anyway? Sorry. Are you saying they were going to do it anyways?
I post this stuff and you guys don't look at this shit. Why?
I do. I'm just
remember when I posted the thing about the Simpson Bowles Council on Debt?
Yeah, I've been with you since fucking the longest.
If you remember Simpson Bowles Council on Debt, what did they say you have to do? Everything that they're doing, the reason that black people in the United States in general, and black people in particular, need to get down on their freaking knees and kiss Obama's feet is because he was told not to run this deficit higher than the $10 trillion they were already in. He doubled it because he didn't want people to suffer, and he took a hit for that. And people don't realize that the reason that you're still eating, the reason that black mothers are still housed,
that's because of Obama.
It's because Obama decided that he was not going to take the recommendations that the Council on Debt actually recommended. I'm not going to do that to people.
They should be kissing Obama's ass for real. His simping saved y'all asses.
Yes, because he actually had a conscience, really, because and he decided to do it slowly. Rather than all at once, like they were recommending. Okay. In other words, if you look at your debt doubled from $10 trillion to 21. Okay. That was never supposed to happen. And the only reason it happened is because 8 years Obama, he decided I need to do this slowly. The reason
not to mention part of the deal was that he had to dump money into defense. So and most of that 10 trillion that was stacked on there went to where? To defense.
Yeah.
They said, okay, if I'm going to dump this shit into defense, we're going to expand some of these social programs so people can remain fed.
Yeah, and I'll get into that defense part stuff because I'm gonna actually break down that document from the Army War College.
Why does Trump need the mainstream media when he has 50 million followers on Twitter and there's media all over the place on the internet? The mainstream media is less relevant than it's ever been.
It's real easy.
Well, let's put it. This is a numbers game, right? He has 50 million followers on Twitter. How many people are in the United States? Like what? 400 million?
300. Yeah, and how many different news outlets are there in the United States?
It's okay. I'm gonna break it down to you. Okay,
there's less and less every time.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna break it down to you. Okay, I'm gonna really break it down to you. Who has sources, Twitter or the press?
Press. This is their job.
That's their job. They have sources all over the world. All right.
Right.
There's no president that ever hits office that doesn't have secrets.
Of course.
Who is going to uncover those? The press has the option of doing what? Covering them up or revealing them. Right. If they don't like you, what's going to happen?
They're going to reveal your shit.
They're going to reveal your shit.
And last time I checked, Twitter doesn't have any real boots on the ground.
The press has taken a hit since he's won.
Huh?
The press has taken a hit since he's won. There's a lot of fake news. A lot of people are not watching CNN like they used to.
It doesn't matter whether they're watching them or not. Once the story comes out, it's going to go global, will it not?
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll see.
the idea
see, it
is
already
to
is. What are you
flood.
talking about? Yeah.
Yes. See,
What story? What story? What are you talking about? What story?
Russia,
That's
Kirshner, you
bullshit.
name it,
Nobody,
Jeff Sessions.
nobody cares. RT just said only 6% of the U.S. population actually takes that serious. That Russia, that's all political theater.
Really? I tell you what, everything that comes out, I don't even have to watch this stuff because my brother and my mother call me every day and tell me what Trump's been into every day. Multiply by that by 300 million people.
And also,
I mean, it's not impeachable.
Russian propaganda. You can't really believe what they say.
Russia tells the truth. Okay. In other words, I'm okay. I've been doing this for 20 years. Okay.
I'm saying they only 6% of the of America pays attention.
That's bullshit. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking
about it right now.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you.
You see, the idea of mainstream media, even if you had 6% of the population paying attention, right? The idea is to flood the atmosphere, so that way, even if you didn't watch it, you heard it from word of mouth from somebody who did, or somebody who did.
Yeah, and
when I say not paying attention, and this is from RT America, they're saying that only 6% of the population considers it a big issue. They're more concerned about healthcare and other issues. It's not a big issue to the
population. One thing about Russia I can say is that they are truly a patriotic society, right? So their internal problems are more pertinent to their mass population than what is going on here in America.
Okay, this is what you do, okay? In each area, they're going to tell lies, right? But their enemy is going to do what? He's going to tell the truth. He's going to do the opposite. I'm going to lie about mine. You're going to lie about yours, but I'm going to tell the truth about yours. You're going to do the opposite, right? So in other words, if America tells a lie, who's going to uncover it?
Anybody else who's not interested?
RT, Press TV, China Daily, they're going to uncover the truth, right? Because it's in their interest to expose United States lies. Who's going to expose China's lies and Russia's lies? The American press, the British press, the French press, right? That's how you determine who's. In other words, if I see a report in Wall Street Journal or New York Times, I immediately go to what? RT, see what they said about it, right?
Right.
And if they match, if both stories match up, they're telling the truth. And if basically New York Times writes something about America and RT says something different, I tend to believe RT, right? Because they have more of a reason to tell the truth. If there's a story about Russia spying, do you think RT is going to tell the truth about that?
Of course not.
They're telling the truth about CNN making it a big issue when it's really a non-issue.
Think. In other words, if you're going to be on my channel, you have to think. You have to think. Do you think Russia Times is going to tell the truth about anything that's damaging to Russia?
Hell no.
I'm asking him. Do you think that?
RT wouldn't be RT if they did.
I'm telling you to think.
No,
now,
I guess.
Now the CIA. Now the CIA.
Wait, you don't have to belittle me.
I didn't belittle. What I'm saying, I'm not belittling. I do this to everybody. SBI can tell you that. Chart Willis can tell you that. If you say something that's not,
you gotta back it up. You
can't back it up. I'm going to challenge you because what's first thing I say? You have to think. If you're going to be in the circle, you have to think, and you're not using your brain. Think, because I know you have it.
You gotta be in the chair if you want. You gotta go in the chair if you.
No. So in other words, I'm not here. I'm not here just to entertain you. I'm here because I'm trying to get you to think outside the box, so that you can actually duplicate what I do. So you can sit where I sit and see what I see. That's what I'm here for. That's like all these ladies are here. They're not here just because I'm handsome. They want to see further than where they are. That's why they're here. That's why they're all here. I'm saying is, when you say what RT says about Russia, you got to consider the source. Do you think they would tell the truth about their own misfunction?
Yeah, all he's doing is just challenging your worldview, and
that's all.
It's nothing personal. It's just challenging your worldview.
If I wanted to belittle you, okay, if I wanted to belittle you, I could. That's not belittling you. You don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that. You don't want to. When I belittle you, you'll know it. In other words, I told that to. Who was that? It was Crystalline Carrington. She said I was throwing her under the bus. I said, baby, when I throw you over the bus, I'm gonna back up over you. You'll feel the crunch. It won't be something.
We've seen that.
The bus on top of you.
Nah, I won't do that. She's not worth that much. In fact,
the thing is,
Garage Autonomous tried to call he tried to call me. I was his enemy. He said, baby, I said, brother, you're not even a worthy opponent, much less an enemy.
You're Ralph Tresvant.
You know, trolling. As I said, if you spend as much time on his channel actually improving his content as he does trolling, he might have a shot. Study, and tag.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to impress upon War.
Yeah,
do more reading, less talking.
In other words, I know what it is, especially people like him. You try to antagonize me into actually doing the work for you. I said if you ask nicely and pay me, then I might do some studying for you.
Or just change your name to Amin Hotep and Kefarat and the 13th, and be an instant millionaire within the year.
It ain't in me, man. It ain't in me. I was actually thinking about seeing if I could get a fellowship with CFR on certain things, like the relationship with China and the what is it, the Silicon Valley, how the ancient world was in Silicon Valley. And I was thinking about a book proposal a few years ago. I was thinking about doing that. Well, basically, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I'm a natural analyst. In fact, that's what Craig Hewlett told me. You're a natural analyst.
Yeah, I used to get told that a lot in school and in college. Mm-hmm. A lot of the professors was like, don't drop out. Let me take you on that wing. Who tuteled you? Man?
Yeah.
I can't understand. So slow. You guys just milking me for all I'm worth.
Yeah.
Financially.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or or like you say, stealing your work. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which I don't care about, man. It's a viral meme. Steal away, because all you're gonna do is spread it. But at least at least I'm not in an orange jumpsuit, and I'm good. So I figure they're learning as much as they're
Yeah. And when I started talking about the retinoic acid receptor, I was traveling a little bit with the Science Initiative group, and they were trying to study basically how the different genotypes developed in all these different isolated places, right? Mm-hmm. And that's that they had to uncover Dr. Proda and Dr. Searle's work. Mm. That basically substantiates the claim that there were multiple humanoid species, mm-hmm. and we're just basically just a history of one species imposing upon another, upon another.
Yeah.
And so when I started talking about the retinoic acid receptor, and so if you really want to know, like a lot of these products, especially in beauty products, I used to warn women, like a lot of the beauty products that you see are developed specifically for white women that have overpronounced retinoic acid receptor. Is how you know? Just look for the chemical ingredient known as retinol.
No, yeah.
Retinol infused, and it's going to have that in there.
Yep.
And 6 years later, you're like, oh, man, now they're asking me, for my research. So well, now you got to look for this doctor over here because his name. Yeah.
In fact, in other words, you said, pay me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pay me. In fact, as far as feminism is concerned, I could go and dig and do the research, but you have to pay me.
Hey,
And
BGS, I got a question.
Go ahead.
What do you think automation of automation is going to do to? I know you've already spoken about what automation is going to do in regards to layoffs, in regards to women's positions and jobs, and in the next few years. But what do you think automation of automation is going to do to the overall first world female jobs and careers?
They're gone.
What do you think that's gonna do to the female psyche, and where is that gonna leave them as far as this whole gender politics and issues that we've been experiencing? I know you said before that, hey, Trump is gonna kill it. So far I'm seeing that, but
in other words, nobody knows because it's never been tried before. In other words, you're wiping out. You maybe will be wiping out at least 20,000 years of cultural history. And because it's never been tried before, so this is like a brave new world, literally a brave new world. Basically, the elite don't give a shit anymore because they don't need women's wombs anymore. They don't. And they just came out. In fact, you see that cerulean when they announced that they announced that they edited the first human genome, right?
Oh yeah.
See that they announced it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words,
well, if they announced it, that means that they had been already studying it, and they just now feel the need that they've made such a step to where, okay, this is announceable now.
In other words,
somebody repeated it.
So yeah, somebody repeated it, and basically the Chinese are already, Chinese been doing it with CRISPR for a while. So in other words,
yeah,
no longer sit back.
This is their form of damage control on it.
I'm trying to think of where I heard this. I have to find it, man. I got to really. I might have already posted it, but I have to find it if I haven't. They said that of all the industrial countries, United States is the least automated.
Yeah.
They listed about 20 industrial countries.
Well, yeah,
the United States is the least automated.
Even back in 98 to 2002, when I was in Japan, like Japan was even surprisingly automated even back then. Like
they were ahead of the curve.
We used to go to this place called the Beef Bowl, right, Matsuya, and how you order your food is off of a kiosk.
Yeah,
and it basically this shop. I was just looking at how much money it possibly could have been making, like thousands of people, man. I just sat out there watching how many people would come in. I mean, like thousands upon thousands upon thousands, and there's only like 3 people working in there.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like if they took out the cashiers, there's like 3 people working in there. They work for 12 hours. Yeah. And then 3 more guys come in at around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
It was like these guys are making bank. I mean, they were making probably 50K a day.
Yeah. Because I remember when I was a teenager, I was 17. I worked for McDonald's, right? On a busy day, we had a crew of 20. On a busy day, McDonald's has a crew of 5. And if you take out the cashiers, that means they have a crew of 3.
Yeah.
During a busy lunch rush, a crew of 3.
Yeah, I've seen the difference from the 90s till now. That's a big difference.
And we're just talking about the most resistance to automation has been your supermarkets, your grocery stores, right?
Right.
Amazon is thinking about having cashierless Whole Foods, right? That's going to set the precedent, and then Walmart's going to follow, and everybody else is going to follow after that.
Okay.
You have to compete.
Now, you've seen how Kmart gone down for its failure to innovate.
Basically everybody sees the writing on the wall, and basically that's the bottom end. Your AIs are coming for the head of all the people at the top end. Everybody, and basically. For the most part, the majority of women's work is pushing paper, right?
Yep.
So when blockchain and AIs marry each other in a shotgun wedding, Basically,
it's over.
It's over. Paperwork is over. They're going to compress. They say right now, blockchain and automation can compress about 60% of the paperwork if they wanted to. What happens when it's 90?
And you're not even accounting to the banks that are trying to go that route as well right now.
The banks have been automating, man, since the 80s with the automatic teller machine. So this is going to further do it. The banks are, I would say the banks are like at least, 60, 70% automated, Cerulean?
Yeah, they're trying to join the what's going on right now.
Yeah,
the bank, the human involvement in the bank now is just basically reduced down to teller, call center, and your loan officers.
Yeah, and the AIs are about as far as call centers are concerned. So the AI is about 2 or 3 years from replacing at least 70% of your call center.
Yeah.
Did I tell you BGS about that insider website on basic income? Did I bring it up to you before?
I think you just mentioned it. On the University of Basic Income. Yeah. I think
no. There's an insider website which is not even an insider anymore. Now it's
email me.
The traffic is so big.
Yeah.
It's called basicincome.org.
Yeah. Yeah, because everybody sees it coming. The only thing is that I saw it because World Economic Forum announced it. I had read about it in Council and Foreign Affairs, right? They had talked about it. And once the World Economic Forum was adopting it, they said it's a done deal. It's just a matter of testing it out so they can roll out the system, because they can't figure out how to do anything else. Because all these things. Yeah.
And what I'm just warning people. What's crazy about it is it's actually a very good. So whoever runs this website is actually pretty fucking tech savvy.
They got money behind it. There's money behind it. There's money behind it.
Right.
In fact,
that means corporate sponsorship.
More than corporate. They talk about world leaders.
And I tried looking at who's sponsoring the site, who's part of it, who's reporting all this stuff, and I tried to really look up these people.
You may never know. Yeah.
I'm gonna email it to you, but I found this very interesting, and whoever's running the website is doing it's one tech savvy motherfucker. But I'm gonna read off to you the countries right now that are the most involved.
Okay.
In the according to their tags, so who's searching this the most and which articles are coming up the most, which the news is coming out the most out of in these things. And it's number 1, Canada. Number 2, United States. Number 3, UK. Number 4, Finland. Number 5, Germany. Number 6, Italy, and number 7, Switzerland.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Netherlands.
Are they all part of the G20? Yeah, go ahead.
Switzerland, I think so. Yeah.
It's part of the G20. Sure, is that who was doing it?
I think so. I don't know. Switzerland's pretty new. I have to look it up. But if Switzerland was Switzerland's where the World Economic Forum is, the World Bank, and the IMF are. So they're right in the middle of it, right? And Switzerland was the first one to actually vote on it, the UBI. They're the first one to actually have a referendum on it. They rejected it.
Are you surprised that they're like number 7 on the list?
No. India, I'm surprised India is not on it, because India is already implemented in certain regions. They're actually ahead of the curve.
India?
Yeah, India.
Yeah,
oh, and by the way, remember we were talking like 3-4 weeks ago about the testing and going on in some of these places? Okay, well, they have insider information on some of the first results that are coming out from these testing sites, including some in the U.S. Remember, we said some city in Chicago was doing one, and
Silicon Valley.
There was another one. There was another one in I forget the state.
Hawaii's doing it. Hawaii's doing it.
So there's a few early stage data that's been leaked to the site. Somebody leaked some of the results to the site, and they made a whole article.
I don't think they leaked it. I think they're publishing it. They're not leaking.
Whatever.
It.
I actually just finished sending you the link, so you can check it out in your email. But they said that the way
I got to bounce to the head, so you guys kind of carry on. I'll be right back in about a minute. All right.
Yeah. So okay. So check this out, guys. So what they were saying is that as far as motivation goes, because this is one of the biggest factors that they were looking at, when testing in these cities, right? These little actually, they're not even cities; they're small towns. right? One of the towns in Chicago, or close to Chicago, around Chicago, they didn't name it, and they said that it was maybe 20,000 people at most in this town. And what tended to happen is that they're starting to notice that the motivation of people is actually going up. Unlike if you were to have a welfare program where everyone's doing, getting a certain amount, right? So what they're finding out with the city right here, this specific city, is that the motivation of people to try to get the fuck out of that amount that they're making, it's motivating them to try to make more money. So they're still going out there and getting jobs, unlike welfare, where welfare doesn't, that doesn't incite you, doesn't motivate you to try to get a job, because you can kind of fuck around with your stats. You can kind of mess around and play around with the system where you get a little bit more here, you can get a little bit more there, depending on what you say, depending on what you report, depending on how many people are in your household. There's all these little intricate things that will make you get more money, right? And we all know somebody that knows how to play the system really good, and how these people are getting way more money than they should be. So with the basic income, what it's doing is, no, this is all you're getting. You're fucked if you can't do it with these $1,200 that we're giving you. And if you're doing great with the $1,200 that we're giving you, then cool, that's fine. But what they're finding out is that they're actually getting more motivated to actually get additional money, whether they need it or not. That's irrelevant. But what they are finding out is that, unlike welfare, people actually want to get out and make more money. And it's, what is it, a 47% rise in people that are in that program, that actually 47% of them actually want to do better. Whereas in welfare, only about 7% of the people actually go out there and try to get a job, to try to get out of welfare.
Yeah,
and that's crazy.
No, because with welfare, it penalizes you.
Yeah, it penalizes it. It penalizes if you just stay there, and it also penalizes if you do good.
With welfare, you're rewarded for staying there. It penalizes you for trying to move ahead. With the universal basic income, you're not penalized for trying to get ahead. With welfare, you go out and get a job. You're gonna lose everything you get. So it disincentivizes you to actually try to get ahead.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because it's kind of like almost not having any welfare at all, but still having that basic amount.
System, they could do that now, but for some reason they don't do it.
Because welfare is means tested. In other words, it's to help poor people. If you have universal basic income, it takes the stigma off it, because everybody gets it.
So I'm saying, but also with welfare, they pretty much almost make you stay there in order to get help.
Right. So they compared the numbers to pre-welfare state years, right? Mm-hmm. I think it went back to almost 30 years prior to the welfare state. And they compared the numbers as in behavior to what people were doing without any fucking, you did not have a choice, but somehow you were still trying to get it better, do better than what you would do if you were in a welfare state. And the numbers almost are just the same as if you didn't have any welfare, where if you do have basic income. And I thought that was kind of interesting.
They've been saying that for years. Welfare they've been actually slicing welfare off since Reagan. So for the last 30 years, they've been cutting it down. Basically, other than if you have to jump through a lot of hoops if you want to keep welfare.
Right.
But welfare is also not designed to help you get ahead. It's basically designed to keep you
alive. Keep you alive.
See, that's why they had to cut it down, because Reagan is the reason why welfare is so out of control. He expanded welfare. He expanded, and see what happens when it comes with expansion. You need managers to manage the systems.
Yeah, because you had people they eliminated, start shipping, bringing in immigrants, and you start eliminating jobs. What are you going to do with the people?
There you go.
And I found something very interesting where I think it was like 3 years ago. I went to try to get food stamps because I was doing really horrible, and my money from the VA hadn't kicked in, so I wasn't receiving my disability money, from being out of the military, and they denied me really quick. It was like no problem 3 years ago, no problem. So, you know, I showed up last week with my fiance because, you know, we wanted her to get health care because she's pregnant now. And
Damn,
I remember
you fast.
I remember, right. So I remember 3 years ago I went, right, when they denied me like right away. It was packed. I mean, you couldn't there was a line on top of the line just to even get in the building.
Mm.
I went this time, there was no line to get in the building. Walked in, automatically got my number, whatever I needed to do, got my application right away. We weren't even done with filling our application, and they were calling us like 6-7 minutes later, and I was like, holy shit, I've never experienced being in the, you know, in healthcare or these offices where people go and, you know, get welfare and all these programs, and it was so fast. Not only that, they were so helpful. Not only that, they went through our application, actually really got down to business, and like they were all being personal and like great customer service. And I was like, holy shit, what the fuck do you know?
Yeah, they know the jobs were on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, if you're a pregnant lady, you get treated that way.
I mean, with the way that they're cutting it down, I mean, they're not going to risk them getting a grievance, and they're like, oh shit, I don't know if I'm going to be next already.
Yeah, let you go. Yeah, they'll let you go because they're automation. They know about automation. You know, they know what's coming, and they don't want to be next.
I just thought that process was so easy compared to 3 years ago. I was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Yeah, well, it's computerized. Everything's computerized now, so.
Yeah, which means they don't have to really dig in any file cabinets.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should definitely check out that link that I sent you, VGS. You're gonna have a blast. You're gonna have a blast.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. In fact, with YouTube, I can't study as much as I used to, so I can't because I really used to dig deep into this stuff. Because
yeah. Well, you're an analyst, so you're gonna have a blast going through that whole website.
Yeah. I mean, basically, I'll tell you guys a secret. After you study so much of it, then you don't really need to read the whole article. The headlines will do. So you can go to Twitter. Oh, yep. Okay,
like, I know where this shit's going.
Yeah. Okay, that's in place. Like, hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick because I have it. I haven't put it up digitally, but hold on a second.
Oh, you pulled up the link I sent you? Yeah, I was reading today too, something interesting that Facebook just came out today and said that they're working on a project where they're going to be able to take your thoughts and put them directly into Facebook app. Like that's I thought that was crazy, and I read into it, and it's a real article, and it's a real thing.
You're gonna have implants, LA Times, a new generation of farm workers, robots. Growers race to mechanize as labor pool shrinks. It said Driscoll is so secretive about its robotic strawberry picker, it won't let photographers within telephoto range of it. But if you do get a peek, you won't see anything humanoid or space age. Agrobot is still more John Deere than C-3PO. It's a boxy contraption moving another blah, 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 blah. They show a picture of the damn things, pick strawberries.
Yeah, I saw the video. I saw there's a video out there, and I saw it.
Yeah, oh, that's right. You're near there. So yeah. So it's if they can do that, guess what?
Like did you know that UAE is fully automated with their food program?
I believe it.
They've been fully automated for 2 years. I didn't even know that. I just barely found out a few months ago.
In other words, the United States is the least automated industrial country in the world.
No wonder our jobs are about to go to shit.
Or the United Arab Emirates?
Yeah.
They have fully automated farms. Yeah, they have fully automated farms. Literally, they only need one technician per farm. Literally.
Yeah. And then we start multiplying that with vertical crops in that kind of stuff.
All their farms are vertical farms. They're like 5-6 stories tall. They're 5-6 stories tall.
Where they can be sheltered.
I've seen the photos and the videos.
Like yeah.
It's badass. I mean, and not only that, check this out. They're in the middle of the fucking desert.
Yeah, that's gonna come. I mean, that's how come there's no reason that you can't grow food anywhere. It's just will. It's not.
Yeah, they're in the middle of the desert, and like they started with saltwater treatment system,
Yep.
and then they phased it out. Where now they have really large towers that are tall enough to grab atmospheric air.
atmospheric water generators.
Yeah. So they don't even need the
Yeah,
saltwater.
that's
So they
those
phased out the
huge
saltwater
atmospheric
system.
water generators I was telling you about, BGS. With the advancements of atmospheric water generators, once Africa gets its hands on the technology, I mean, if you're trying to develop, that's the place to go, because with those advancements, it's making those settlements livable.
Yeah.
You know how long it took for them to phase out the saltwater system that they posted up, that it took them 3 years to build? It took them 8 months into the program to phase it out, to completely only use atmospheric water generators. That's it.
Yeah. And the stuff is there. The thing is, actually, you can use salt water if.
Yeah, but it was more expensive. That was
for them.
Yeah, or what it is, it takes energy to run that, to run a desalinization plant.
Yeah, well, if you're dead, you got solar panels, so it doesn't matter.
So these atmospheric water generators, what they are, they're towers, and they're retractable, right? So they're very low on the ground during the nighttime, because during the nighttime the desert has a lot of water vapor because of the temperature, right? And so during like around 8, 9 in the morning, they'll go up, and they can go up to like, what is it, like fucking 1,000 feet up in the air. They'll just retract up in the air where the water is, and they have little machines that can detect how much water is at a certain height. Yeah, and so they'll go up slowly as the sun is stronger and stronger, until they get to the point where it's like 1,100 feet or something like that, where the water is available. So they don't even have to tap into the ocean water anymore. That's crazy.
Yeah, you take advantage of the difference between the temperatures between the ground and the air, and it actually acts like a big collector. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, you're getting water vapor that comes up from the desert and goes up, and basically it cools and then comes back down the other way. So
yeah, they started out with a new hybrid of potato and tomatoes. That was their first crop that they had. So they started out the system with salt water, and they started with tomato crop. So in the bottom, in the root system, it would create potatoes, and the hybrid on top would create tomatoes, all at the same time, and it was 6 stories tall. And right now they're expanding it to 12 stories.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah. They can create food anywhere they want, man. Because
that's why I was telling people earlier in the chat. I was like, listen, you can get water for free right now. They're like, no, you're just bullshitting. And I'm like, no, seriously, you can. Yeah, and they're cheap. The systems are so cheap nowadays because China has made it so cheap that you can get a whole water system for your whole house to give you water for your whole house right now for about $2,400. You buy the machine, and maybe it might cost you another $2,000 to install it. And for $2,400, you can have a system that provides water for your whole house, literally.
Yeah, wait till they mechanize it, where the robots
for free water.
I can see why white people are killing themselves in droves now.
Why is that?
Who wants to live in a world that's coming up? I don't.
Why not?
Nobody will have any jobs.
You make your own.
That's where UBI. That's where UBI comes in. That's why they're testing it. That's why they're so serious about it. That's why it's so fucking.
You had the freedom to make your. They're gonna give you the tech to make your own job. You have to make your own job.
right now, their biggest issue or their biggest concentration of intelligence is how they're going to get robots to do work for some people where they can make some money off of it. And they're talking about how, should that even be possible? Should that even be legal? Because that's not actually you doing the work. It's your robot that you own. Is it going to be legal? Is it going to be yours outright, like a car? So they're really talking about that right now.
Well, basically, if you're using technology like that, you'd be taxed. It's just like any other producer. Might not be a whole lot, but it'd be
but they are talking about that right now. It's a big topic.
Yeah, but it'd be cheaper than payroll tax.
Oh yeah. Oh, the thing is, can you create something that you can actually sell on the open market? You have to be getting inventive.
What do you think, Mark and the other guy, Tesla? What do you think they're both really talking about this, out publicly. They're really being very public about it because they're serious. They're like, this shit is coming. You guys are not waking up, and not only are we at the top of the technology, but you guys are not taking it serious. That's why they're doing a lot of public talks and things like that.
Yeah,
and people are not getting it. They're not getting it.
Well, they're talking because they're talking amongst themselves how they're going to implement it, and they're letting people know because you have to get people ready for it. It's going to take.
They have to accept it. The public has to accept it, and then you have to educate the people.
The people will accept it. They're going to accept it regardless. They don't have any choice regardless. The thing is, you got to get them conditioned for it so they will actually function better under it. So you get conditioned.
Get down or lay down.
Yeah. And you got to think for both of their businesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way they have their businesses set up, you got to think, okay, well, if you automate all this shit, even if you automate your own companies, how are you going to make money? You got to figure out a new way to make money.
And
where you were not able to before.
It doesn't have to be sold internationally. It can be sold locally. Like if you grow, that's what I'm saying. If you really want to get something that could be robot proof, basically like start your own vertical gardens, grow crops and trade. Grow these.
Yeah,
like
I actually used to have I used to actually have an indoor hydroponic set up in my garage. So I was thinking about going back to it, but it's actually kind of expensive to run on city power.
Yeah, it is.
Nah, it's pretty cheap. I have one right now. Matter of fact, I'm in the room right now.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. It's pretty expensive to run on city power.
I'm gonna turn on my camera. You're gonna see my new room. I'm building it right now. It only cost me $800 to build.
I'm saying his city power to actually run the hydroponics. In other words, where he lives, it was too expensive.
You can't run it on city. Not enough light.
Especially two grow lights to run roughly about 200 square feet of garden.
Why wouldn't you just do it outside and build a tent?
Well, I thought of that too, but sometimes the wind's so high it'll take a tent right over. That's why I don't have a canopy outside.
Okay. Have you tried what I saw them doing, which is a
shit. I don't have enough light.
Which is which in other words they build a trench, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like a square hole. It's like maybe good 10 feet wide and maybe 10 feet deep or something like that, 10, 15 feet deep. And they dig it out, and that's where they grow, right? And they have reflectors and stuff to bring in the sunlight, and they actually use a lot of the natural sunlight. And then in the wintertime, if they want to grow, they actually put a top over it where the wind can't take it.
Yeah, I built one. And it cost me $800 to build. Right now, I just finished covering the little edges and everything so that no air can come in or out unless I wanted to.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to find my light so that you guys can see it better because I'm trying to show you guys. But it cost me about $800. The equipment is actually quite cheap.
In fact, I was talking to this dude, this MGTOW, not sure, maybe 3 years ago, and he was doing it. He had a friend that had it was in Detroit, right? Had a big warehouse, right?
Yeah.
Warehouse, and he had a big vertical garden, and he used a lot of electricity, but said he made a lot of money off the arbitrage because organic vegetables were a little bit more expensive.
Yeah.
So he sold them to restaurants and local farms. He made a lot of money.
My dad is managing some of the best tomatoes you ever touched, tomatoes and onions.
Yeah, there we go. You got the air filtering system right there. I don't know if you guys can see it. Then it goes out into the thing.
Yeah.
There's the air where the air comes in fresh from the bottom because the air gets hot as it goes up.
Yeah.
The light is so horrible right here, but I just barely finished it up. Now the next thing is closing up the gaps.
Yeah.
And the next is bringing in the plants that I want. but it's pretty cool. It's coming along.
Yeah,
It was
that's what
pretty cheap.
that's what I actually want to do. Is I want to build a outside shed.
Yeah.
And hook my lighting up in there.
Mm.
Oh, it's cheap. It's better to use sunlight. Like there's reflective lights that you can, so you don't even have to use actual energy at all.
I'm in Minnesota, so you're not gonna grow outside all year round. So,
No.
No. What I'm saying is there's special reflectors that bring in light from the outside, so that you do not have to use any actual energy for the actual light that your plants need anymore. So it saves you about 16 hours. I mean, 12 to 16 hours a day, depending on where you live in the in the planet. So you only have to use actual electricity for maybe 4 hours at most during a 24-hour period, in case your plants need a little extra more time. But it'll increase not even the growth rate, but it'll lessen the amount of water that's needed. And it's
SPI. Have you been to Minnesota?
No, I have not. I have not.
You know how much snow we get here in the winters?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Well, that's how we have to go dig down.
Yeah, that's why he's talking about the trench, right?
Yeah. Because that's how my partner in Detroit. That's what he does.
Right. But I'm just talking about specifically.
Yeah, one of my neighbors has he has the luxury of a valley in the back. He has, he has a whole modular garage he had put there like maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and that's all he does is grow.
Yeah. See if we can get any ladies on. Miss J got depressed. I guess she had to go get a drink real quick.
Yeah, but it's going to affect.
For smart people like her, it's probably one of the better times to be alive, because you don't have to worry about eating. You can let your imagination run wild and create your own.
Yeah, my plan is to hopefully close the deal in on a new property, hopefully by the end of November, December, because I'm trying to buy like a 10-20 acre property. And out here in California, they're dirt cheap, and that's going to be my little project property, because I want to grow bamboo. And the properties.
Two places I was interested in South Carolina if I move out there, because my uncle out there has a lot of land that I know I can pilfer from him. And then the other is Arizona, which has a lot of empty lots, big plots.
I would recommend Arizona. I would highly recommend Arizona.
I mean, like 5 acres for like $30,000.
Oh no, this is way cheaper than that. Like
no. I mean, the 5 acres in Arizona with growable shit.
You don't need it. That's the beautiful thing about it. See, with the technology that's available right now, you can buy property in the middle of the desert, which is exactly what I'm gonna do in the middle of the fucking desert.
It's cheap. It's dirt cheap. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, like right now in Arizona, there's properties that I'm looking at, 20 acre properties for about $5,800.
Yeah, well, the ones in Arizona I'm looking at are near water sources already. So
you don't need a water source. You don't need a water source.
It's better to have one it's better to have one than not.
Yeah.
No, not really.
I was looking at a plot. There's a river that runs like right on the edge of it, and then there's another plot that the state is offering, and these are prime areas. I mean, they're comparably cheap to some of the other stuff.
If you have the money and you'd rather save money, quote unquote, I mean, why not? Sure, you get that $30,000 acre property, but you'll be better if it'll be better for you if you get just a bigger property at a cheaper rate, even though it's in a lesser wanted area, quote unquote, with not a water source around. Because having a water source is irrelevant nowadays because of technology. It doesn't matter if you have water source.
The thing about what the state of Arizona is doing is they're trying to get people to buy these lots, and they're expensive. They're more expensive than some of the other stuff like this way out there, that's far from civilization. But the idea is that you have unrestricted development on them, and that's what you're really paying for. You want it near a water source, because if you know anything like me with about atmospheric water generators, is that they do cost maintenance.
Not really, not that much.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
I actually built them from scratch. I know how they work. They really don't.
Well, it depends on the materials you have at your availability, right? So they do actually
really.
cost me.
No, not really. They don't. They're pretty cheap.
And it depends your area of the country too.
No, not anymore. It doesn't matter anymore.
All it matters.
No, it doesn't.
I'm telling you.
I have. Listen, I own a few patents on this shit. I know this technology back and forth like the back of my hand. Trust me, you don't, and it's really inexpensive.
It depends on the material you're using. Like I was saying, like for instance, me personally, if I was to build a atmospheric water generator, I would want the collectors to be made out of like copper. You know what I mean? So
Out of what?
Out of copper.
Nah, you can use graphene now. Graphene has become cheaper within the last few months.
I want copper. It's the thing.
Yeah, but graphene's better.
What makes graphene better?
Because it's able to capture the
because of the way hydrogen and oxygen collect on it.
Okay, do you know why people like copper for AC machines and things like that?
Well, for AC machines was connectivity, heating and cooling, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's easier for the temperature to be kept or taken out in case. So it's easier to take out heat or coldness faster when you're using copper because it is the easiest and cheapest known metal to be able to do that. But graphene is 11 times better and faster and stronger, and now it's actually just as cheap as copper.
Okay. In other words,
became cheap.
Heat exchanging, huh?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Heat exchange. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a better heat exchanger.
So, in all reality, if you were to buy a atmospheric water generator right now, $2,400. $2,400. And you could, and in order to install it, you could go to Home Depot, get all the stuff, and do it yourself for about maybe $300.
And what is that for? Like 50 gallon, 80 gallon?
It's unlimited.
Per day.
Per day. Per day. I'm sorry. Okay, per day for the $2,400 one right now. That's pretty good deal right now out of China.
50 gallon?
No, it's more about 450 gallons, 500 gallons.
So I'm gonna have to look that up. 450 gallons a day for $2,400.
Yep.
It's a lot of water.
That sounds just too good to be true. Like,
that's because you're not into automation the way I am.
Well, look it up. Alex has been into this a while because he told me about this. A year ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have patents on the shit. I literally have patents on the shit.
That was one of the things that I did when I was trying to supplement my master's in mechanical and structural engineering with science, and that was one of the first things that I kind of worked with was atmospheric water generators.
Yeah, I'm a mechanical engineer too.
Yeah.
I worked on a lot of nice, beautiful little secret projects in Iraq, and I actually was in charge of, not accidentally came into being in charge of making water whenever we didn't have enough shipments to our little base for a few months. For a few months, we didn't have any shipments of water because we would always get them bottled. And I said, wait a minute, we have a whole bunch of AC machines. Nobody's using them. What the fuck? And so I grabbed a whole bunch of copper parts and a whole bunch of old AC machines. And the old ones are the best ones because they have the most copper parts. And I turned them, and I was making water for like almost the whole base for like a long ass time until we actually got bottled water there. So it was pretty cool. Like everybody's like, oh my God, like everybody was excited as shit. I had to even make my own filtering system for water and all that shit. It was pretty cool. So that's how I got to making my own patents out of that. Good thing I was already out of the service when I filed for the patents, or else the government would have owned my patents.
Yeah, and the new
Yeah, that
materials.
was kind of when I shot myself in the foot, working on projects, and the government comes in and smooths down. Oh,
Yeah, you're an employee. They own you.
Yeah, I literally had to wait. I had to wait a few years in order for me to register it. Otherwise, it would have been part of the government.
Yeah, and the new materials probably make it a whole lot easier than it was.
Yeah, but when I'm talking about graphene, graphene is actually.
when I was talking about copper, that's just what I know. I'm familiar with. That's what I know makes a good atmospheric water generator.
Yeah, it's conductivity. It conducts electricity and heat. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what makes it so good.
But seriously, for $2,400, man, you can have a farm in the middle of fucking nowhere in the desert, and you can do great.
Yeah.
Because what you do is
two options I was thinking about is South Carolina's got a nice temperament. Yeah, a nice temperature.
Listen, if you're serious about it, send me an email and I'll send you links to where you can buy these generators for dirt cheap. And they'll put out a nice yield for you. If you're serious about it, let me know. I'll send you the links, and you can buy them straight from China, straight from the manufacturer. And,
as a matter of fact, you can email me right now. My email address is the.8son in Roman numerals. It's TAT.V.
Yeah, I'll drop my email.
.sun@gmail.
Go ahead. Put it in the chat, Cerulean.
All right, let's see here. There it is. My email's on the chat. Guys, send me an email if you're serious about it, man. I'm the guy to talk.
So we kind of. It's the beauty. Now, ladies, this is why it winds up all guys. Okay.
Well, you can't really blame us when no ladies come on here anymore.
Yeah, we'll go another hour, and then we'll go ahead and hang it up because I got to do you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, MGTOW ME?
Huh?
Yeah, MGTOWme@gmail.com. Send me an email if you're serious about it. I'll hook you up with the actual manufacturer, so you don't even have to go through me. Like I don't have to do anything with that shit. But I'm gonna send you a few links of a few ones that are legitimate as hell. They're pretty dirt cheap. And I mean, it saves you money because at the end of the day, you can buy more property for that same amount. So instead of, paying $30,000 for those 5 acres, for $30,000, I can probably get you 40 acres in Arizona if you were serious about it.
Yeah. Yeah, if they offer me the right price on my house,
not only that, because you're not going through a city or a county's water source, right? What it does is saves you in tax money, because when you are tapping into a water source from the county, you're going to have to pay your taxes on that water source. It doesn't matter whether it's their equipment or your equipment. At the end of the day, you still have to pay. Just because you're in that vicinity, you have to pay taxes on it. Now, if you get your own water source, like I'm talking about, you don't have to pay shit to anybody. You can't tax shit for. You can't tax something that you get for free.
Yeah.
Yep, just got it. I'll send them to you tomorrow.
All right. But yeah, I told me, hey, look, you give me your right price.
Yeah. Okay.
So what time I'll be up out of here.
So I'm gonna give you some insight into this, right? So if you get a property right out in the middle of nowhere, like I'm planning on doing myself, what you want to do is you want to get at least start one generator. It doesn't have to be 450 gallons or anything like that. It could be really a small amount. It could be even 50 gallons, right? Depending on the water system that you use, right? The drip is probably the best. And what you do is, what you want to do is you want to start with bamboo. Bamboo will actually make the soil useful. So bamboo, what the beautiful thing about it is the roots itself, they make the soil useful to pretty much be able to use on any plant or any vegetable that you want to grow. And bamboo, you can literally have it grow for, I want to say, 9 months. You just grow bamboo on a drip system, only a 50-gallon system. That's it. And you let it grow for 9 months. Cut it out. The soil is useful from that point on for anything you want to use, and even in the middle of the desert, even when it's just sand. So if it's a long-term project, that's what you want to do. If it's a short-term project, then you have problems. But I'm sure it's not a short-term project, because something like this is not a short-term project at all whatsoever.
If you
that's my thing. If I move to if I did the thing in Arizona, my strategy would be is to go and set up a generator there. Come back to the city, live for a little while, stack up, go put another one out there, come back to the city for a while, and then just slowly build it up to an establishment, right?
Yeah, my plan is to get like 4 or 5 solar panels, which is more than enough to run a 450-gallon a day atmospheric water generator. And you have it running 24/7, just 24/7. Plant bamboo, boom, let it run for 9 months. The soil is great now at that point. So what you do is you buy fiber, which is fiber tents. Fiber tents are literally like $1.02 per square meter. And what you do is you buy them in long rows. And you buy them in long rows. You start with a 1/4 acre. Buy them in long rows with that bamboo. And then once that bamboo is ready to cut after 9 months, boom, you put in whatever crop you want. Now that soil is not only just it's very useful. You can also, you just made your property, your investment, and just in the property itself. You don't even have to do shit to it. You don't even have to actually build a crop. You can just automatically turn around and sell it the next day after you cut down the bamboo, because now you made a worthless property into something that has significantly gained a lot of value.
Okay, can generate income, huh?
Yeah, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of it. Like, let's say you got 20-acre property for $30,000 Arizona, right? And you did exactly as I told you. It's probably maybe a $10,000 investment total, right? You can literally turn around the next day after cutting the bamboo down. You can turn around and sell that property for $90,000 the next day, without you having to. And you probably only maybe have to go there once a month to visit the property, just to make sure everything's running smooth. The solar panels are running smooth. They're clean. They don't have any dust on them. That's it. So your little $30,000, $40,000 investment easily turned into $80,000 to $90,000 within about 9 months, and you never even had to grow one set of crops that actually gave you anything. Matter of fact, if you do not cut the bamboo, if you don't cut the bamboo, it's even worth more, because the bamboo itself can be sold for a good amount. Yes, sir. When it comes to empty land, empty lots, man, I'm the guy to talk to. That's my shit. That's where I made the most money in my whole life. That's the one investment that has made me a lot of money.
You flipping land?
Yeah. What I did with my last property was I got one of those quadcopters. I did the thing that I told you before. I've done it before. It cost me a lot more, of course, because back then the equipment was worth, was more expensive. That's probably 3 times as expensive. But I had backing, and they've helped me pay for everything. And I quadrupled my investment. Man, I've never made so much money. And even though back then I was a lot younger, so I was being an idiot about my money and how I spent it. But I have I have nothing to show for it, but you know, that's when I made the most money, was through land and empty lots. Man, that's my shit. And all I did was use a quadcopter, did a all around video, put it on Craigslist, boom, it sold really quick. Within about a week, I had sold it.
Wow.
Because
Yeah,
nobody else was like,
got a quad room. So
yeah, when I got phone calls from the Craigslist ad, everybody was like, "Whoa, how were you able to get the soil to be good to go in the middle of nowhere? Oh my gosh!" You know, if you looked at the properties all around my property, they were all pieces of shit. They were just nothing but barren sand.
Mm-hmm.
They were worthless properties. Each property, which was 20-acre properties all around my property, and my property was only 10 acres. They were all worth maybe $4,500 at most.
Mm-hmm.
I put it up for, what is it? I don't know. I forgot shit. I want to say $45,000 cash. The guy came back the next day cash. He was like, "Oh man, that's awesome." He came. He brought a couple people to check the soil. He brought a couple people to check the county's website to make sure that the property belonged to me and everything checked out. 2 days later, he came in there with cash, and I was like, cool. Easiest money I've ever made in my life, other than eBay. Because I used to run an eBay store. That's where I made a lot of money too.
Yeah, I think you put some of that stuff online. How you did it?
Yeah, I did a how-to.
Mm-hmm.
I have a how-to video on exactly what to do, how to do it. And I started with an eBay store when I was in Iraq. When I was in Iraq, I had an eBay store, and I got
I
drop
have to tell you
shippers.
some stories about eBay, man.
Yeah, I had some drop shippers from China. Dude. Drop shippers from China. They did everything for me. Even if I was there or I was out on a mission or something, they all knew the order was in. So the money came into my account first, and it automatically paid the Chinese manufacturer. Chinese manufacturer knew who to send it to. Boom. I came in, 9-10 days later after a mission. I had $10,000 sitting in my bank account.
Yeah, it sounds like a submarine deployment there. That used to be the fun thing about going on with sub deployment. You go out 9 months, come back, you're like $60,000 richer.
Yeah, I mean, I had so much money, I didn't even know what to do with it, dude. Like, I had everything I ever wanted. Look, I had more things than anybody in my whole unit could possibly want to have in Iraq. And they were like, "Oh, you got a 60-inch TV? Holy shit!"
I was doing a lot of wasteful shit too, like when build Yanko Camaro clones and all sorts of stupid
dude,
shit.
when I was in the Army, I was a hustler. Especially when I was in Iraq, I was a hustler, bro. I was hustling tamales, Mexican food. I was hustling steroids for all the guys that were going to the gym. I was hustling steroids. Like, I was getting them from Switzerland, getting them shipped out to Iraq. They already had the specific, shipping, things. Like, they already knew exactly how to ship it out to Iraq so that, the Army wouldn't detect it and all that stuff. And I had steroids, and I was slinging steroids, dude.
Damn.
Yeah, our hustle was when we were on Guam. Me and my buddies pitched in for a flatbed truck, and we used to go down to this junkyard because racing is big on Guam, surprisingly, right? But and send our cars to the junkyard. We should go down there and strip the turbos, superchargers, rims, and engines, trannies. And we just take all that crap over there to the hobby shop, and whatever we don't use, we just keep it on the flatbed truck, tied down with a cover over it.
See, that's why I tell a lot of guys, man. Look, that's why I tell a lot of guys, if there's one career you have to get, especially with all these jobs going away soon, if there's one career you should get,
what's that?
Is A, military, B, a programmer, and C, my number one, be a mechanical engineer. you're gonna have a guaranteed job for at least the next 30 years, for sure.
Well, yeah, mechanical or electrical engineer.
Yeah, you'll have a job for sure. Be a mechanical engineer. You'll be hooked up.
Yeah, that's why, you know, that's kind of why I've been an enemy to like the conscious community, right? Is and tell me, you know, if you Negroes are smart, you be pushing your sons especially into the military. You know, they're like, oh man, don't serve this country, this racist country. They're like, where else? if you really trying to fight a revolution, right?
Yeah.
How you gonna train some motherfuckers?
Yeah.
You got the biggest training program in the military. That's not only going to train them how to fight, how to shoot, but also it's trade.
It's guaranteed trade. It's a guaranteed trade. It's that simple. And that's why I tell guys, even women, I tell women the same thing. Be a mechanical engineer. I know it's going to suck. I know it sounds really hard, and it is hard. But I guarantee
not really
you're going to have a
it's,
job.
It's just mundane and repetitive.
Yeah, it's tedious.
Yeah, it's just repetitive. If you can get past the tedious repetition of it all.
That's why I tell even women. That's why I tell even women, listen, you know, create not necessarily a career, but create a job where you are specifically the value in what you do, not what you've learned, but you create a job where you are the value, not what you have studied. Because, you know, when jobs are going away, when everybody's losing their job, when, you know, UBI hasn't kicked in yet, you're still going to have a job.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else is going to be
suffering. Funny because
UBI is going to have to kick in before the jobs go away. Otherwise.
Yeah, even though, you know, they used to kind of drive a lot of my, you know, coworkers insane because, you know, when I joined the Navy, it came in with 4 years of ROTC. And my dad's already a master of mechanical engineering for automotive, right? So I learned a lot of stuff before I even went in. And I went in and went straight for that, even though they were trying to push me into operations. And within like 6 months, I get my E4. You know, first year, I'm already, you know, sitting on a second class petty officer, which is like a sergeant.
Yeah.
And but then by the time I was 20, I got my master's in mechanical, and had people just like jealous, man. Like dudes have been there for like, you know, 5-6 years.
Let me tell you something.
Because whenever the ship pulls in the dry dock, I'm wearing the hard hat.
This is what I told. I remember when I was in the Army, the last year that I was there, right? And I told all the new privates, because I was a very essential part of the whole company. You know, I made myself very essential. I would tell all my privates, hey, listen, you just came in here. You only have a month or two in the Army. I told them, listen, if there's one thing you should focus on, don't focus on getting promoted. Don't focus on your skills. Focus on being so motherfucking necessary to the company that they cannot get rid of you. When you do that, I don't give a shit if you the most worthless fuck that everybody thinks you are. At the end of the day, you are so integral to the company itself that they would never get rid of you. And you know, the last year of my military career, you know, I was only in E4. I only got to E4. Okay, I only got to E4. Let me tell you something.
Oh, when I got out, I got out as an E4 because I got busted down twice. But
I hung out. Let me tell you something. I hung out with captains, generals, straight chilling. There was nothing I could do wrong. Like, I would literally show up drunk as shit. I could barely stand in formation. Okay? And the captain behind my platoon would come up to me and be like, hey, Peña, what are you doing, bro? Like, dude, I can smell you a mile away. I couldn't do any wrong. Because I made myself so essential to the whole company. I made myself so useful that you could not replace me. Like if you even tried to replace me, you know you fucked up. And they tried it, and they were like, "Oh shit, we need Peña."
You know, I had that same problem, right? So after being in Japan for 2 years, supposed to go to another command, right? And like I don't know,
Yeah, make yourself essential. Make yourself irreplaceable. Put yourself in a position where nobody can do what you can do. And it got to the point where, I mean, shit, Arnold Schwarzenegger gave me 2 fucking, medals himself. Because of how good I was.
Is it Schwarzkopf? It was Schwarzenegger or Schwarzenegger?
Schwarzenegger when he was governor.
Oh, he was governor. Okay.
Yeah, he gave me medals himself. Like, he was just visiting the first time. This base where I was doing training. I was training 450 engineers by myself. Okay, by myself. I was training 450 engineers. A whole, what is it? Not a platoon, not a unit. It's a I forgot what it's called, but it's 450 engineers running through my program that I made on the fucking spot. And he was just visiting there. He was just there to do whatever he had to do as a governor. And he got a whiff of what I was doing. And we were out there in the field, doing crazy ass training that, nobody had seen anybody do before or train other soldiers. And, he heard about it. 2 p.m. comes up, after lunchtime. They're like, "Oh, Pena, we got to talk to you." I was like, "Oh shit, I'm in trouble. Fuck. This time they're really going to get me, right?" Come to find out, the whole company is lined up. And Arnold Schwarzenegger shows up. I'm like, "Holy fucking shit. Are you fucking serious?" And I was like, "This is cool as fuck. I've never seen the motherfucker in real life." And then they call my name, and I'm like, "Oh my fucking God, what the fuck did I do wrong?" I'm thinking I'm gonna get fucked. No, the unit commander shows up, and he's like, "Pena, let me talk to you real quick." And he tries to talk to me behind the whole company, and I'm like, I'm sweating bullets because I know I've been fucking up the last few times, but again, I'm essential as shit. So I'm thinking, all right, this time I'm fucked. This time I'm fucked. This is the last time they found me drunk as shit. We can
hear you, Cerulean. Go ahead.
Oh, that was my bad. My freaking tablet died. I didn't realize it wasn't even plugged in this whole time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
So
you guys swapping army stories, huh? Military stories.
So the commander pulls me in the back of the fucking unit. And he's like, "Hey, Pena, I gotta talk to you about something serious." And I'm like, "Oh shit. These motherfuckers they're gonna fucking kick me out of the army or some fucked up shit. This is the last time I did something stupid." He's like, the governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, is going to call you to the front. And I'm like, "Oh shit, I still didn't get it."
Yeah, so back in 98, work my way up to E4, like our first 6 months in, and I had all these guys basically hating on me because they're like, "Well, you can't let them take the next one right after that." And so I scored the top 90 percentile in Japan for the E5 exams, right? So, and then my PT was on boss, right? So it's like, you can't hate. I was the guy that they love to hate, and
I swear to God, all the black guys were always at the top of the unit list. I swear to God.
Oh man, with black dudes in the Navy, man, that shit is like high school, dog. Like, especially because it's like you talk about competition, because I was on the Blue Ridge. It's like 1,200 people, but with that 1,200 people, you got like 400 women, and of that 400 women, like 60 of them were officers, right? So pickings is scarce to the motherfucker, especially if you're on deployment, right? And motherfuckers used to hate because females see you rising up through the ranks, and it's like, and see, that was one of my things. Like, I never had a problem like trying to get a woman's attention or anything. Like, it was just like I was just doing what the fuck I was supposed to be doing, and it was just like throwing themselves at me.
I hated that shit. I was like, dude, these black guys have it so easy. And it's not that they had it so easy. It's just that it was just genetics. It was just genetics. Like you literally, I always was looking out. Anytime I went to a new unit, I was looking out for the black guy. Because, okay, who's the black guy? Or where are the black guys at? Because I knew they were always at the top 90 percentile. They were always the best of the best. They didn't even have to try. Okay, they could be They could be full-time smokers all day, every day. They could smoke 2 packs a day. These motherfuckers will be the top 90 percentile.
Yeah, that's what I said, dude. You think that, the women think that the competition is fierce? Like being black in the military, competition is fucking fierce because niggas be right up there with you. Like
that's how I differentiate myself, because I knew that the black guys
and that's when you get to see who's really your ally, because them niggas will be hating like nah, man, I've been in 4 years. I'm E5. You can't let them just take the next exam like that. And had this guy, man, MM1 Arrington, never forget him. It was like, no, we're gonna elevate this one. This young lad's got this. He always thought I had a bright spirit because I actually qualified. He did. He was an older Southern cat, right? He used to tell us all his little. He's always told us like his little freak stories of his expeditions, right? So, and he was from the Mogadishu era too. So,
yeah, they didn't even have to try.
So he's like, yeah, we're gonna elevate this one. I see something in him, and how all black dudes hate, man. I used to do all sorts of dirty shit, but so he put in this recommendation. I go to C school for refrigeration. It's supposed to be a 3-month program. I come back in like 8 weeks. It was like, there's no way we could teach this dude. But then at the same time, refrigeration, I mean, it was kind of like a really quick course, right? So like they give you a crash course and everything.
Yeah.
And so I come back, and it's like 2 months till the next to the E5 exams, right? And had the dudes hating on me. They trying to isolate the chicks from me, right? Like passing rumors around the ship about me, like you know that nigga Jody, man. That nigga kind of slimy, man. That's my real name is Jody, man. So niggas was just hating it. Females just loved it. Like females just throwing themselves at me. So like, it was, and I wasn't even really tripping though. It was like when I finally got my master's in mechanical engineering, basically, and then I also worked my way up to where I actually qualified in all of my qualifications as basically a
expert.
Well, it was not really an expert, as an assistant chief engineer, right? Which is basically something that's reserved for like the butter bars and the all the way up to majors. And so I had guys hating on me there, so he wanted to send me to this other C school for pipe fitting and welding. And after that is what allowed me to get the structural part down, right? And I come back. I'm E5. I'm boss. I'm feeling myself. And the Blue Ridge at the time is going basically to Cairns, Australia, right? And I fucked it all up, feeling myself. Going out there, go with a couple of buddies.
It's always the black guys that get cocky.
Drunk myself into a stupor with a room full of whores, and I missed the ship's movement. It's like, oh shit, I know I'm in deep shit.
Yep.
I'm like, damn it! I just got my fucking bird too, like only like 2 months before. I'm like, oh shit.
It's always the black guys that get cocky. I swear to God.
Oh yeah, man. Like even when I thought I was trying to be special, right? So I went to Coronado, did the Hell Week, and got through the first part of Buds, and they sent me down to Fort Benning, Georgia, and that's how I ended up breaking my feet, fucking trying to show off rappelling from a helicopter. I had to go on fucking limited duty for almost a year.
Wow.
I love Fort Benning, Georgia. I love Fort Benning, Georgia.
I love Fort Benning. My wife sleep now, but I used to like Fort Benning, Georgia. Those tight body Ranger bitches.
Okay.
Oh, the women in Fort Benning, Georgia. Oh my God, bro! Like you're talking about some.
And that's how I fucked up, because I didn't realize that showing off was a simp quality.
No.
Fucking jumped out of the helicopter like, man, you bitches ain't see shit. Watch this.
Oh, yeah.
Came down too fast.
Yep.
I love Fort Benning, Georgia. I hated the weather, but the women, oh my God. Like,
I love the weather.
It's like, I guess it's like traveling like 40 years into the past with the women there. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Like, women really
Like pin-up chicks, yeah.
They're well built and like they know. I don't know. Like it's amazing. I don't know what it is.
Like chicks looking for an exercise plan, take your ass to Fort Benning, Georgia, and work out with them.
You kill some chicks, boy. That drop over dead.
Man, this is the normal BGS channel shit. We need to.
yeah. This is old school. Yeah, this is old school.
Shit.
When I first started, man, this was what used to happen. Because anything can happen on my Hangouts. I guess that's the beauty of it. You never know.
Because I remember I came in.
Yeah, that was a true story about the windbreaker pants too. Like when when niggas used to try to bar me from coming out with them, like, bro, you can't be wearing the windbreakers with the lining cut out, nigga. That's not what we're gonna do.
Okay. Violation, huh?
Yeah, and then whenever they seen what was actually going on, what happened? Them niggas went out and bought windbreakers.
Okay.
It was at the PX. PX probably sold out windbreakers.
It only takes one, huh? Hey, Ron Wills is in. What's going on, Ron? What you doing up?
Oh, Ron needs to come in, man. Like I've been meaning that. Like I asked him to do a video like 10 months ago and shit.
What was it on? I got one plan for Tosh. You've been going in on Insecure, so
I want to do an interview with Ron, like because I'm like I really like really getting to the crazy stuff, and I like to touch on crazy subjects that most people, not even Angry Man, likes to touch up on. So I kind of want to bring him in.
He's getting ready to eat breakfast. Okay, he's making breakfast. Okay, Uncle Ron, we got to feed the kids. Yeah, we only got about 20 more minutes.
But yeah, Fort Benning was fun. Coronado was pretty fun too. But once you came out of Coronado and you enter San Diego, the port there, man, it's
yeah.
like,
I'm from San Diego. I trained a lot of Navy SEALs out here.
Yeah, some other shit. Yeah, I never got my trident because of the foot issue. I had to go on limited duty after that incident, and
I got to train several Navy SEAls when they were out here in San Diego.
And that was just like listening to my guys, right? Because my buddy Gabe, he was another one of Arrington's favorites, right? And he was like, man, let's just go and try it out. And shit, like, man, we got the backing of the OGs. I was like, they're gonna vouch for us. Yeah, I'm like, man, I don't really know about all that special shit, man. I just kind of want to just do my job and that's it. Yeah. The motherfucker talked me into it. Next thing you know, I'm at Coronado. And but Gabe, he used to push me around in the wheelchair for like 3 months while I was in the wheelchair. He's like, man, whenever that happened, he quit. He's like, you know what? I talked you into this shit. Least I could do is go home with you. Like that's real G shit.
I wonder how long it'll take for women or gender issues to kind of like subside or get to a normalcy.
Well, it won't take that long. Okay, the environment will take care of that, but there's always going to be gender issues.
Do you think
as legislation starts shaping the social atmosphere, people are going to start falling in line. Like that's why you see black women really kind of calling out in desperation to the black man. It might sound like a lot of bashing, but it's really a call for desperation because we're the fathers. Right? So,
do you think that UBI is going to affect the male-female relationship?
Oh yeah. Long before we get to that, it's going to affect it. It's already starting to affect it.
What do you think it's going to do? Because in my eyes, it almost seems like it's kind of like going to be back, sort of like with the welfare way, no?
Because there's no incentive to actually go
for
against
either sex.
Men.
Yeah, for either sex.
Yeah. There's no incentive.
What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen?
They're going to have more extended families, smaller communities, and actually, it's going to be more coupling. In other words,
okay. So what? Okay. Do you think Trump's going to have a second term?
No, I don't think he's going to finish his first term personally. But
what?
See.
Why?
Huh? You can't keep this much disruption in the presidential office. They're not going to let you, even the Republicans are done for if they let this guy stay in 4 years.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay. What's one thing? Okay. The real question.
Mm-hmm.
What's the one thing that's going to make him get cut?
He's probably already done it, making war against the press. The thing is, they're trying to hold him up as long as possible, but he won't stop because he's not suited for the job.
Okay, what do you, in your own opinion, what do you think is going to be the one thing that's like, you know what, we got to get rid of this?
What I'm saying is, you piling wood on top of the camel's back, and you don't know which straw is going to be the one. And it's in fact, I think the female Republican senators want him out already.
So what do you think that's going to do to what he's done so far as regards to policies and regards to the sex?
It's still going to go ahead with the policies.
Okay.
Just because the personality is gone, it's not going to do
I'm talking about what is that going to do for the gender war?
In other words, basically the policies that they have in place are going to get cut no matter who's in there. That's why I said it doesn't matter whether it was Hillary. Hillary might have done it.
No, I understand. So the progress is not going to be cut. It's not going to be fucked up, right?
No, the only difference is if Trump's in there, it might do something for alimony and child support cases because Congress actually working on it.
Who do you think is going to replace him if you had any? If you had your pick,
Pence, because he's vice president.
Why so?
Because he's vice president already. So
Yeah.
if they impeach him, then Pence will automatically take his place.
What will Pence do? And what will Pence do?
If
he does it,
he's already on board with what's going on now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might do little things like the wall. I don't think he cares about the wall very much. But
so he's going to continue. He's going to continue whatever he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to happen anyway. You know, that's the whole thing I was trying to explain. Like Section 8, food stamps, all that stuff. It's going to happen anyway. By that time, really, what they're trying to do is ride him out until the UBI is ready. That's what they really wanted. And
well, what the idea of Trump, you know, again, he's the guy the corporation hires when they want to fire people, right?
Yeah.
They have the guts to fire them themselves. So he's there to streamline everything. So by the time they're ready for a UBI, or, you know, that's what it's going to be.
So is he our turnaround CEO? What we would call?
Probably so. Yeah.
He's about that. I was like, you know, he sounds like the turnaround CEO.
Since he has to be in there anyway, you know, in other words, might as well use him. He's a useful idiot, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't see Trump getting taken out of the office.
Well, they said they don't want him out of the office. Okay, they don't want him out of the office.
Well, right, but I'm just wondering what would make the public kick him out.
He's already done enough.
No. What it is these.
Yeah, but there's got to be a trigger. What's the trigger?
See, these things that he's doing are things that people have already wanted. Well, the globalists have already wanted. Okay.
Right. So what's the trigger?
The trigger.
There's no telling.
Yeah, they're saying it because he's going to do something crazy. He won't do anything crazy enough, like go get close to the red button. Okay, he's not. They won't let him close enough to that one.
You know,
so in your
one
opinion,
of the things that they were worried about was him escalating things with Russia over Syria.
Nah, that's not an issue.
You see, it actually was a pretty serious issue.
Yeah,
but he since backed off of that, so there's no telling. He's basically walking on eggshells, so you never know when that one is going to crack.
Yeah, that was serious, and they backed off that real quick, like those cruise missiles.
Right, but that's done and over with. So what's next? What's the next big thing?
Well, it's actually not quite done and over with. That's the thing.
Basically, Russia's already shot down drones. In other words, anything over their territory, they shoot it down. And so they sent drones over to see if they were serious, and all of a sudden, yeah, they will shoot them down. So basically, they've been on like there's no telling what kind of DEFCON they're on because of this idiot being in office. Even
so is Russia really taking them that fucking serious?
Yes.
Yes, Russia takes everyone that serious.
But I thought they were cool.
No, what's happening is America is basically trying to butter up Russia because they don't want Russia in bed with China.
Yeah.
Okay?
And
they need to try to appease them now.
Yeah, but the negotiation with China didn't go so well.
Who? To the United States or Russia?
United States.
The United States doesn't have anything that China wants.
Yeah, you got to remember. Okay, 75% of China's market is export.
Yeah.
So what do you need America for if 75% of your market is export?
Okay, well,
America is the capitalist playground. So what do you need from the capitalist playground other than to sell your shit?
Okay, so if we're the biggest buyers of China, right? So who's gonna be the next biggest buyers of China?
What I'm saying is they have to transition anyway, right? They're going to transition
to what? To who?
Huh? Wait,
to who?
Have you looked at the Belt and Road project?
No.
Look at the Belt and Road project. This is the build out. The pimp has already announced the game, and they're actually okay. They're going to have a build out. So in other words, they basically all the money that the United States owe them, they're actually putting into a project so they have a infrastructure build out so they can actually take over the planet, basically as far as govern the planet, right? Same thing that Lincoln did when he needed to build a railroad to connect the rest of the country.
So what's going to happen to America in case that happens?
You will take second place, and you would have your UBI, and you will like it.
Yeah.
So are we going to disappear off the face?
No, of course not.
No.
Part of the. In other words, that's what he was telling Trump. Okay. It will hurt us if you decide to go isolationist, right? It's going to hurt us. But eventually, if you stay isolated, we're going to leave. The rest of the world is going to leave you behind. What's going to happen to you in 4 or 5 years when the rest of the world has raced on? And think
you're
about
done.
That.
You're done.
I mean,
America's already put its own nail in its own coffin with the technological revolution. So it basically. Let the stuff fall into the hands of the Chinese, who have no regards whatsoever for any interest other than their own, right?
That's why Edward Snowden can never leave Russia because they will kill him on the spot. He knows that. He ever sets foot out of Putin's purview, he's done for. So you better nice Russian wife.
And so Russia and China actually have a good deal working out because why not take advantage of some of the technology that China's being bold enough to develop on its own, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Russia comes and innovates it from it already being developed, so they have a finished product to work from.
Mm-hmm.
So you already got a perfect symbiotic relationship there. So what the idea now is for America is trying to basically get Russia on our side, but they need to grease a few palms and they need to appease them a little bit.
Okay, so what's China doing for Russia?
Well, because they're financing Russia, and basically they've already assumed the leadership of the world. Why would you throw in a winning hand? For what? Because you can't buy them anymore. The United States. That's how come they published that paper about using more force. Because it's the only thing they can't buy you anymore. They can't persuade you. 2000. The biggest mistake that the United States made was allowing Goldman Sachs and the banks to actually ruin their reputation. Because they were ready to toss the United States out on its ass right then.
Because this is what I know about China being involved in Asia, right? So from what I know is that China is building very, very close relationships with a lot of Asian countries.
Back in 2012,
because of their naval.
Yeah. Well,
If you look at the Belt and Road Project, it's a build out with 65 countries across the world. It's $1 trillion project, and basically everybody knows who the new pimp is. It's not even a question. Once the European Union, they announced him, he made that speech at the World Economic Forum. All the Europeans got on board with it. The United States is left by itself. Either you're going to be left behind because you don't have any more economic allies. UK maybe your best ally, but basically UK has a Silk Road train that goes from the UK all the way to one of those cities in China. So they're already on board. They're already handling UN. The banks are already on board. It's basically, as far as the United States is, it's over. They're trying to get back in the game. That's what the thing was. That's what the military was taking. If you want to maintain primacy, which is already gone, but the last part of primacy you have, the only part you have left is your military. And if you don't put enough money into the military, like we wanted, actually go to full spectrum domination, which is very expensive.
Is that what the U.S. is offering big, huge fucking bonuses for new signups in the military?
Yeah, they have to.
That's exactly why they're having a huge sign.
I had never heard.
It's like this, right?
Look, they offered me $100,000 to sign up.
Because they need talented people, because their last shot, that's what they're telling you. That's how come they publish this paper out in the open, whether you can actually see it. Your last shot to hold on to any semblance of the American empire that you've had since basically 1941.
Because me and my brother just got offered $100,000 sign-on bonus.
Yeah,
if we decide to come back into the service, they literally said you'll get $100,000.
Yeah, because my thing, one of my think tank members, he's out doing his own thing, right? He actually Skyped me, saying, "Man, we got to do something on this." So I basically have to read this whole document, man, by next Thursday, man, and we have to do
it. But if you look back 5 years, what happened in 2012? China went to a deal with South Korea, which was a contingency plan in case the dollar fell, to replace the reserve currency of Korea into the Chinese yuan, right? Since then, North Korea is on board. So what happens if you elevate or escalate things with Russia? You're going to have a unified Asia. At the very least, you'll have a unified Korea, which is a bad news.
No, what they were saying that they were going to do, in fact, this a very good, actually, the Army, the Navy actually brought in this Filipino general to talk about asymmetric warfare, right? And basically they're saying, okay, if you're going to take on Russia or China and forward, right? Basically, Iran will plug up your whole Strait of Hormuz.
And I do know some intel on that.
Yeah, they're going to plug up the Strait of Hormuz. You're going to have problems in Africa. They're already in Latin America. So basically, they own the Panama Canal. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, if you go after them, your economy is going to go bust. Okay, because they got all the straits already basically blocked up if they want to, right? Because you got Iran, you got places over there in Africa and actually block up the whole Middle East. They own the Panama Canal. They can do anything they want to with that. Basically, you don't get any shipping out that way. And then you got to fight war on two or three fronts. They looked at that.
Yeah, the number of theaters of operations you'll have to be deployed. It would be too vast for you to. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, actually, you really go back like 60 years. It's almost like China just basically outmaneuvered everyone.
Well, not really. Basically, it's real simple. Okay, they went for United States went for a kill shot. by cutting off China's oil.
Mm-hmm.
They went for a kill shot. If Iran doesn't run into the arms of the Russia and China, basically you take out Afghanistan with the minerals, you take out Iraq with the oil, take out Iran, which is a huge amount of oil that China gets from them. Basically, you control that, you control China. So they went for the kill shot. They put all their eggs into that basket, right? So China says, okay, militarily, we cannot compete with them. But what do they leave exposed? They left Africa exposed. They left Latin America exposed. And I said to my partner back in, was it 2000? I said 2004. I said, if they don't, I said they have 2 years to get in and out. You know, okay. If you get in and you do what you need to do in 2 years, you out by 2005, 2006 at the latest, then you've accomplished your mission. If you stay any longer than that, you'll never get out. And basically, China will be all up in your backyard. And they basically ran through, since there was no American military presence in Africa because they're all plugged up, they ran through Africa buying everything up, and they actually ran through Latin America buying everything up. So now you got China locked in your backyard. There's nothing you can do about it. And basically, that's how come I knew Trump couldn't get rid of the NAFTA trade agreement, because if you do that, Chinese are just waiting because they're already in Mexico. And if you hand over, basically, if you cast off Mexico as a trade partner, right? You dump them right in the hands of China. So China basically has everything locked up right up to your border.
Yeah, as I said, it's like they've basically been sitting outside of the hen house like a fox, just waiting for America to cut its bridges with everyone.
And they did. Yep. And then basically once they you basically, with the banks being in trouble, and then the biggest mistake they made after that, they compounded. I know Libya they had to do Libya. Syria was their biggest mistake. Syria's they're gonna remember Syria for a very, very long time. If there's still American historians 100 years from now, they're gonna remember Syria. They're gonna
even General Petraeus even said that Libya was a mistake. So
Libya was, but Syria was the death knell. That's like that was like the death knell, because Syria is a land bridge to Europe, and all those refugees came into Europe. Basically, you're basically gonna kill the European Union. You've killed it pretty much with the banking system and then the refugees. You basically killed the European Union. So basically, whatever allies you had, whatever power you had, it's gonna be dissipated once the European Union breaks up. And everybody sees the writing on the wall. So basically, Germany said, "Fuck this." You know,
and China's right there, like the fox guarding the hen house.
Yep. But I'm saying, look up, Alex, look up the China's belts and roads. One road, one belt. And they'll give you the whole rundown. In fact, I got a couple, I'm going to read a couple articles. I'm going to put up a couple of videos about it. Right. I said, okay, that's just the build out. The pimp has already announced the game, and this is the game that, the plan that everybody's going to follow. So once you acquire territory, what's the next thing? You connect it, right?
Yeah.
This is them connecting their territory, which is global. And it's something that Quigley predicted way back in 1965, is what it is. In fact, I was questioning. In fact, I think I had one on I put it on my BGS Books channel.
You do? Yeah, you do.
Yeah, and I talked about it. And there was a question mark, because I said, okay, you're going to have another revolution that you're going to be built on. It's going to be digital. And will United States hold off China enough to be the last stop for Western, or will it rotate to China? So now we have our answer. And it's actually like 18 years early, because China was saying 2035. But the United States couldn't hold them up long enough. China was trying to hold them up. China was trying to hold them. We're not ready. So hold them up. And the United States couldn't do it. Anyway, y'all.
All right.
Everybody, I know everybody's asleep, man. So I'm gonna, except Alex. Alex probably been drinking coffee and shit, man.
Nah, I've been drinking some wine this whole time.
Okay. Anyway, y'all, I see you guys later on tonight.
All right.
All right, BJS. Have a good night.
All right.